President Zelensky has said he's ready to meet Vladimir Putin in Istanbul on Thursday for talks on ending the Ukraine war. Mr. Zelensky had previously said a full ceasefire should begin ahead of any talks, but after coming under pressure from Donald Trump this evening, he dropped that demand. Mr. Trump insisted that talks should take place without delay to determine whether a peace deal was possible. Mr. Putin proposed the direct talks, the first since 2022, but didn't specify whether he would attend. From Kyiv, here's Frank Gardner.
It was all going so well for Ukraine. To Kyiv they came, leaders of some of Europe's most important countries, with an ultimatum for Russia: sign up to a ceasefire on Monday or face new sanctions. But Vladimir Putin has other ideas. Instead of a ceasefire, direct talks, Russia and Ukraine, in Istanbul next Thursday. But would President Trump insist on that ceasefire? President Putin of Russia doesn't want to have a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine, he wrote, but rather wants to meet on Thursday in Turkey to negotiate a possible end to the bloodbath. Ukraine should agree to this immediately. I'm starting to doubt that Ukraine will make a deal with Putin. Have the meeting now. The last time Volodymyr Zelensky sat down with Vladimir Putin was in Paris 6 years ago. Yes, that's actually him on the left, a young man, before the strain of Russia's full-scale invasion. Tonight, he gave this address, complying with Mr. Trump's wishes.
I will be in Turkey this Thursday, May 15th, and I will be waiting for Putin there, personally. And I hope that this time Putin will not look for reasons why he cannot do something. We are ready to talk to end the war. Thursday, Turkey. President Trump has given his support. All leaders support this.
In Kyiv today, a reminder of what no ceasefire means here. That's an air raid siren going off right now, so this war clearly isn't over yet, and it's not going to end anytime soon because both sides disagree profoundly on how to end it. Ukraine wants a ceasefire first, no more air raids like this. Russia wants talks first. That's what Mr. Putin wanted, and that's what he's got, hot on the heels of his World War II victory parade in Moscow last Friday. A chance to air his grievances, his demands to demilitarize Ukraine, to deprive it of the means to defend itself. The chances of a real breakthrough in Istanbul on Thursday are slim. So what will actually happen in Istanbul? Well, we know that President Zelensky is going to go. He's said so. He's thrown down the gauntlet for Vladimir Putin to meet him there. The problem is both sides are still incredibly far apart. Russia wants to bring Ukraine back into its orbit, and Ukraine wants to remain a sovereign, independent, democratic country with close ties to the West. It's hard to see how they're going to cover that ground.
President Trump praised as a peacemaker amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. Today's surprise ceasefire follows days of cross-border attacks.
I'm Ramy Inocencio, and actions speak louder than words. Hours after Trump's post on his Truth Social platform, blasts rocked at least 2 cities in Indian-administered Kashmir.
Also tonight, new hope for fire federal workers. A judge ordering a pause to the government's drastic downsizing. Plus,
I'm Willie James Inman at the White House, where President Trump is sending mixed messages about raising taxes on the rich.
I would love to do it, frankly. I don't think they're going to be doing it.
Trade war tsunami. U.S. and Chinese negotiators meet for the first time as tariff costs hit U.S. ports.
I'm Elise Preston at the Port of Los Angeles, where workers are feeling the pain. What's next for consumers?
Airport chaos as Newark's troubles mount. United CEO weighs in.
It absolutely is safe at Newark and in the entire country. And the reason is, when these kind of outages happen, we train for them, we have backup procedures.
Truly American, Leo the 14th's unexpected ancestry.
I'm Katie Weiss in New Orleans, where state records reveal the new Pope's Creole roots.
And in our weekend journal, Kids Conclave, CBS's Noel Brennan shows us how these Chicago students learned valuable lessons picking their new pope.
I think you got to be kind, respectful.
Be a pope of the people.
This is the CBS Weekend News from New York with Jerika Duncan.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us on this Saturday. Tonight, a U.S.-led ceasefire between India and Pakistan is already shattered, with India accusing Pakistan of repeatedly violating the truce, adding it has retaliated. President Donald Trump announced the ceasefire on social media. Pakistan praised the president as a peacemaker. India, however, did not. CBS's Ramy Inocencio leads us off tonight from our London bureau.
Yes, this appears to be a breakthrough, Jerika, but actions speak louder than words, and that full and immediate ceasefire that President Trump posted about does not appear to be holding. This is coming from India's foreign secretary and reports out from Indian-administered Kashmir. Blasts have been heard in the cities of Srinagar and Jammu, with projectiles and flashes of light seen in the night sky like this. India's foreign secretary says the Indian army was retaliating and dealing with what it called a border intrusion, similar to last night when India and Pakistan fired missiles from fighter jets and launched drones at each other. India said that it targeted Pakistani air bases, and Indian colonels said Pakistan had earlier fired at health and school facilities. The two have been locked in this latest violence for the past 2.5 weeks. On April 22nd, gunmen massacred 26 tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir. Most of those killed were Indian Hindus. Delhi accuses Islamabad of being involved in that attack, and that is a charge the country vehemently denies. The two have fought 3 wars since the 1940s over control of Kashmir in the high Himalayas. It is estimated tens of thousands of people have been killed since then. And dozens more have been killed in the past week, Jerika. This is the worst violence between the two neighbors in the past 3 decades.
Yeah, story we will continue to stay on top of. Ramy Inocencio, thank you. Tonight, a show of unity in Ukraine. The leaders of Britain, France, Germany, and Poland met with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv. They're threatening to ratchet up pressure on Russian President Vladimir Putin if he does not accept an unconditional 30-day ceasefire and that war. The Kremlin called that proposal, quote, confrontational. President Trump backs the new ceasefire demand in Ukraine. The president seen here spending the weekend in the nation's capital today, golfing at his course in nearby Sterling, Virginia. CBS's Willie James Enman is at the White House, where there's a new challenge to the president's agenda. Willie James.
Jerika, good evening to you. This weekend, a federal judge in California is pausing efforts to drastically downsize the government, a move the president says would help reduce spending.
Firings at least 20 government agencies and massive spending cuts are paused for 2 weeks as a federal judge in San Francisco considers a challenge brought by employee unions. In the court filing, Judge Susan Ilston wrote, the president likely must request congressional cooperation to order the changes he seeks. The case, the latest episode to put the brakes on the Trump agenda with hundreds of pending court challenges nationwide, and comes as the White House pushes for funding of the president's other priorities, including boosting border security. The president now suggesting taxing the rich as a way to pay for his plans. That is expected to rattle Republicans in charge of Congress.
I would love to be able to give people in a lower bracket a big break.
There's new pushback on the president's immigration policies. This confrontation at a detention center in New Jersey. The Democratic mayor of Newark, Ras Baraka, arrested for trespassing.
If I was on their property, I was invited there. Somebody allowed me to go in. I didn't climb a fence. I didn't kick the door down. I didn't bust the window like their friends did at the Capitol.
A Homeland Security official calling it a political stunt, warning there could be more arrests coming.
We won't stand for it. We're not playing games in this administration.
The episode comes as the Trump administration says it is considering suspending the constitutional right to due process for undocumented migrants to speed up deportations.
The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at.
Jerika, the last time habeas corpus was suspended took place in Hawaii after the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. It has never been used to handle illegal immigration.
All right, Willie James Inman for us at the White House. Thank you. Progress in the trade war between the U.S. and China. For the first time, negotiators from the two countries are meeting. It's happening in Geneva, Switzerland. They'll be back at it tomorrow. And when it comes to the trade war, West Coast ports are ground zero. CBS's Elise Preston is at the largest one there in Los Angeles. Elise.
Jerika, the flow of goods from China into the U.S. has slowed dramatically. The drop-off in activity could mean job cuts, shortages, and tough choices for consumers. Normally bustling berths sit empty at the Port of Los Angeles. Facing 145% tariffs, cargo coming from China is estimated to be down more than a third, according to port officials. Less cargo means fewer jobs for dock workers, truck drivers, and others in the supply chain.
Us as truck drivers, we're moving less freight, and less freight means less money.
LA officials say the tariffs threaten $500 billion in revenue and put 2 million local workers at risk. While painful, some say the tariffs are a step in the right direction.
We believe this administration is doing a good job. It's just that it's going to take a little time.
The slowdown at U.S. ports is likely to ripple through the economy, impacting transportation, warehousing, and other businesses. Consumers may eventually see less inventory on store shelves and higher prices. Experts say savvy shoppers who have been waiting to buy may want to purchase cars, appliances, electronic goods, and furniture before July 2nd. California's Governor Gavin Newsom is pushing back on Trump's tariffs. He's running an ad on Fox News saying the trade war is harming the state's economy.
These tariffs punish families and risk ending America's run as the world's greatest economy. Take it from California. We're the ones leading it.
Other West Coast ports are also feeling the brunt of tariffs. Officials at docks in Seattle and Tacoma say they're expecting a 40% drop in cargo volume this month. Jerika?
Yeah, that is significant. Elise Preston, thank you. There's no end to the travel troubles at Newark's Liberty Airport. Runway construction, air traffic control shortages, and 2 communication outages have caused massive delays, alarming passengers. The airport is one of the busiest in the country and a global hub for United, which is cutting flights to Newark. Today, CEO Scott Kirby spoke to CBS's Ed O'Keefe for Face the Nation.
If you're pruning the schedule, then that means less supply with increasing demand going into the summer. Doesn't that potentially mean the cost of a ticket's going to go up?
My guess is if you look at the ticket prices flying out of Newark right now, that in fact is not what is happening. There's less demand because there's concerns about safety. And so what we've also done is put bigger airplanes on the route. So put a larger airplane, have fewer flights, but with bigger airplanes to maintain the number of seats that we have flying in and out of Newark. And air travel remains a pretty strong bargain across the country and around the globe.
Watch the complete interview with United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby tomorrow on Face the Nation. Tonight, Pope Leo XIV is preparing to address the faithful in St. Peter's Square. Sunday's Mass will be his first as head of the world's Roman Catholics. Today, the pontiff took his first trip outside the Vatican to visit the tomb of Pope Francis. As the new pope lays out his vision for the future, we're learning new details about his past. CBS's Katie Weiss has been digging into the Pope's Creole roots there in New Orleans. Katie.
Well, Jerika, behind me here is the St. Louis Cathedral in New Orleans' French Quarter. Records show that the Pope's great-grandmother was actually baptized here at this cathedral in 1840, and that his maternal family has deep roots in the Big Easy.
Pope Leo XIV, the first American leader of the world's Roman Catholic faithful, embodies the multicultural fabric that is the United States. His connection to New Orleans, researched by historian Jari Anora.
It highlights the role that Catholics of color, that Black Catholics have always played.
Historical records show that all 4 of the Pope's maternal great-grandparents were free people of color. His maternal grandparents listed as mulatto and Black.
This just underscores how interwoven all of our families are.
The family moved with the Great Migration north, away from the Jim Crow South. They settled in Chicago in the early 1900s, where Pope Leo grew up. His brother told CBS's John Dickerson they rarely spoke about their Creole roots, and Pope Leo has not spoken publicly about his racial identity.
Do you think there's a possibility then, if you were to go further back, that some of his lineage may have been enslaved?
Absolutely.
The new pope's ancestry inspiring New Orleans Catholics.
I think if there is going to be a first American pope, this is a very good person to take on that role.
And New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell says she's thrilled to learn about the Pope's Louisiana connections. She says she hopes he uses them to build a more just and compassionate world. Jerika?
All right, Katie Weiss for us in New Orleans, thank you. Today, a 4.1 magnitude earthquake jolted parts of the southern U.S. It originated in Tennessee and was felt more than 120 miles away, including in Atlanta. No injuries or damage has been reported. Turning now to the weather, what many of us want to know is how is it looking for Mother's Day? Let's check in with CBS News meteorologist Andrew Kozak in Philadelphia.
Yeah, Jerika, we've got a busy Mother's Day weekend ahead with active weather on both coasts. We're talking about more record heat out in the desert Southwest, but very pleasant conditions in the midsection of the country. All eyes on the Southeast where we have flooding rain. In fact, from Florida, the Panhandle, over toward areas like Atlanta, and then over toward areas like Charleston, we could be looking at several inches of rain the next couple of days. This area of low pressure will continue to stay basically across the same area, bringing waves of moisture in from the Gulf. So for tonight, the rest of your Saturday night, flood risk for the Panhandle. Tomorrow, that area expands, especially as we head into tomorrow afternoon. If you're down here, we could be looking at anywhere between 4 and 6 inches of rain by the time all is said and done on Tuesday. Now to the West Coast, a scorcher of a Sunday where temperatures will be in the triple digits in many cases, 10 to 20 degrees above average. The good news, though, by the time we get into Tuesday, areas that could be near 100 like Vegas drop into the 70s, some relief. For Mother's Day at a glance, we've got that to deal with. Beautiful across the midsection of the country, and if you're in New England, plenty of sunshine to celebrate Mom. Jerika?
All right, Andrew Kozak, we thank you. With Mother's Day here or around the corner, so is Flower Frenzy. This is the busy LA Flower Mart packed with sellers and buyers. According to the National Retail Federation, Americans will spend more than $34 billion on Mother's Day this year, the second highest total in nearly 2 decades. Straight ahead on the CBS Weekend News, food activist or fearmonger. This woman says she has a recipe to make America healthy again. Stay with us. This week, the FDA approved 3 new natural food color additives, a big step in the Trump administration's push to phase out petroleum-based dyes. Helping to lead the charge, food activist and social media influencer Vani Hari, who has millions of followers. CBS's Adam Yamaguchi reports.
We've awakened the entire country to these issues.
You may not know her name.
Thank you so much.
But at the Natural Food Expo, where the crowd is obsessed with how healthy their food is, Vani Hari, also known as the Food Babe, is as big a deal as it gets.
You're treated like a rock star in this space here.
I'm just so excited that I've been part of this movement to tell people the truth about what's been done to their food.
As an influencer with nearly 4 million followers, Hari supported Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination and now sits on its grassroots food advisory panel.
At the highest levels of leadership, we are talking about the issues that I have been fighting for over a decade.
Hari has no formal nutrition training, but embraces emerging research linking additives like emulsifiers, dyes, and preservatives to obesity and other chronic disease.
We've allowed the food companies to inundate our food supply with all of these man-made chemicals that I think don't belong in the human body.
This is a box of Fruit Loops from Canada.
Hari first went on the offensive when she discovered that many iconic American processed foods contain dyes and other ingredients that are not found in the same products outside the U.S.
That next time you want to go into Chick-fil-A and get that.
Next, Hari moved from the grocery aisles to the fast food lane. Skeptics question Hari's self-taught expertise and her self-interest in selling her own food products.
You also have a lot of critics who say she doesn't know what she's talking about.
You know, I would say sometimes we just got to use our common sense. And you don't need to be a rocket scientist to know how to eat.
Growing up in North Carolina, this daughter of Indian immigrants struggled with eczema, inflammation, and excess weight. Then she cut out ultra-processed food.
The weight came off and never came back. I went off 9 prescription drugs. Cheers.
But Hari knows it will take influence from all sides to make America eat healthier.
Our regulatory agencies have utterly failed us, and it is up to citizens like me to hold them accountable.
Adam Yamaguchi, CBS News, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Still ahead on the CBS Weekend News, a Soviet spacecraft crash lands on Earth after a journey that started a half-century ago. Today, a well-known New Jersey landmark is no more. A former hotel that stood out for decades at the crossroads of an interstate and other highways was demolished with a dozen explosions. The 22-story building had stood in Mahwah since 1987. Russia said a Soviet-era spacecraft returned to Earth today after looping through space. Forget this, 53 years. It was launched in 1972, designed to land on Venus. But the craft never made it, becoming stranded in Earth's orbit after a rocket booster failed. Russia says it splashed down in the Indian Ocean west of Jakarta, Indonesia. Next on the CBS Weekend News, a suspenseful conclave run by kids. But first, a look back at this day in history.
The long-hoped-for Vietnam peace talks began here today.
The federal government will bail Chrysler Corporation out with a massive loan guarantee package.
Nelson Mandela today climaxed his astonishing rise from prisoner to president.
The time for the healing of the wounds has come.
We end tonight in Chicago, where students at a Catholic school had reason to celebrate. In tonight's Weekend Journal, CBS's Noel Brennan shows us how they were first in electing a local pope.
Who would you vote for?
When the mystery of the papal conclave meets a kid's imagination.
It is time for our conclave to begin.
Chicago's Our Lady of Mount Carmel Academy becomes the Sistine Chapel.
Let the Holy Spirit be with you.
Suddenly, a fourth grader like Cameron Smith
What would you do if you became Pope?
feels the weight of a cardinal in Rome.
Wow, there's so many good options.
Cameron has to vote like a cardinal and think like one too.
You'd want to be it, but you don't want to be. An interesting answer.
Teachers, parents, and their parish helped plan this mock conclave.
We really have no idea who's going to get chosen.
It's up to 20 kid cardinals to pick their pope.
Do you need to be humble? I think you got to be kind, respectful. Be a pope of the people.
What makes a good pope is a pope that's holy and has a good heart for everyone.
How many votes is this going to take?
I think maybe 4 to 6, yeah.
4 to 6?
Yeah.
And we're on 2?
Yeah. We think that's not fair.
As Cameron and the Cardinals start campaigning for each other,
Augie over there.
front runners crop up.
It's going to be him. I'm confident, but I'm not confident. Now we have to eat because we're so stressed out.
No consensus on a pope just yet. The Cardinals have finished a snack break and are in their 3rd round of voting.
They say we're getting very close to a pope and everyone's freaking out. It could be anyone.
The palpable papal suspense finally lifts.
Cardinal Augustus Wilk.
And it's 4th grader Augie Wilk
We did it!
who's gotten at least 2/3 of the vote.
We did it!
I learned let the Holy Spirit guide me through all my voting and to make the right choices. And I also learned it's good to have a little bit of fun, but also stay humble.
White smoke signals the news to the entire school.
Here! Man,
And in this moment, you'd swear you were in St. Peter's Square. Noel Brennan, CBS News, Chicago.
The cute conclave. Well, that is the CBS Weekend News for this Saturday. I'm Jerika Duncan in New York. We thank you for watching. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
The day began.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Cardinal Timothy Dolan here, and I'm about ready to go into the Domus Sancta Marta. So this could be the last time I talk to you in a couple of days.
Our young niggas need to go to church. All the young boys, get it off you. That's why you running around here confused and perplexed. You need to get your testimony together. Man, I was on that perk, man. I woke up on the perk. I went to sleep on the perk. I took a perk, I was asleep, I was woke. I was driving on the perk. A.J. Woods.
Yep. AJ says.
Sound like a wrestler.
Yeah. And it's
A.J. Woods from the Blue Ridge Mountains is coming to a city near you. You gotta see him. A.J. Woods. That's right, it's me. A.J. Woods. Hey, churches, hey, man, look. We gotta stop all that black and white church. We gotta borrow from each other. White people, y'all gotta turn it up a little bit. Make it a little live. Black people, y'all gotta turn it down a little bit. Make it a little shorter. If we could have white people time with black church energy, oh man, we in there. We in there. We jumping from as soon as you come in. Then we get to work and we out. We out. We got the day. Hey!
Give me the playbook, man. Damn, coach. Hey, come on, man. Get this shit together.
My paper, man.
Yes, sir. Get this shit together, man.
We spend a lot of time writing these plays, man. He do. And it say right here, I see why we don't do this shit. It's bullshit.
That's a good play, coach.
Look at the people, parents over there watching. Don't ever turn your eyes off me. That's what y'all doing. You're taking your eyes off the prize. You take your eyes off the prize.
Go to 85 South, Apparel.com.
This the play we're gonna run to win the game when we get back out here. We got 2 minutes left, fellas. What we doing? We go well?
You go to 85apparelco.com.
Okay.
Coach. You go to the 3-point line. You order the shorts that say the South is everywhere.
The South is everywhere.
You pull up at that 3-point line, coach, put your card number in, put your debit number in, PayPal, whatever you ordering from. Then you shoot that 3.
It's that simple. We had the game plan for y'all. It's that simple. This is a goddamn church league.
Don't fuck it up.
Don't fuck it up. We just keeping it PG over here. You know what I'm saying? You got any words you want to share?
Yes, sir. We got 1 quarter left. 1 quarter left. Go to 85apparelco.com and order these shorts right now.
Go all the way.
So we can win the game.
Go all the way.
And you can win the game, too.
You can win the game, dog.
You deserve a ring.
Right, because this church league, now you fuck around and go to hell, you lose this game. I'm telling you right now, God told me, you lose this game, you're going to hell. What they need to do?
85apparelco.com.
Right.
Hey, English majors, we back. Another episode. You know how we go, man. You know how it goes. We steadily moving forward, man. Got to thank the Lord for another episode. You know what I'm saying? Got to. You got to thank him for another day. Amen. Fresh off Easter. Easter just happened for me, man. My son had a little Easter speech. He did it right. He did not let me down. He came through. He only had a little bit to say. And he was nervous at first, but when it came time to do it, he was reaching for the mic. He got it off. Jesus loves me, this I know. He came back to tell me so. Amen. I was like, oh, okay. You threw the amen in. You pay attention in church. Hey, that's what's up, man. Church done changed, too. You could just be on your phone in church now. I ain't know that. You could be on your phone on the game. Like some of these kids can't sit still unless they crushing some candy or Subway surfing. I don't know what games they play on the phone now, but they was doing it. My son, I was like, you know, we don't give him device. He take devices. He be the did something with it before you can get it out of his hand, but he don't just get it to, you know, chill out and, you know, but he was in there. He was putting his hand up. You know, when the old people put their hand up, he was looking around like, is this what we doing? We raise the hands? Yeah, we raise the hands, son. So, hey, man, you see it. This episode, we about religion, man. It's prayers up. Religion, not to be confused with spirituality. You know what I'm saying? Because religion, you know, man, it get organized, man. Who was it? Somebody said it, man. I hate when I misquote the quote, but somebody said the devil like to move in groups. You know what I'm saying? They was talking about, man, when Jesus got crucified, where was all the people that was greeting him when he arrived a few days before? Where was all the people showing him love? And they was the same people that was walking him to get strung up on that cross. You understand what I'm saying? So just because y'all came together, it don't mean that the Lord there, unless he there. You understand what I'm saying? Unless he in every one of y'all, and unless you got it in you to stand up and say what the Lord would say and what is right, everybody want to be right now. Don't nobody want to be righteous. Everybody want to be right. You understand? When you're fighting to be right, that means you moving stuff from anywhere and anywhere to prove your point. It don't make it true. You know what I'm saying? We can't look past. Now, I'm not gonna knock religion for what it does for a lot of people. It does a lot for a lot of people, but we can't overlook that religion gets used to do some heinous activities. Come on, man. Part of the reason black people could get treated like this was because what it say in y'all religion. You shouldn't treat another man. You don't treat another human like this. So, well, they not human. They below human, so it's okay. Like, all right, let's see how that work out for your own judgment day, man. You see what it is, man. We gonna get into it. Religion, prayers up for everybody. He said, we got, that's God up there. Let's see what's on earth tonight. You think that's really what they be doing? You think that's really what he be doing? Bruh, he don't watch it live. It's the Lord. It's already happened. He has the DVD box set. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not watching. It's not streaming live. These are reruns for him, bruh. He got to go back and watch it. He can't watch it like it happened and it is over with at the same time. We got the conclave smoke. That's a little Pope car. He driving up to heaven, ain't he? He died. He gone. He gone. Ain't nobody. Look, man. Hey, okay, Pope. Peace up. Ain't nobody ever really super sad when the Pope died. It's more expected. It's like you the Pope, when you gonna die? You on deck. Soon as you turn into the Pope, you are on deck. You on the chopping block. Hey man, the Pope be so old and stuff. And all I know was that, they do this thing where they open sealed doors. Like they'll have a sealed door for 25 years. All I know was the last door he opened, he looked like he didn't want to go through that mother. He was looking like. They wheeled him through. He was like, he put his feet down. I said, whoa. He must have seen something he didn't want. I don't know, man. You know that little Pope mobile, man. It's bulletproof so he could be seen from all angles. Everybody can see him and wave at him. Come on, man. I personally think if Jesus rode around in a drop top, you should too. Jesus wasn't in no chariot that was covered up. They got him. JFK, they got him. Jesus, they crucified him. There wasn't no glass protecting him. Put yourself out there just like him. Come on. He got you. Faith without works is dead, ain't it? Either you believe or you don't. If the plane going down, you gonna jump out of it? If you believe in the Lord, you should. Put it in God's hands. Don't put your trust in man. Jump out. God Randy Moss you at the last minute. You don't know. You don't know, bro. Women in religion. Come on, man. Women in religion. Yeah, women got a big place in religion. We don't get all the books in the Bible. Tax exempt, that's churches. That's the NFL until a few years ago, too. I'm serious. They was tax exempt. They started paying taxes voluntarily because people started getting hip to the fact, wait a minute, y'all don't pay no taxes? Because, an NFL team comes to the city, set up a stadium, won't pay for the stadium. Your ass pay for the stadium. The taxpayer pay for the stadium. They put up a little money. They promise how much money the stadium going to bring in, but they didn't put nothing down on that stadium. And then on top of that, to not have to pay taxes off of all that profit you making. And then on top of that, how they try to, do you understand what I'm saying? All right, so tax exempt is churches, and so anytime you throw some tax exemption in there, understand it's gonna be a level of finessing. There's a level of finessing happening. We got church and state, the separation of church and state. That's what it's supposed to be. But, hey, man, it's for to be separation of state and state in a minute. But you're going to be lucky to have a church in your state the way things going now. Because they don't want you telling the truth, man. The most segregated hour is, Sunday in the AM, the white church versus the black church. So, Jeff, what are you saying the difference is? We throw our hands up. That's the only difference. We throw our hands up, they keep their hands down. That's what you saying? We throw our hands, you even see the man, look at him. No, everyone, keep your hands down. It's a lot of this in white churches, I believe. But they ain't got to do that because they don't even be getting. What else we got, man? The most segregated hour. That might be the most segregated hour, man. Shout out to the people that you know, go to a mixed church. If your church is mixed, I don't know how that works. Sometimes it works. It's just a white church. But it be white people at the black church. But now the prosperity preachers, they be having everybody in there. They be having, what's the Indian man? Remember the Indian man?
In the white suit?
Yeah, I said, boy, what you know about? I said, ain't you supposed to be?
That's the one he used to do the like airbender shit when he would like wave his.
And everybody fall out. Everybody fall out.
I'm scared of that.
Only one. What was his name? Benny Hinn? That was Hinn? Was that Benny Hinn? Yeah. Benny Hinn? Yeah, the Hinn was for Hindu. That's what he started from. He switched over. He said, man, look. Y'all ain't breaking enough bread over here. He said the collection plate be empty when I go around with my people. Let me come to y'all, because we be heavy on the prosperity preaching. I seen a white lady talking about, it seems to be that's more of a thing in the black church. No, don't start that now, because y'all got y'all Kenneth Copelands. And you saw the devil jump out of Kenneth Copeland when that lady asked him about that airplane. If y'all can find that clip, the devil jumped out of him. I need to fly so I can get his word out. How dare you? I said, oh, Kenny, your tongue is forked. That ain't how it's supposed to be, man. What's the other boy? With the big, with the big smile.
Yeah.
Joel Osteen. Didn't let nobody in the church when it flooded. Ain't that a bitch? No, they're gonna be sweaty and wet, and I can't have a mildew smell in the vestibule. So you know how it go, man. Y'all float your ass out in that water. But what they say, I'm gonna go back to it every time. Faith without works is dead, right? So you can have all the good faith, but if you don't do nothing, what you doing? Lip service. The Jesus pieces. Come on, man. You think Jesus really you think that's what he wants you to remember? You think Jesus wants you to wear when they killed him around your neck? I hope it's on your neck when you go to see Jesus. Man, what's this? That's supposed to be me? Bro, I ain't even go out like that, bro. I didn't go out like that, head hanging down. I went out like this.
Head up.
I went up, I said, take me to the king. I said, Father, I'm coming home. That's how I went out. My head went down. What is this? Who made this? Jacob? Jacob who? Not my Jacob. Oh, Jacob the Jew. Yeah, I was about to say. Because my Jacob know better. Bruh, that ain't, you think that's what, I don't know, bruh. I just don't know. Remember, I know you heard the white Jesus story with the Kanye. When Kanye went, so, bro, look, Toure said he had the white Jesus with the blue eyes, and he asked him about it. And he said he said it didn't look right with any other color eyes. And he was like, well, you got a white, blue-eyed Jesus, you know what I'm saying? He said, he was with him the rest of the night, and he said the rest of the night, I think he was trying to, like, justify. Or, like, he was asking people, like, man, what you think? This, you know, his eyes ain't too blue. And folks was like, nah, now that you say
Like, where I'm from in Mississippi is North Mississippi, right? So the old head station come in crystal clear.
Coming in.
I'm talking about, like, you get ain't no static. It sounds like it's a CD.
The rap station ain't
The rap station might cut in and out, but the old head station coming through crystal.
Yeah, they know people listening.
Come on, man. And we, where I grew up, right outside of Memphis, so we had Isaac Hayes on Sunday. Isaac, Bubbly Hayes. He'd be like, it's Isaac, Bubbly Hayes, Hot Butter Soul Sundays. And he would just play nothing but like classic.
The old school.
Nothing but the old school, bro.
Because I know when I used to rap with my auntie, you know, we all had like D103, 107.9. But when I get in my auntie car, I would say my auntie knew more music than anybody like out of my mama and my daddy, because my mama didn't care. Just keep it on gospel. She just want to hear God. She just want to hear Jesus. That's it. She don't care who saying it. Jesus.
Somebody gotta say it.
She don't want to catch the Holy Ghost before.
You get songs you never heard before. And that was Moving Out the Way for Jesus.
I stumbled upon Jesus. What you said?
That was the real church.
Hey.
Man, quiet.
Hey.
Braun responded to Kevin Gates after he criticized his wife. Bruh, the only reason I'm confused about this shit, I ain't even thinking Braun knowing like who Kevin Gates is to listen to his music or none of that shit.
But that's his wife, though. He ain't gotta know.
Look what he say, man. Kevin Gates just be talking.
I don't like the way Savannah look at LeBron. I like the way them white women look at LeBron. Like when soon as he walk out there, they just be like, they be dicked out.
It's like kings don't concern themselves with the opinions of peasants. Where to next, queen? Let's get it. But you never heard nobody have a bad story about Savannah. So,
Yeah.
Kevin Gates, how are you looking at the women? How they look at LeBron?
He crazy.
Like, ain't nobody breaking that down. Like,
You know, he feeling himself with the Brittany Renner and all that other shit, bro. So he kind of just.
How you feeling yourself? She was homeless.
if one of y'all walk in the room,
badass
bro,
homeless girl.
I'm not looking at how women looking at y'all.
I'm looking at how the women looking at me.
I gotta look at why they looking at me or why they not looking at me. I gotta get in the room who fucking with me.
Not be like, ooh, I like that. How you looking at LeBron?
Look, nah.
And you telling another nigga this while you laying in bed. I don't like none of this shit.
So you an athlete, you a wealthy motherfucker. If you walk in the room, I'm not looking at to see how the women receiving you. I need to go make them laugh so they can receive me the way I need to be received.
Right. I lost a homeboy off some shit like that.
What?
I said, man, what's the club looking like? He like, shit, there's some ballers in here. I said, I'm not going. Yeah.
Money. Yeah.
Get up, y'all know what that means. There's money upstairs. Come on.
Not what I was asking, my boy. I ain't thought of that nigga since.
Hell no, family.
I ain't seen my dog since
Said something, not yet, but come on, man. Come on. Jesus wants you. If you, man, you ain't finna impress Jesus with no peace, first of all. But it wouldn't be on the cross. Maybe if you had him in the manger. Little iced out baby Jesus in the manger. Little animals around him. Iced out, maybe. Or maybe you do it after Easter where he wrapped in the cloth and he's standing by the stone once it rolled away. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to get creative, man. The Last Supper about as creative as y'all got. The Last Supper chain about as creative as y'all got, man. Shout out to Lupe Fiasco, too. He got that song where he rapped The Last Supper from the picture perspective, going left to right. It's dope. All right, man, we in here. We in the episode Religion. Hey, please do not get offended, okay? Because the Lord forgives. Do you understand? And the Lord know my heart. The Lord woke me up today so I could make this episode. You know what I'm saying? So my relationship with the Lord is good. Now, do I know all the religious things? Do I know all the... No, I don't. And some of that, I don't know if I want to know. Because, hey, man, that Catholic Church, boy, hey, be looking funny in the light. I don't want to knock nobody's religion, but, boy, y'all look awfully close. It's the reason I think y'all be having to have exorcisms.
Man, what?
That's what I'm saying. We ain't gotta, I don't know. Maybe black people have exorcisms too. I don't know. If we gotta exercise your ass, then you getting exercised out the house. Yeah. Yeah, we don't care how much you want to work out. You ain't gonna be in here with all that shit. I don't care how much exercising you do. You ain't gonna come in here with all that now. You ain't gonna talk crazy now. Hey. Hey. You got a demon in you? Do he want to eat? If he want to eat, he better, hey. You better start talking like he got some, turn your head back round. Turn your head back round. Don't you roll your head at me. All right, let's get to it. Hey, we back, man. Once again, man, hey, rest in peace to the Pope. He gone on up there. How soon they find a new Pope?
They're still doing it right now.
They looking for one. They ain't never had no black Pope, right?
No.
That's what they trying to do? Man, yeah, right. Where they gonna get them from?
Is one black candidate?
Where he from? Yeah, that's where he better be. That's the only way I want one. He gotta be African and I want him. In the Benin. In the Benin. In the Benin. In the Benin. If y'all ain't seen that clip, man, hey. That shit was funny because he had it right the first time. In the beginning, in the Benin. Hey, man, don't doubt yourself. Have faith. We get a Ugandan Pope. What are you gay? What is he gonna say, bro? What is he gonna be saying? Why are you gay? Oh, why you do this?
It's an Asian one too.
Where he from? Cause that depends too now.
Filipino.
Oh yeah, they can look. Hey, listen. I'll tell you right quick. Nobody messing with black people on gospel music, except them Filipinos. Boy, them Filipinos be singing gospel like Mahalia Jackson jumped in their body. Do you hear me? Face look like Pacquiao. Voice sound like Marvin Sapp. I'm not playing. Them Filipinos look, first of all, Filipinos, I don't know why they sing so good, but they be singing their ass off. You go to karaoke with some Filipinos. If you can't sing, you better shut your ass up.
Are they like the blacks of the Asian community?
I don't know. You tell them that. They might kick you in your chest.
They can hoop.
They are.
They are. A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
They can dance.
Oh, so they are?
Well, now, hold on now. We got them Asians, period. You give them enough time, they gonna have that dance down. if it's any type of pop, lock, and jerky move, they got it. They got it. They got it now. That come from Tai Chi. I don't know. No, I'm just playing. But see, I knew he had to be Filipino, man. Filipino be they now on the gospel tip. Now there's some Filipino like Baptist churches, and they be hey, go look up Filipino gospel singers, just so you don't think I'm making stuff up. And I know what you're thinking, you racist jerk. No, they don't have no accent when they be singing. It ain't no accent. They be getting every letter out. It sound accurate. Yeah, man. So, man, all right. Where do we even start, man? Black and white churches, hey, man, look. We got to stop all that black and white church. We got to borrow from each other. White people, y'all got to turn it up a little bit. Make it a little live. Black people, y'all got to turn it down a little bit. Make it a little shorter. If we could have white people time with black church energy, oh, man. We in there. We in there. We jumping from as soon as you come in. Then we get to work and we out. We out. We got the day. We got the day. We need to start getting churches based off socioeconomic status.
Yo.
Because if you rich, you need to go to a different church and give more money and pray different. Because your sins are different. Your sins are bigger. Don't put your sins in here with my little sins.
My little sins.
You done came here, we both put $10 on the collection plate, but mine got ate up because your sins was, no. Now, I know that's not how church works, but tell that to the preacher, because that's how they make it seem. That's how they make it seem. You can buy your way into heaven. What my man said, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. Now, it costs to sit up here. Wait a minute. I would have went, I said, I didn't know that. Let me go sit back down there. Now, if church get a VIP section, what we really doing? I don't think we too far from hookah. We take communion and hookah. What is it, every third Sunday? I don't know. The first?
It depends on your denomination.
Right. So you got all the denominations. Look how much separation it is. Everybody believe in the Lord, but believe about it in different ways. Even within Christianity, you got a bunch of denominations. My favorite denomination, non-denominational. We refuse to be denominated. You won't denominate me, I tell you that. So what denomination? Non-denominational. Oh, so you just do anything. That's how they look at you. Oh, you just do anything. Shut up. We got Christianity, we got Islam, we got Hindu, we got Buddhism. Islam, that's the most widespread, is it? Yeah. We got Judaism, we got Buddhism, atheism, agnostic, spiritual. Hold on. Agnostic, what that mean? Agnostic, that's the one where they I ain't saying either or, but I ain't going to church.
Yeah.
Don't ask me for no money. That's what agnostic means. They agitated.
Yeah. They're like, there's no way to ever know. That's their whole thing. It's like, there's no way to ever find out whether there is or isn't a God.
That's what they say.
Atheists are like, there is no God.
Right, but my thing, okay, I know the atheist, that's my thing. If atheism is you just don't believe in God, then what you preaching for? Why you always trying to convince other people of your atheism? Or why you trying to disprove what somebody else believes? If you don't believe in God, that should be enough for you. But there's something in you that be like, no, I gotta prove you wrong. You want to take people to hell with you? But you don't think it's no hell, right? I don't, look, man, look, this is the problem. Religion, politics, we always arguing where we disagree, where things don't line up. We always start the argument. Let's start with the shit we agree on and go from there. Let's start with what we agree on and then you can see if who you arguing with is even worth arguing with. You arguing about right and wrong with somebody that worship the devil. You should have found out what they worship first. Then you wouldn't even be in this argument because, hey, I can't argue right and wrong with you. You on the side of wrong is right. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the atheist always the atheist, for you not to believe in the Lord, y'all seem awfully preachy. You know what I'm saying? So the agnostic, I guess you wouldn't even, do they even advertise it? Not really. Right, it's just, they keep it to themselves.
If you know, you know.
Right. But they don't know. Because you can't know. They say there's no way of ever knowing. You'll know when you die. Right? That's how you would know. What the dude was saying, dude said the twins was in the womb, and one asked the other one, do you think it's life outside the womb? And the other was like, yeah, it has to be. And the other were like, why would it be? This all you understand what I'm saying? So it just comes down to your perspective, man. And the Bible done been in.
I get tired of seeing the same shit on my timeline. I'm gonna do something new. Yeah, like, I'm gonna do something new, man. Like, that shit ain't
Jamaica,
Jamaica, same shit, bro. Same
I'm so
shit.
tired of seeing these bitches on the creek and rub down that white
shit.
chalk.
I'm finna get a job out there doing that.
I need one of them though, no cap. Hey,
Put a job
I'm
out
tired of that the only play these girls going.
You might do a little Dubai. Fuck, I want to go stand in the desert for this shit to take pictures, man. Y'all ain't having fun for
On the
real.
little lake with the little clipboard.
Yeah, just to say you did it though.
Yeah.
Everybody robots. I ain't no motherfucking robot. So I'm glad I could be the one to go out there and do something. And you would be like, man, you know what? Fucking Trinidad next year. I'm gonna go to Trinidad. Son FaceTime me while I was in Trinidad when the carnival was over with. He could have cussed and I would have been cool with it. I could tell. I could tell he wanted to say, man, what the fuck you got on?
I ain't gonna lie, when I opened my gram, that was the first thing I seen. All that purple shit. Swole ass light skin nigga on my timeline, man. You out there showing your ass.
Bro.
Out there. You having too much fun,
bro,
man.
it's up, guy.
Nah, that shit.
And I brought my costume home with me. I'm gonna do some role playing in that motherfucker. Y'all got me, man. That costume called me. Hey, listen, bro. Y'all nigga bullshit. That fit was a rat.
Oh God.
On me. This ain't no cheap ass shit.
For some beads and some panties.
Man, listen, for the beads and some panties. For some bedazzles and some goddamn. For some bedazzles and a thong. This shit is out. That nigga said for some beads and some panties.
Beads and some panties. I ain't fucking with you, man.
Hell no. Oh God, bro.
In so many languages, the Bible got so many stories. All the stories come from old stories. You know what I'm saying? What they say the Bible stands for? Basic instructions before leaving Earth. Ain't that what they say? Come on, man. Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason a lot of these stories overlap. There's a reason the Immaculate Conception and the virgin birth is in religions before they became what we know them as today. There's a reason for all this. And who said what books made it into the Bible? It's some women that had books that didn't make it into the Bible. It's books in Islam that you're not gonna find in the Christian Bible. They give you a little insight on what Jesus was doing from 13 to 30. You know what I'm saying? Because Jesus was out there doing stuff. Jesus was still a teenager. Shout out to Righteous Gemstone. Teengers. It's Teen Jesus. I'm gonna call it Teegers. That don't make sense. It does make sense. Reverend Baby Billy. But no, they said his homeboy fell off a roof. He brought him back to life, and they tried. The only reason he brought him back to life was because they trying to say Jesus pushed him off the roof. Jesus said, "I ain't push him off the roof." He was like, "Yes, you did." He said, "No, I didn't." He said, "Bro, come on." He said, "What? He ain't push me. I slipped." He said, "Jesus trying to put that on you." I know, bro. I know, boy. Y'all don't know him like I know him, man. Yeah. This boy gonna be something. This boy gonna be something. You saw how he brought me back? They ain't like that he brought him back. They said Joseph was trying to tell him what to do. He was down there by the river making little birds out of clay. He said, Joseph said, "Hey, stop that." He said he clapped his hands and made all the birds fly off and said, "You not my father."
Oh, no, man. No, I've heard that.
I'm not making, y'all, listen, man, stop looking at me like I make up stuff, all right? Do I make up stuff sometimes, but not about the Lord? Y'all don't value nothing. That's the problem. Y'all will listen to anybody tell you lies all day and sit there and eat it up. Then the truth come at you. Yeah. I can't believe he would say that. Look at the version of the Bible. What's the Bible? What's the Bible everybody got? King James Version, right? Did you see what other books King James wrote? No. No. You ain't look at the demonology book he wrote, did you? You ain't know he wrote a whole book about demonology, telling you about the different demons and witches and all type of things, a paranormal that's supposed to be a theoretical of these things. But this is the same man that turned around and wrote the Bible that we using all the time. So sometimes you might want to get your hands on some more Bibles. Huh? It's a lot of different translations. But I want to know who reading the demonology book. Huh? Is it? Is it, or is it what crossover? What overlap do they have? And why is these things we don't hear about? Maybe we don't need a King James version. Maybe we need a James Evans version. Because we know what he stood for. Hey, right in the face of wrong. Oh, man. Hey, man, I respect all religions, what everybody does. But I also think it's a lot of people that just, they use a religion. You use the religion when it's convenient for you. Religion can sometimes be an umbrella when the storm going on, right? You get caught up in some controversy, what you do? Go to church. But do you go for you? No, you go to church to get seen. You go to church when they got the camera on. You're outside the church, they got the camera on you. You put them on while you say your testimony, because you got to be seen in a certain way. So know who going to church and why they going to church. And watch who get excited when they go to church. A lot of churches bend over backwards because a celebrity come through. Oh, sit up front, do all these things and all in the lieu of what? Hoping that this celebrity donates some money? And they may do a one-time donation or something, but you been coming since you was 8. Your grandmama ain't never let that collection plate go by empty. Now, if we tally up how much she put in over all the years, shouldn't Sister Jenkins get that same treatment and that same rollout? Shouldn't she be able to sit up front? Shouldn't she have some type of say? Look, man, hey, what do I know? I don't know nothing. All I know is close the doors. Close the door. I'm telling you, man. Catholics got the confessional too. We could have had that at no black church. Ain't no way, bro. Bro, your information would not last a week. It would not last a week. As soon as they get back downstairs or wherever they be, child, you ain't gonna believe what so-and-so just said. I knew he was out there with the... How does that work? How does that honestly work? Like, because you see it on Law and Order, where they go to the confessional and then the preacher say, I can't say, and woo. Is that really true? But if he say he killed a bunch of people, the preacher still got to be like, snitches get stitches. That's what I'm saying. The Lord doesn't make mistakes. Is that how that works? Or they got to tell? Got all the different types. Shout out to the old school churches, man, where you eat afterwards. That's how they could keep you long. That's how they could keep you long. Because you can smell the food. Once you smell the food, you like, Pastor, you need to be, come on now. But just because you smell it don't mean it's ready yet. It ain't all the way ready yet. You go down there, you get you some of that watered down Kool-Aid.
Oh, man.
I don't know why they put the ice in it. Let me put my ice in it. You done put the ice in it trying to stretch it out. I know what you're doing. And if churches ain't feeding people no more, what they doing with the money? What they doing with the money? Oh man, they on the private, on the PJs. Creflo Dollar. Come on, man. That can't be his last name.
I couldn't go to a church with a pastor last name Dollar.
What's wrong with Creflo Dollar? He been telling y'all to get your money up for the longest. And he telling you how to do it. Give it to him. Give me your dollar so I can flip it and return it to you and bless it. No, you ain't never gonna get the money back, but the blessings you gonna get. I don't think there's nothing wrong with tithing. I think tithing the right thing to do. I think, you know, if you got it to give it, but I want it to go somewhere where I can see it. You know what I'm saying? If I can't ration out my tithing the way I want, if it come down to it and I don't get this 10% in the church, but I did this in the community, I put this 10% into somebody that I thought could need it because this mother was out here with a child. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's only so much you see somebody messed up and you say, you gonna pray for them. Now, not saying that ain't valuable, but if you can help and you don't help, what you praying for? You praying for somebody else to help? So is that how prayers work? Everybody passing their prayer on to somebody else to, I pray they get some help. You can help them in this situation. You can help them for this time period. Nobody is saying, well, me giving them $10, that ain't gonna do nothing. You don't know, they might be able to eat, this might keep them, this might be the little they need to get over a little hump to get themselves going back down the right path. A lot of people, well, you ain't gonna do nothing but go buy drugs or buy liquor with it. And what them old ladies say, that's not up to me. If that's what he do with it, that's what he do with it. But I know why I gave it and where it came from and what it was. And hey, man, yeah, he gonna go buy drugs with it. The hell else you gonna do with $10? Bro, you homeless, you got $10. What you think you gonna do? Stack till you get a house? If I don't touch no tens, I only live off the nickels, I can have a house in 384 years.
What's up, y'all? It's your girl XP.
And it's your girl, Dre Nicole.
And the time is finally here, y'all. This Wednesday, April 23rd, Travel Queens is premiering on BET Her.
Yes, y'all. BET Her, 8 p.m. EST. Make sure that y'all tune in. And yeah, go ahead and check out these clips because we was having a ball.
Yes, we went to 4 different cities, having a time of our lives. So check it out.
Guys ready?
Yeah. I'm Dre Nicole.
And I'm Lex P.
And together we are Travel Queens.
From Charleston to the streets of Cartagena. We're eating good.
That's up my alley.
Drinking good.
Cheers. And experiencing the beauty of different cultures.
It's gonna be fun.
So we're taking you to incredible destinations with a special focus on the Black experience.
2 queens, 1 glow, endless possibilities. Travel Queens. Series premiere Wednesday, April 23rd at 8 on BET Her.
Bruh, what else they supposed to do? It ain't a rescue, so that's just how I be feeling about stuff, man. You know, a lot of these pastors out here, the pastor freaky. The pastor freaky. You forget you're dealing with men in power. Right? You're dealing with men in the entertainment industry. Do people seek out the most boring church possible? Do people seek out somebody that's just going to read the word and close the book? No. So stop thinking these people is above being people. And we know the final step to hold them is the church. You done hold so low, you gotta go. You done hold so low down, you gotta go. And you think you just washed all the hoe off you? One baptism is not enough. You need some baptismal. They need a little bottle of Pepto Baptismal for your ass. Every time you start feeling hoish, take a sip. Take a sip of this Pepto Baptismal.
Yo.
Ain't no way we're gonna be able to baptize you enough, baby. We're going to have to put you on Pepto Baptismal for the next 8 months, and then we're gonna see how you do. Every time you get a little hot flash, every time you get a little moist and foggy. Ooh, what a relief it is. I'm telling you, we know this. And that's why the preacher's fucking. Whenever the hoe come to church, don't the preacher, well, I need to have one-on-one with sister so-and-so. No, you don't. No, you don't. She can get the word like everybody else. You ain't never had a one-on-one with the old lady. You meet with the old ladies in a big group for 15 minutes. The Ladies Auxiliary Committee or something like that.
Ladies Auxiliary.
That's what they call it. Women's ministry. Anybody can get a little ministry at a church now. The clown ministry, the dance ministry. Man, take off them goddamn green screen suits. Well, they got on motion cap suits. Talk about this praise dancing. Man. Man. She out here dressed in a Power Ranger outfit. And too thick for it.
Too thick for it.
Hey, you know what I'm talking about, dog. You done seen the praise dancer. You like, hey, man, can we get some skirts on them ladies? Let's get some flowy skirts.
They do wear flowy skirts.
No, where you talking about?
Leggings underneath.
Man, hey. You know what I'm talking about. You done seen them. You like, hey, baby, hey, whoa. Whoa. Doing yoga in spandex in church. The Uganda's gonna be, hey, he's gonna be yammed up. It's gonna look like Coming to America. He gonna chop the top on his. He gonna let the roof down. He gonna be out there. That's messed up. Y'all see? Yeah, that's why stereotypes exist now. Cause of y'all. Can't believe y'all, man. Y'all think they get a black pope, it's gonna be like Freaknik. No. What's wrong with you? Why would you think that?
Pope Nick.
Pope Nick.
That's crazy.
Praise the Lord and let me see what you got. Praise the Lord and let me see what you got. Y'all, hey, man. The Lord want me to tell y'all, that was a test. He's not pleased that y'all laughed at that. That did not make him smile. He knew y'all was gonna do it, though. So he let it ride. But he wants y'all to do better. I said it, I didn't laugh at it. No, but the church, the black community, they used to be a little more community with the church. The church be involved in the community. Church make sure the dollar circulate a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Back in the day, the church might have gave you a loan. They knew what you had going on. Investing in people. You know what I'm saying? That building fund, the building became more important. And the building, the least important part, from what the Lord said. That building fund, build up the people. But it's everybody gotta, you start with you. You gotta start with yourself, and then hopefully it trickle on. But a lot of people get up off a thing and not look back. And some people been done wrong by things, so how could they trust, you know what I'm saying, a system? Because you go to one thing looking for another thing. Always look for the Lord in everybody. You know what I'm saying? And when they show you what's not there or it's not there, then, hey, man, you know what you got to do. Yeah, man. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Polytheism, monotheism. So poly, that's a lot. That's if you believe in more than one God. Right? So monotheism is what we do. But that used to always, I used to get in trouble because I'd be like, well, we talk about the Trinity. The Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. And they'd be like, boy, don't you say that. I was like, but you said it. There's only one God, but that's part of God too. So I'm like, okay. Okay, but so it's all him, but he came, Jesus, that was the human form. Okay, got that, but that's still him. The Holy Spirit, that's everywhere, that's still him. But then you go with the 5% of stuff and them old black folks don't like. So God is in me. Yeah, but you ain't no God. Because you know them New York peace God. Yo, the gods in the earths. Man, what's the mathematics? What's today's mathematics? And they break it down, you know what I'm saying? But it's real. If he live in everything, right, then he in you, right? So ultimately, you gonna want what he would want if you on the right path. And that should be to see other people thrive, your people flourish. You take care of the people that's important to you. That's what I always got from it, but that's spirituality. But you know, some of the spirituality now, I don't know, man. Y'all so trendy. Y'all do anything. Y'all do anything to pop. You kill a chicken under the sink. Light some candles and shit. Just to make shit pop. I know. Y'all out there just doing anything trendy. Get you a crystal, stick it up your ass. There you go. Yeah. You're gonna vibrate higher. You're gonna vibrate to the top. Wear this. Dip your toe in this and put this on your chest before you go to bed. Put this necklace on, but don't fuck with it on. And you. Hey, that's part of what I talk about, all that. The first thing I seen like that was City of God. In the City of God, Lil Zepakel, he went and he got the blessing from the shaman. He gave him little beads. He said, you know, put this on. You'll be the boss of the slums. But don't fuck with it all. What he did. Went out there. That was, hey.
Those people who be sacrificing goats and shit.
Yeah.
Stepping on the chicken neck, ripping it with their toes.
All the Santeria. You got the Santeria, you got the voodoo, you got things like that, man. What's the other stuff? And then they got, hey man, it's people out here that worship the devil in your community. A lot of these gangs A lot of this gang stuff, bruh. Everything they do is in reverse. Do you understand what I'm saying? The things that we got all in the music. Listen, man. Hey. This episode ain't gonna come out. This episode ain't gonna come out, man. I'm gonna have all type of chicken's feet thrown at me when I'm in public. Motherfucker gonna try to throw some goat blood on me. Motherfucker gonna blow some ground up blowfish bones. Motherfucker gonna try to turn me into a zombie, all type of shit. I know how it go. That zombie shit real. Y'all know that shit real. Yeah, man, the voodoo, so that's what it was. It's, okay, so you seen, you know, the blowfish, right? It's toxic, but it's a delicacy. You can eat it a certain way. It was an episode of The Simpsons. Homer had the blowfish, and the toxin, if you eat the wrong shit, it can kill you. Because it can shut all your shit down. That's the same shit with blowfish. That's what they do in the voodoo shit. They put the shit outside your door. Motherfuckers walking barefoot. It's ground up. It gets in your bloodstream. You go here, you pass out. They think you dead. You expired. You wake up in the coffin. Buddy that did it to you come get you, and now you work for him because your brain don't work and you don't remember what you used to do. That's where it come from. But that's scientific. You understand what I'm saying? That's some scientific shit. Some shit you see now. So what you think, okay. If you think they was doing that back, but you think Buddy hung himself in the cell. All right. You think they ain't fitted it and kitted it? Accurate dosage, the synthesized dose. We need it to look like you're out of here. All right. I told you, this episode ain't gonna come out. This is already a wrap. You might as well put this one on. This is gonna be the first Patreon episode. Y'all niggas, you gotta pay for this. You gotta pay for this, man. But that's why I put my trust in the Lord. For real. He ain't let me down yet. He ain't let me down. I don't know what you consider a letdown. I think some people think life happening to them might just be, it's part of what it is. What happened after that? What happened out of that? What happened because of that? Well, look at all the shit it took to get you here. On a scientific level. All right. Somebody invested in you. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said, let that one hit the egg. Let him go first. Let him grow. Give him, okay. Let him come out. That ain't no, all right, maybe that's lost on, hey, okay. Anyway, here we are. So, since we doing a religion episode, it's only right we open the doors of the church. And we let people come up with you know what? That's crazy. White people, Catholic church, confessional. You go in there, you tell one person. Black folks, black church, testimony. You tell everybody, everybody has to know what you did for you to be accepted in here. You have to shout people out by name. And Mama, Miss Laura Jean, I am so sorry. Testimony? Bruh, Confessional, you get to whisper in a motherfucker ear. So I fucked the bitch. Testimony. You gotta get up in front of everybody, tell everybody how you smoke crack. How you smoke crack. And you was selling ass. And you woke up and you didn't know where you was. Motherfucker pistol whipped you for 45 minutes. They found you laying in a pool of blood. You gotta tell everybody, bro. In the church, it's kids in here. They don't know what a blowjob is. It's kids in here. It's old people. That's the problem. See, y'all young niggas need to go to church. All the young boys, get it off you. That's why you running around here confused and perplexed. You need to get your testimony together. Man, I was on that perk, man. I woke up on the perk. I went to sleep on the perk. I took a perk. I was asleep. I was woke. I was driving on the perk. I woke up. I wasn't in the car no more. I was on the perk. Nigga gave me the perk. I took it. He looked at me and said, that wasn't no perk. That was fentanyl. I died. I died. The nigga stood over me. He watched me die. Y'all gotta have y'all testimony, man. That's crazy. That's not even in white people to admit what they did in front of a bunch of people.
Hell no.
Black people, yeah. I want to apologize to my family first. You don't know, like, bro, like, that's crazy. Shannon Sharp gonna have to have a testimony.
Testimony.
He gonna have to have a testimony. He can't confessional that away. I was with I shouldn't have been with nobody. That was. She was young. She was about 22. That's crazy. Why is that, bro? Why we ain't got no little confessional? Has anybody ever pulled a pastor to the side and just told them some shit? I did, but I was just fucking around. Because I knew I wasn't going to go to the church no more. After the service, I told him, I said, I kill people. And then I just walked off. I wanted to see what he was going to do with it. He ain't do shit. No, I don't think, that's not a thing. You can ask to talk to the pastor. They got office hours. The pastor be acting busy during the week. He don't be doing shit. Motherfucker eating Piccadilly 3 times a week. Act like he in the community. What you didn't do? What? You just went to where the old folks was. He ain't do shit. Pastor was out there in the community. We was at Piccadilly. Y'all know what it is, man. Good religion. Good spirituality. Whatever worked for you. Make it work for you. Don't be no hypocrite about it. And don't try to change the rules like people like to do, man. You know if you're doing wrong. You gonna do wrong. You know what I'm saying? Don't keep doing it. Stop trying to be right. Be righteous. Think about the goddamn future. That's it, man. What else we got? We got questions. We got office hours. That's what I said. The doors of the church are open. So everybody go around and they can do their testimony. Everybody testimony. Let's hear it. We'll start with you, Jeff. What you did, brother. What have you done? Because I see it coming out in your artwork. You ain't got your testimony? Najee, what we got?
No, I ain't got no
T, we ain't got no testimony now. Sonny, come on. Sumberly Forbes, don't you let us down. Sumberly Forbes, testimony. A church version of No Jumper. Oh my God. He get everybody in there testimony. So you saying you took the perk and then you fucked a bitch? Oh, what? Okay, so testifying different than a testimony. A testimony, what you went through, right? That's your testament.
Testify is when you gotta answer questions. Testimony, you just
Testify is court.
Yeah.
Testify is court. Testimony, you just telling everything. Hey man, I ain't testifying shit, but this is my testimony. You can write this down. So it was me, Jeff, T, Najee, Sonny. We all took the perk. Oh, boy. That's great. Office hours. Here we go. Come on. Let's go. We record. Look, man. This is as close as black people gonna get to confessionals. These English majors office hours. English majors office hours is the closest black people will ever have to a confessional where you can come here, be it whoever you are, whether you are a grown woman trying to decide whether to smash a young man or his brother. Or perhaps you are our dear friend Kimmy, who has found herself in another pickle. And what's the freaky man name? I always got a freaky question. Oh, yes. Perhaps you are here. This is the only place you can come anonymously.
To Jay-Z.
Yeah, to Jay-Z. To Jay-Z. Hey, man, he too legit to quit, man. Every time I'm like, hey, man, is this the same bitch? All right, listen. This is as close as we get to a confessional, man. I know y'all tired of testimonies, man. You was talking about you used to hate that part because your church was, where was, you ain't got no mic, so, but.
It ain't gonna pass over there.
Nah, where you went?
In the hood.
It was in the hood,
Yeah.
and it was.
Sometimes, they come off the street just for somewhere to sit down for a couple of hours, to sit in the back.
Testimony time. Now they want to be saved. The crack done wore off just at the right time. They in there, you know what I'm saying? They feel it. They tired. They done come down off a 2-day flight. Now they want to give their life to the Lord, but they got to tell you their testimony first. Oh, hey man, that's funny, man. I remember when churches used to have more fun and stuff. We had a haunted house at my church when I was a kid. They do Halloween stuff. Then it got to that point where they didn't want you to do nothing. Wasn't no more Halloween. They was trying to get you to throw away toys you had. You can't play with that. That's demonic. And they got to throw the Smurfs away. Oh, yeah, the Pokemon, that was for the younger ones. See, it came around. See, when at my age group, it was anything with, the He-Man, that's sorcery, Thundercats. No, his sword get long, that's gay. You're like, what? They running around in drawers. I was like, I didn't even notice that. Pokemon, yeah, so Pokemon's it's a pocket monster.
A pocket monster.
Now, what that sound like? Son, you want a monster in your pocket? Boy, you just wanted the Game Boy, but what we got?
All right.
Let's do it. Confessional.
Okay. Confessionals. Office hours. All right.
Usher had a confession.
Okay. So
that's why it was such a big deal. These are my confessions. Niggas don't do that. Oh, this must be more serious. This is a confession.
Okay. This comes from Doobie. He or she doesn't say where they're coming from. But Doobie says, where do we find the War on Drugs podcast? I've been trying to tune in since your first mention of it in the Trap Man.
Oh, man, come on. Spotify, iHeart, anywhere you can listen to podcasts, whatever you got. If you got the Apple Podcast app, we on there. We on everywhere that you can listen to podcasts. We shot a little footage, but it's more audio. So, yeah, any and everywhere. What else? Pandora. What else got?
Podcast on Apple. You just say Google. Yeah.
Google got a podcast thing. Go to your podcast thing on your phone.
Yep.
And pull it up.
Okay.
And keep it up. You can go online too, read it. iHeartMedia, all that.
All right. This next question comes from AJ Woods.
AJ Woods.
Yep. AJ says.
Sound like a wrestler.
Yeah. And it's written.
AJ Woods from the Blue Ridge Mountains is coming to a city near you. You gotta see him. AJ Woods. That's right, it's me. AJ Woods from the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Yo. Okay, so this is actually a shout out. He says, nigga. First off,
we got office hours. That's what I said. The doors of the church are open. So everybody go around and they can do their testimony. And Mama, Miss Laura G, I am so sorry. Testimony? Bruh, confessional, you get to whisper in a motherfucker ear. So I fucked the bitch. Testimony. You gotta get up in front of everybody, tell everybody how you smoke crack. How you smoke crack. And you was selling ass. And you woke up and you didn't know where you was. Motherfucker pistol whipped you for 45 minutes. They found you laying in a pool of blood. You gotta tell everybody, bro. In the church, it's kids in here. They don't know what a blowjob is. It's kids in here. It's old people. That's the problem. See, y'all young niggas need to go to church. All the young boys, get it off you. That's why you running around here confused and perplexed. You need to get your testimony together. Man, I was on that perk, man. I woke up on the perk. I went to sleep on the perk. I took a perk. I was asleep. I was woke. I was driving on the perk. I woke up. I wasn't in the car no more. I was on the perk. Nigga gave me the perk. I took it. He looked at me and said, that wasn't no perk. That was fentanyl. I died. Y'all gotta have y'all testimony, man. You ain't got your testimony? All the young boys. And Mama, since we doing a religion, and then I just walked off. I wanted to see what he was gonna do with it. He ain't do shit. Nah, I don't think that's not a thing. You can ask to talk to the pastor. They got office hours. The pastor be acting busy during the week. He don't be doing shit. Motherfucker eating Piccadilly 3 times a week. Act like he in the community. What you didn't do? Boy, you just went to where the old folks was. He ain't do shit. You know, pastor was out there in the community. We was at Piccadilly. Y'all know what it is, man. Good religion. Good spirituality. Whatever worked for you. Make it work for you. Don't be no hypocrite about it. And don't try to change the rules like people like to do, man. You know if you're doing wrong. You gonna do wrong. You know what I'm saying? Don't keep doing it. Stop trying to be right. Be righteous. Think about the goddamn future. That's it, man. What else we got? We got questions. We got office hours. That's what I said. The doors of the church are open. So everybody go around and they can do their testimony. Everybody testimony. Let's hear it. We'll start with you, Jeff. What you did, brother. What have you done? Because I see it coming out in your artwork. You ain't got your testimony? Najee, what we got? Teague, we ain't got no testimony? Nah. Sonny, come on. Sumberly Forbes, don't you let us down. Sumberly Forbes, testimony. A church version of No Jumper? Oh my God. He get everybody in there testimony? So you saying you took the perk and then you fucked it? Oh, what? Okay, so testifying different than a testimony? A testimony what you went through, right? That's your testament.
Testify is when you gotta answer questions. Testimony, you just...
Testify is court.
Yeah.
Testify is court. Testimony, you just telling everything. Hey, man, I ain't testifying shit, but this is my testimony. You can write this down. So it was me, Jeff, T, Najee, Sonny. We all took the perk. Oh, boy. That's great. Office hours. Here we go. Come on. Let's go. We record. Look, man. This is as close as black people gonna get to confessionals. Is English majors office hours. English majors office hours is the closest black people will ever have to a confessional where you can come here, be it whoever you are, whether you are a grown woman trying to decide whether to smash a young man or his brother. Or perhaps you are our dear friend Kimmy, who has found herself in another pickle. And what's the freaky man name? I always got a freaky question. Perhaps you are here. This is the only place you can come anonymously.
To Jay-Z.
Yeah, to Jay-Z. To Jay-Z. Hey, man, he too legit to quit, man. Every time I'm like, hey, man, is this the same bitch? All right, listen. This is as close as we get to a confessional, man. I know y'all tired of testimonies, man. You was talking about they used to hate that part because your church was, where was, you ain't got no mic, so, but.
It ain't gonna pass over there.
Nah, where you went? It was in the hood, and it was.
Sometimes, they come off the street, just for somewhere to sit down for a couple of hours, to sit in the back.
Testimony time. Now they want to be saved. The crack done wore off just at the right time. They in there, you know what I'm saying? They feel it. They tired. They done come down off a 2-day flight. Now they want to give their life to the Lord, but they got to tell you their testimony first. Oh, hey man, that's funny, man. I remember when churches used to have more fun and stuff. We had a haunted house at my church when I was a kid. They do Halloween stuff. Then it got to that point where they didn't want you to do nothing. Wasn't no more Halloween. They was trying to get you to throw away toys you had. You can't play with that. That's demonic. And they got to throw the Smurfs away. Oh, yeah, the Pokemon, that was for the younger ones. See, it came around. See, when at my age group, it was anything with, that He-Man, that's sorcery, Thundercats. No, his sword get long, that's gay. You're like, what? They running around in drawers. I was like, I didn't even notice that. Pokemon, yeah. So Pokemon it's a pocket monster.
A pocket monster.
Now what that sound like? Son, you want a monster in your pocket? Boy, you just wanted the Game Boy, but what we got?
All right.
Let's do it. Confessional.
Okay. Confessionals. Office hours. All right.
Usher had a confession.
Okay. So
that's why it was such a big deal. These are my confessions. Niggas don't do that. Oh, this must be more serious. This is a confession.
Okay, this comes from Doobie. He or she doesn't say where they're coming from. But Doobie says, where do we find the War on Drugs podcast? I've been trying to tune in since your first mention of it in the Trap Man.
Oh, man, come on. Spotify, iHeart, anywhere you can listen to podcasts. Whatever you got. If you got the Apple Podcast app, we on there. We on everywhere that you can listen to podcasts. We shot a little footage, but it's more audio. So, yeah, any and everywhere. What else? Pandora. What else got?
Podcast on Apple. You just say Google. Yeah.
Google got a podcast thing. Go to your podcast thing on your phone.
Yep.
And pull it up.
Okay.
And keep it up. You can go online too, read it, iHeartMedia, all that.
All right. This next question comes from AJ Woods.
AJ Woods.
Yep. AJ says.
Sound like a wrestler.
Yeah. And it's written.
AJ Woods from the Blue Ridge Mountains is coming to a city near you. You gotta see him. AJ Woods. That's right, it's me. AJ Woods from the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Yo. Okay, so this is actually a shout out.
All that.
All right. This next question comes from AJ Woods.
AJ Woods.
Yep. AJ says.
Sound like a wrestler.
Yeah. And it's written.
AJ Woods from the Blue Ridge Mountains is coming to a city near you. You gotta see him. AJ Woods. That's right, it's me. AJ Woods from the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Yo. Okay, so this is actually a shout out. He says, nigga. First off, I want to say salute to you as a person, Clayton. You, DC, Chico, Carlos, and everybody behind 85 South. Thank y'all and much love. But I've been watching you, Clayton, and I got to see you play the character Peanut off House of Pain. I've been waiting on that moment.
What you mean?
They want you to, act Peanut. Give him a line.
Huh?
And action.
What you think this is?
Action.
Y'all think this? Y'all think this to get a monkey a quarter show? And he do the dance, the little organ grinder monkey when they dress a monkey up and they take tips. No, I gotta be. First of all, I'm a method actor. I get in the character, bro, for real. I had to create that character, Peanut. I had to create that character because I wanted the role because I was waiting tables and I needed some money. Like I was doing good for doing bad. You know what I mean? You can be doing good for doing bad. And that's the Lord. The Lord will have you in a bad situation, but you doing good in the bad.
Yeah.
And if you're doing good in the bad, then that means I can get out the bad to where I could just be doing good in the good. But you got to get through the bad. So that's where I was at. And they hit me. I had to figure it out. I had to figure out the character. I read the script. I saw what they wanted it to be, but I saw it wasn't that on the page. You know? I saw two different. Probably like just, writers write stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So everything blend together if you don't have a sense of the area you in. So you describe the character as street hood, thug, dude from Atlanta. I'm like, first of all, that's too many things. You street hood and a thug. Like, bro, just relax. Like, you are overdoing it, man. Like, you gang banging on top of gang banging. This is stupid. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I was like, all right. So that's what they going for. But then the dialect wasn't right. We shooting it in Atlanta. We got to make it sound somewhat like Atlanta.
Right.
So that's where I sat in the car at my mama's house, smoked the blunt, because she don't let me smoke in the house. Read through the script, figured it out, tried it a few different ways. Was like, okay, I could do it like this. Oh, I could do it like this. Okay, I could do it. But then I started finding the character's voice. I started pulling the stuff I was using from. I was like, okay, the motherfucker's supposed to be stupid, but I can't be just. I'm not. I ain't finna be Waldo Faldo. I can't walk. Cause you know I watch TV. I watch shows, so it's like I can't go. I mean, nothing wrong. I'm not knocking him, but his character was. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, man, it's a light on somewhere in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He just might not know shit, but it's a light on in this. You know what I mean? So, man, and just sitting there putting it together, but. Yeah, you watch the episode. I need the residual money. You want to see what I did and how I did it? Go watch me when I did it. Motherfuckers want to see if I still got it. Bitch, watch the episode. There's some new ones. Watch me on anything. You want to see if that's the thing. I get tired of that shit. You got to audition. Do you want me or no? What you want me to do? Like, if you tell me what to do, but don't leave it up to me. Because that's one of the few times I got it right. I just figured it out. But everybody was auditioning, and I heard everybody. Because I was right by the door, so I could hear how everybody was doing it. So I knew that I'm not doing it like that. Everybody was doing it high energy, fast-paced. You know what I'm saying? I was like, no. Because I looked at the west side and the east side. I was like, okay, I could do it like a west side motherfucker and do it how they do it. Or I could do it more how the east side motherfuckers be when they be laid back, when I be doing shit out there like the Wesley Chapel and the Scores and shit. And so the east side shit won out to me, you know what I'm saying? So, but it just, yeah, I heard everybody doing it the same, and I was like, yeah, I ain't finna go in there with that.
Ain't finna go in there with that. Dang.
Y'all got testimony from me, see? See? You see how that worked? Now it's y'all's turn. I open up the floor, everybody, and we hear you in the back too. If you go back there and you got a testimony, come forth. Come forth. Open the doors.
Open the doors.
Open the doors.
Okay. Your next question comes from Free Band Gang.
I thought you was about to start rapping.
No.
Ain't
No.
this some shit? Pulled up in the CADILL, bumping AC blow.
You always do this. So this comes from
Ain't
Free
this some
Band Gang. Stop. Free Band Gang from St. Louis. They say, do you feel that pastors are just comedians for the Lord?
Huh?
Do you feel that pastors are just comedians for the Lord?
But the best one's gonna have something to make you, at least something to make you laugh. You can't always be fire and brimstone, like, you know what I'm saying? You can't be that all the time. You gotta have a little humor. So yeah, I think is anytime you can be funny in a setting that doesn't demand it, and most settings don't. Most motherfuckers ain't going nowhere where they expect you to be funny. If you giving a speech,
Right.
they don't expect you to be funny.
Right.
You don't expect the pastor to be funny. So if they throw that in there, yeah, they definitely gonna have a leg up. And I see that with some of the best ones, or the ones that resonate with me, or make, anytime you can make something relatable, that's the thing, man. Give somebody something that they can take away and apply in their life. You know what I'm saying? You can't just tell people what they want to hear or how they supposed to live according to what you saying. Sometimes you got to tell people a story from the Bible, make that Bible story apply to a real life story, tell a real life story, make that apply to a Bible story, and just tell a story in general that encompasses what you trying to teach with that sermon. Yeah, that's the best preachers. So, yeah, and they take time, they come up with their sermons.
They do.
You know, it might be a few just winging it. It might be a few just up there.
Yo.
That's how Sonny would preach. My. My Lord and Savior. Jesus Christ. You're not saying nothing. Just saying his name in different ways. The King of Kings.
Yahweh.
The Lord of Lords. The Lion. The Lamb.
Okay.
Adam Golgotha came from Nazarene. Yeah, some of them be winging it. They be ripping though.
Okay.
Ain't nothing like a pastor ripping. Ain't nothing like a pastor ripping. And usually the rip come with some comedy.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You seen the white lady that was they was going around? The little white lady, Southern Baptist black preacher, yeah, you can tell she stole somebody's sermon.
What?
Yeah. Because if you want to fry some fish, you need what? Grease. You gonna fry some chicken, you need what? Grease. Say you gonna fry some bacon, you need what? Somebody said grease. She said, oh no. You don't need no grease, you finna fry bacon?
No.
Bacon make his own grease. She said, tell the Lord you want him. Make me my own grease. Y'all ain't seen this?
No.
All right, see, y'all don't be up on church stuff. You just drew the board, huh? See, you don't tune in to nobody's Zoom on Sunday. I be getting tuned. My pop sent me everything. He sent me scriptures. He sent me a scripture. Sometimes he'll send his story mixed with the scripture.
No
I'd be like,
facts.
hold on, man.
That's what they do now.
It's a testimony.
Yeah.
Man, to text me a testimony. But nah, it's love. I love. Let's do it. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, what? Boy, first of all,
No amen.
First of all, he ain't supposed to be there. It's usually a guest. It's usually a guest pastor.
Pastor. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's usually a guest pastor that come bomb. Cause he done finessed his way up in there. Boy, you ain't been preaching. You been reaching.
You've been reaching.
You up there, ain't no prayer in you. So, yeah. What else?
What else?
No, you get a Charleston white ass preacher. Yeah, no. Turn to, no, go back.
Go back. Slow down.
Hold on, y'all must got a different one. This is King James version? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm reading out the James Evans. Y'all ain't got the James Evans one. Okay. Well, just everybody just listen to me and read. I'm going to read it for y'all. No, go back. How you can't find your place? Why you need your place if you a preacher? Oh, no, hold on. Go back. Is it Leviticus? Hey, man, all right. Ephesians, Ecclesiastes. Mm-hmm. Come on, man. All them.
Okay.
Corinthians.
I'll make this your last one.
Galatians.
This comes from Cal from Tampa.
Okay.
And Cal says, why you spazzed on that video game character at the Funny Bone? Yeah, she was disrespectful and loud, but she was a nice lady.
Oh, man, he brought her. She was a nice lady. I thought she was nice until she got in the feelings. She got to understand, hey, it's my show. I'm going to talk shit. If her feelings was hurt, I'm sorry. But, yeah, you seen her. You knew. I knew she wasn't, She used to the attention being on her in the way she wanted on her. And it was not on her. And I might not say what you want me to say. I say hit dogs holler. You know what I'm saying? If I throw something out there and it strike you a certain way, and you taking it personal, and I don't know you, what are you? You might be that. I don't know what you are. I know what you want to be. You wanted to be outside, the way you was acting.
Yeah.
She definitely wanted to be more outside than she did inside. So, yeah, I'm sure she's a great lady. She was outstanding. Yeah, she was standing outside. She was outstanding. If anybody asks me anything about her, I will say she was outstanding. Heard she stood out there for a good little while. I don't know if she had trouble getting the Uber, but the people she came with stayed to the end of the show. Maybe she rode with them. Legend has it she's still standing out there.
Legend has it. Well, I got one more. This one is chill. This comes from Rome, from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Rome says, "What's up, Clayco? I just want to shout y'all out, man. At first, it took a minute for y'all to get them episodes out. But now, y'all definitely the second best show. Broken Place still got y'all slightly. But y'all coming up, though. Shout me out. I'm a young nigga. I'm finna be 24. Hopefully, this shit comes out before my birthday. April 25th.
Man, that's today.
Happy birthday, bro.
First of all, boy, fuck your birthday, man. A man asking another man to wish him happy birthday in the future? That's wild. You want a future birthday wish from another nigga? What are you on? What you on, gang? What you doing? Are you laying on your stomach right now, bro? What are you doing? Are your feet in the air? What are you doing? I would like to know, man, because wish you, and then gonna say it's the second best show. Well, go over in their office hours. Well, come over here in my office hours with no dick riding. This is a non-dick riding national church.
Dick riding national?
Non-dick riding national.
Yo.
Don't get out of here. No, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. The episode's coming out now. Sonny can wish you happy birthday. But yeah, I don't know. What was the question? That was it?
He just wanted to. He just wanted to shout you out.
man.
Show his love.
Talk about we still beat that Broken Play. Nigga, it's 8 niggas over there. It's 4 Monstars and Nav. Nav, the leader of the Monstars. Swag Hammer. And they got sports people over there, too. Listen, relax. Give me a second.
Right.
Y'all niggas be wanting... Look, I'll tell you what. Turn it off.
Turn it off. Close the door.
Turn it off right now. I'll cut all this shit off. I'm going to be here, but you turn it off. At home. Now. Cut it off. Cut it back off. Come on. All right, no, what else we got? That was it?
No, that was it. Happy birthday, Rome.
So there you go, man. Whole little episode. Oh, the conclave smoke, we talked about that. We did everything up there, man. Is there anything I left out? I probably left out little church stories, first Easter speech, you know what I'm saying? Get whooping for playing in the church because you there too long.
Sleep in church?
Bro, it's too much room in the church. Like, that's wrong to have a kid in there and tell them not to run. Like, look how long this aisle is. I'm gonna run. I'm crawling under the pews, man. I'm going. What? You ever got caught mid bullshit in church? Running across the pews, you in the air when they come in. You get whooped in the church too. It's a stronger whooping too. Cause they act like they trying to show out for the Lord. Like he know. He get it. They be whooping you, look it up. You see I'm doing it. Hey, man. He get it? Nah. Everybody, get your, Oh, we ain't talking about the pimping church. Because they one and the same, ain't they? Don't the pimps turn into preachers? And don't preachers turn into pimps? Because preachers come in, because if a preacher ain't really got pussy, then you start getting, that's a hell of a way to get tempted. You up there in front of all these former hoes, trying not to hoe. Ain't enough Pepto-Baptismol to go around. It ain't enough Pepto-Baptismol. And these hoes is out there, and you've been, you know, what they call it, theologian. You've been theology, and, you know, you trying to do the, now you out here with what? And they checking for you? And your suit's right? And you in some country town? They don't care you married, they won't do, hey. And them titties big because it's country. Now you in there, and you don't know how to act because you ain't never, you understand? The pimp come running away from the pussy, so he ain't fazed by it now. He actually get you back on track. I'm gonna teach you how to hoe for yourself. That's all pimps do. That's their redemption arc. I'm gonna stop taking and start getting. Nah, that ain't. All right, that's it, man. Somebody, how long was this? Somebody said they be wanting longer episodes. I tell them this: go watch the other episode, motherfucker. You want a longer episode? Run them bitches back to back. We got episodes y'all ain't watched yet. Go watch them. We got episodes y'all watched, and we got episodes that y'all rewatched. And go rewatch the other one.
It's pretty long. It's a good one.
How long was this?
At least about like an hour and a half.
But damn, that's too long.
What?
Take 20 minutes off this shit. I don't give a fuck which one. The funniest 20. Take the funniest 20 off. They don't get that. That's for me. All right, y'all. We out of here.
All right.
That's where a city near you. You got. Mm-hmm.
Say Google.
Yeah. Google got a podcast thing. Go to your podcast thing on your phone.
Yep.
And pull it up.
Okay.
And keep it up. You can go online too, read it. iHeartMedia, all that.
All right. This next question comes from AJ Woods.
AJ Woods.
Yep. AJ says.
Sound like a wrestler.
Yeah. And it's written.
AJ Woods from the Blue Ridge Mountains is coming to a city near you. You gotta see him. AJ Woods. That's right, it's me. AJ Woods from the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Yo. Okay, so this is actually a shout out. He says, nigga. First off, I want to say salute to you as a person, Clayton. You, DC, Chico, Carlos, and everybody behind 85 South. Thank y'all and much love. But I've been watching you, Clayton, and I got to see you play the character.
It's Nolan. Now, before we get started, make sure you're going off because a chick that y'all are protecting.
With all y'all. Okay. Well, that ain't started yet. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. What's up with y'all, man? Big Ack in the building. All right, let me just go live everywhere. I think we're straight. Should be straight. If you're on Kick or Rumble, I done said it. I said, I'm gonna just let y'all know. I'm already drunk. So I'm really just gonna do coffee tonight. I hope to do coffee. I got the liquor there. I don't want to touch it. I might pass out. Okay, anyway. Chat, how are y'all doing? We are 4 days away from my live event, a few days away from my birthday. Very excited for that. Shout out to all the people who are making arrangements, plan to show up. I can't wait to see you guys there. Sorry for missing yesterday. It was going to be a late stream if I did stream yesterday, but I didn't really get it in. So we're back at day one. And I know some of y'all might be like, yo, Ack, you got more day ones than anybody. It's okay. This is our first day out again.
We'll eventually get to 30. I don't care if it takes the whole year. I always also say for the people who do watch, and your goal has been to try to get me to stream more, the fact that we're trying to pursue 30 days in a row, and I'm still not giving up on that pursuit, means that you're going to get more streams than ever. I think last month in April, we streamed like 22 days, which means I only missed like 8 days. So, again, the good side of it for the people who like your act, just give up on the streak. Me trying to pursue the streak is giving you guys more streams. So if you want more content, you should encourage it, even if we fuck up from time to time. All right. What are we going to be talking about today? There's I don't even think there's many topics to really get to. In the last like about 48 hours, I'm like, I felt like I was like Drake. I felt like these little media motherfuckers try to jump me. I'm like, hold on. Yo, there's so many times that I feel like I'm the culprit and I'm like the bad guy because I love playing the villain role. There's no problem with it. But there is a lot of times that I'm like, wait, hold on. What the fuck does this guy do with me? So we're going to get into a whole bunch of things, as Nikki would say, things today. But primarily, and this was the most shocking part, it feels like all the DEI hires, all the third-string quarterbacks, all the people who are C, D, E, F, and Z mics on their respective shows, this is their time to try to clout chase. And I understand why, because I also sat back and thought, I'm like, how come they don't attack nobody else like this? Nobody will give them the time of day. But today I got time, cuz. I'm never one to not give someone the clout they're desperately seeking. So this is why I really respond to people that's not in my league or caliber. Okay? And it's all good. If at any point anybody I'm responding to, if y'all ever feel the need to tap in your big homie, tap your big homie in. I never said it gotta be. Listen, I already show up in the media space. I came in this game knowing it's gonna be 1v30. Drake got 1v20. I don't care who it is. It could be me versus the whole industry. I don't give a fuck. So we're gonna start off, and some of these things you might have to tell me because I might miss some of these people, but we're addressing everything. So first and foremost, let me be very, 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 very clear. Okay, I understand there's a lot of public sentiment, right? And that's why I'm trying to keep it light with the tone, even though I'm a little late. The public sentiment about me, there's so many people that they've been waiting. Yo, when are we going to get them out of here? They thought they had me. They tried to cancel me like 7 times. Didn't work. The last time, they really thought they had me. Big Act still somehow, and the chat, we prevailed. So I understand they can't wait for that moment. So anytime when something happens with me, I always see a bunch of people jump out the woodworks, and I'm always hitting y'all, as I said, with a Conor McGregor. Who the fuck is this guy? Like, where did this person come from? Because normally, these people don't ever want to, I always told y'all, who was it about recently? And I said, I don't do pylons. If I got a problem with a nigga, I'll address that person, and I don't need everybody to have a problem with a nigga. We don't do 20v1s. If I got a problem with you, I'm going to just say it. But that's not the case when it comes to me. I think at this point, they're like, yo, it's Debo, and we just got to get him by any means necessary. Let's jump this motherfucker. So just to be very clear, I was minding my good old business, okay? I think it was a Thursday night. I was minding my good old business. Not saying nothing to nobody. I'm covering the Diddy trial. I'm covering all type of things. And I have to give this in order. Because if I don't give it in order, they're going to say the usual narratives. Because, they have, like, incorrect narratives about me. Oh, Ack only gets at women. Like I'm sitting here just targeting women. I target anybody who mentions me. If you have a dog that could tweet, I'll target your dog. If you got an alien that jumped from space, I'll target the alien. I defend myself, and I've always done that. I came in this game with no handouts. I was not a former rapper. I didn't sign 5 different contracts and have big label backing. I had to do it out the mud. So when people attack me, I take it very personal. I've always taken it very personal. Because nobody ever helped me. So I have to defend what I've built when nobody ever gave me anything. So, minding my business, there was a Kendrick concert that went on. And we're going to touch a lot more into this because we're going to go on a fact-finding basis with this. There was a Kendrick concert that actually I had tickets to. I showed the tickets. I had sweet tickets, okay? Now, the tickets, a partner of mine bought the suite. They actually asked me months ago. They said, hey, Ack, the Kendrick Lamar suite, we could get a suite. I think it's like $20 to $30,000. Okay, it's like, I think the suite holds like 16 to 20 people, but it was like 20 to 30,000. They said, if you're going to go, they understand my role in hip hop. They're like, yo, if we'll spend the bread that you could go and have a moment there. It's Jersey. I don't give a fuck. What y'all talking about that LA shit? I'm straight in Jersey. I'm going to bring my niggas and I'm going to be cooling. If y'all ever want to see me at shows, I go to every show that I want to at Prudential. Like, all that. If I want to go outside, not a person can stop me, okay? Now, I'm not a gangster, but come on. Like, we're just adults. So, for whatever reason, I thought it was the day after because he did 2 shows back to back. I didn't go to the show. I actually found out, if you guys watch the stream, I found out on stream that I fucking missed the show. Like, the dude called me like, bro, where you at? We in the suite. We seen you launch the stream. They knew I was trying to stream at the show. So they seen the notification, Ack is live. They're thinking like I'm walking in the venue. Nigga, I'm on stream. And so I'm like, no, it's a show tomorrow. And by the way, you're going to see me pop up at the show. Don't you worry. We already sorted that out. So anyway, I missed the show. Whatever. You know, I did want to go see the show. By the way, truth be told, my intentions behind seeing the show, I do think the show is, from what I look at it, looks like it's pretty dope. Second of all, shit, I go to shows. What the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, again, you know, despite people aligning me with Drake or whatever, like, ain't nobody could bully me on no goddamn spot. Never happened. It won't. Okay? So, I was going to go. Didn't go. I'm just doing my stream. All of a sudden, somebody hits me. I think it might have been one of my, might have been Grant or something. I don't know who did. But they're like, yo, the DEI hire, the substitute teacher that never left on The Breakfast Club, she's tweeting about the show, but she's tweeting about you, just calling you a liar. Now, remember, I ain't saying nothing about none of these niggas. I ain't talking about them. I'm minding my motherfucking business. I'm at a family barbecue with the chat. She randomly mentions me. Now, here's the thing, and this is what I don't like about the internet. I'm now the bad guy for defending myself. Because in the eyes of the internet, when they don't like someone, there's no way you could be right. I think, and it's funny how people like 50, but then people don't like when other people use the same principles that 50 use. 50 is the type of person, if he's walking in the club and you step on his shoe and he punches you in the face, your action versus his reaction don't gotta match. So yeah, Shorty called me out of my name. I went off. And I gave her 24 hours to clarify and rectify why the hell she called me a liar. With all that being said, I could tell, you know, all the little feminists and all these other people, they were jumping out trying to defend her. Of course, K-Dot fans as well. And then I see all types of people jumping in. All type of people jumping in. Now the nigga, the white boy, I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? I'm like, I dusted you already. Like, nobody knows you. He's jumping in. And in reality, and just to be honest, and I have to set the tone before I say any of this, because people love to act like I'm the antagonist. I was minding my business. I need that to be understood. So anything I say, I need y'all to know this all started while Ack was minding his fucking business. Now, in this media space, a lot of it that I take, especially for hip hop, the current landscape, I take a lot of credit for. I'm sorry, I'm gonna pop my shit. I ain't no punk. But I was minding my business. Anyway, my niggas hit me on the group chat again while I'm streaming. I'm talking to Whack 100. They tell me, yo, Ack, Shorty from a show that you like to watch, which is the Cam and May show, she jumps in. I'm like, why is she jumping in? I don't know nothing about her. Like, I've seen her on the show. I know who she is. Know nothing about her. Never had a bad word to say to her. She jumps in after my tweet that doesn't mention her. Why is this man so angry? Ha, ha, ha. Lawrence said you lie about numbers. It translates all this. Laugh my ass. I think you need a vacay. Whoa. Got nothing to do with her. Okay. Now, I know y'all like to make me the bad guy, but I only want to present facts in the order that they came out in this situation. So I did respond. And I keep telling y'all, don't engage with me if y'all don't like the responses. Because Ack is always liable to take it a little bit too far. I am. Not saying I'm not. Cool. So I responded back after I seen that. I'm like, what the hell? Now, I know she's on the Cam and May show. I said, who the fuck are you? Like, again, it's the Conor McGregor joint. Who the fuck is this guy? Because I've never seen an opinion or heard an opinion about anything that would be polarizing. She does a good job on the show. I'm not knocking it. I'm giving everybody they just do because I'm here to also address everybody. But I'm like, and I said, listen, literally, who are you? I said, I would violate you, but, just out of respect for Cam and Mace, just stay in a woman's place, shorty. Please, just stay in a woman's place. Because I know they're trying to build this narrative like I'm only targeting women, but I target whatever I see. I guarantee, and listen, I might think I'm lying. The Lauren LaRosa shit, my group chat, all my chat niggas, Grant and everybody else, they sent me that. And I reacted in real time. Whack, I gotta call you back. I can't believe this. Click, let me address this. This shit, they sent me this too. Now, if there's other people, like for example, the little gay white boy from Elliot Wilson's show, he's a bum. I violated him any day. Nobody cares about him, okay? But he's one of the Z-list, third stringer niggas like who's trying to get in the algorithm, homie. You know how Cam said he didn't want to engage with he didn't want to engage with Kanye because Kanye sucked dicks before, supposedly. I don't want to engage with a nigga who sound fruity as hell. You sound zesty, nigga. I'm sorry. Time out. You get your stupid ass on out of here. Write your thoughts down and get Elliot Wilson to say it. And then I'll talk to Elliot. I don't want to talk to you. You sound too zesty for me, bro. I'm sorry. Okay? But let's get back to it. So I kept it, I think, very light when it came to this person. Her name is Treasure Wilson. I didn't want people to keep up a narrative saying I'm going at women. I understand, even though that narrative comes from the shade rooms and women who don't watch my content consistently, they don't realize that the majority of issues or back and forths I get into are with men. They only see it get into their radar when it's against a woman. So I get it. So when I seen Shorty kind of chime in, I'm not trying to go too crazy because also I fuck with Cam and Mace and I like their show. I mean, do I know them personally? Me and Mace have traded some DMs and stuff like that, and whatever the case is. Me and Cam, I don't think we've really spoken that much, but I've spoken highly of him. He's spoken seemingly nice about me. That's where it's at. Okay? So, all right, I got my shit off. Now, again, I'm only here to tell y'all. Yeah, not going listen. Not no punk when it comes to media. I will sit here and go back and forth with y'all until death. That's how I've always given it up. Okay? But I have to give the context because I know some of these people I'm talking about are liked. Like, for example, Cam Mace and even this woman, they're liked. So I have to give the context of where this came from that you don't think if I say anything crazy, Ack is tweaking. I'm minding my business. One chick called me a liar. I respond to her saying, how am I a liar? I'm going to give you 24 hours to tell you. People say, well, why are you going at her? I said, I protect my reputation with my life. Then this random chick, let me not call her random because she's on the show with Cam and Mace. She jumps in and she's almost like, and I'm like, what the fuck this got to do with you? So I responded. Now, let's get to this. It is what it is, Instagram. Now, I don't know if Shorty hacked the show's Instagram. I don't know if this is Cam tweeting from the pool in the back. I don't know if this is Mace tweeting from the pulp. I don't know who is putting up these captions, but I'm going to address it the same way. Because I don't want y'all to say, oh, okay, now a man said something to him, so now he ducking and dodging. We're going to have to address it all, okay? So, I don't know who this is, but it's from the It Is What It Is talk. By the way, I like the show. Not knocking. I like the show. I think you guys should watch it. It's a great show. But we're going to address everything. It says, hey, academics. Okay, I like the all caps. I love that energy. Out of all the tweets you've seen, ma'am or sir, whoever this is, or team, PA, whoever is tweeting, I really don't see much tweets. Like, I've showed y'all my Twitter before. Because of so much hate I get, my Twitter mention says no one mentions me. Like, Twitter has blocked all my mentions, and I think it's because it's so much, like, crazy shit. So I really don't see, it looks like on my Twitter, I can show you on my phone. I'll show you on my phone once again. Again, this is just kind of putting home the narrative that I'm over here looking at what people are saying, okay? I don't see anything. Look, this is my account. And this is for anybody who think when you're tweeting at me like I see it. I don't see it. These academics. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Yeah, I see the whatever million followers or whatever. Y'all probably can't see it right. When I go to mentions, this is all I see in mentions. I want to make sure y'all can see it. This is all I see in mentions. There's 3 tweets. I can refresh it. It don't show me more. Like, it's not no setting I put on my account. I don't, look, this is my mentions. And niggas talk about me every day. Look, oh, sorry. I don't see tweets. I don't see mentions. I don't see none of it. Look, wait. I'm trying to refresh it for y'all. That y'all could know. And I know that this is like a really, nobody gives a fuck about maybe this point I'm making. But, I want, for the people who might say, no, academics is picking and choosing. I don't pick and choose. I've always hated that gangsters pick and choose. Anybody, if I'm addressing the Z-listers, I will address the A-listers too. I address anybody who addresses me, okay? Because I think that was kind of insinuated in that first line, saying, look, so see, again, this is my mentions. Look, how do I just got to, yeah, see, you see, I'm scrolling down. Look, it's still 3 tweets. Nigga, I can't even scroll up on my mentions. Now, granted, if I'm on another account and I search at academics, there's mad mentions. I just, for whatever reason, don't show me. I don't know what it is. I think it's because y'all be saying all type of wild shit about me, and they probably chalked up a lot of that shit as hate, whatever AI system X has, and they just don't show me. I don't know why. I don't give a fuck, because when I'm tweeting, I don't really give too much fuck about reading what people are saying back. When I'm tweeting, this is a one-way conversation, okay? Fuck you, whatever I said, I'll catch you on stream. That's it. I ain't really trying to go back and forth. Now, I said that to say I didn't see her tweet or pick and choose her tweet. My chat nigga sent me her tweet. Just like I didn't see Lauren LaRosa's tweet. I think I follow her. But my chat sent me that tweet. Okay, so just to be clear on this. She said, out of all the tweets you've seen, you decided to say something back to Stat. Is Stat this woman right here? Okay. Treasure Wilson. Why? Because we popping. Now, I don't know who's typing this, but if this idea that 2 rappers who have been in this industry 40 years is bragging or trying to say they're popping is ludicrous to me. I'm like, what? Wait, what? And also, I address Ruri and Mealy Mall. Them niggas are bums. I address the gay nigga from Elliot Wilson's show. That nigga's a bum. I just address everybody. You get what I'm saying? The nigga who got Kendrick dick lodged in the back of his throat. I addressed him supposedly at one point. I didn't even know who he was when I did. I'm just answering to whatever I see if I happen to see it, okay? I don't do the pick and choosing. So why could we pop it? But that's cool. We gonna make it clear and simple. Ain't gonna be no type of violating going on, especially with Stat. Fair warning. It is what it is. Nobody's safe. We say what the fuck we want. Now, very clear. And this is my response to the entire program. Because I don't know who typed this. Nobody had a signature. So I'm just going to address the entire program. And again, I've said like about a week ago, I hope me and Cam never got into it because I really love Cam. And by the way, I want to put my biases out there and put, I grew up on Cam. I love Cam. I love Mace too, musically. I don't really want to get in the back and forth to them, but not because I like you, I'm going to let you punk me. So here's my response to them. Now, I get it, maybe, and this is why I went through that, lethargic process of showing you I didn't pick and choose your co-host. Your co-host got into a conversation that had nothing to do with her. Me and Lauren LaRosa is having she called me a liar, I'm responding. Your co-host jumps in the conversation, and then I address your co-host. Again, I understand whatever, if y'all are so popping this and third, but let me try to break it down to the terminology that y'all might understand. Mace, Cam, love you both, so let me say that before, but let me address it. When y'all are going through y'all personal back and forth with someone who's calling you out of your name or calling you a liar or defaming you, people do comment on it. By the way, I'm not mad at somebody commenting about it. My thing is about you jumping in, almost picking sides. You could be a neutral arbiter. You could be a person who's watching. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. Mace, when they came out like about, let me see, it's about 17, 18 years now saying that you was fucking a tranny, you ain't seen niggas jump out there and be like, oh yeah, Mace is No, we just trying to see what's up. We don't pick and choose when two people getting into it, especially when it ain't our business. What I'm saying is my business with Shorty. She called me a liar. Why your co-host jumping in? This ain't no about picking on stat or whatever. Bruv, when niggas was calling you out of your name and you defending yourself, if anybody else jumped in, piling on with the other person, you would feel offended. You ain't see the whole media jump in basically saying, oh, nah, Mace was fucking trannies. No. So just stay out of my business. And I'm saying it respectfully for all of y'all. Stay out of my business. Woman called me a liar. I'm defending myself. Please don't jump in and try to pick a side already. Unless you're trying to say you're trying to get it up with me. Same thing with Cam. Yo, Cam, when niggas were saying you got socked in the eye by whoever the fuck, what, True Life, this and third, and you showing the pool, this and, bruv, nobody jumped in. I love your music. Nobody jumped in and was just like, yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, Cam probably did get. No, we let y'all brothers go back and forth, even though niggas did comment on it. Niggas commented about y'all going back and forth. Niggas ain't pick a side. So my thing is, brother, I get it. Y'all sensitive because that's y'all co-host and y'all gonna stick up for that person. But why the fuck she in my business? My business is with this woman who called me out my name, called me a liar. You ain't see that tweet? Do I gotta bring y'all back? I'm chilling. I'm at a family barbecue on stream with my chat. Okay? The chick said randomly, this is Lauren LaRosa from The Breakfast Club. This is why Charlamagne ain't said nothing. Yo, Ack is a liar. My thing is this. Okay. And by the way, this is what we got to stop in this media culture. We can't allow women just because they have two X chromosomes and they fucking bleed once a month. They do whatever and there's no recourse. Again, we just talking with words here. There's no threats of physical violence and shit like that. Shorty says I'm a liar. I can't respond because she's a woman? She says I'm a liar. She's at the show, probably drunk as fuck, looking for some TDE cock to suck, and she thinking about me. I can't respond. I'm saying I'm taking phase as they come, but God damn it. Look, let me go back to my tweet. Remember, I'm minding my motherfucking business. Again, we just talking about minding your business. So when I address your co-host, the violation or whatever is like, yo, mind your business, shorty. Get out of here. I understand if I'm talking about it is what it is, and she jumps in, makes all the sense in the world. If she wanted to react to it, which she could. Bruv, when you now react to it and you're clowning or taking the side of the person that I'm going against, nigga, you think I'm not going to respond to you? It's not picking and choosing. That's the problem with everybody else. Everybody else picks and chooses. I don't want to pick and choose. If Charlamagne had responded, I would have responded to him. If Joe Budden had responded, I would have responded to him. I don't care. Whoever was going to respond, I was going to respond to them. So let's go back to the initial tweet. The initial tweet, the initial tweet, right? I'm minding my motherfucking business. Shorty says, I'm here. Academics live. What the fuck? Bitch, I don't know if you slobbed up Dave, Free, Punch, Kendrick, or whoever the fuck you did to get them goddamn MetLife tickets, my nigga. Why is you at the show mentioning academics? I've never been to a show and said, let me tweet about Lauren LaRosa. It's never happened. And then y'all get mad because when I look at this, I see two things. She's trying to throw me under the bus, kick me, right? And she's also using my name for attention. Why are you mentioning me? All you got to say is, yo, this concert is lit. Yo, I'm a living testament. I'm here. This shit looking around. This shit is popping. Ain't nobody got nothing to say to you if you say that. Why are you bringing my name into this, shorty? I've never talked about you, about your opinion on some shit. Bitch, you be saying all the time, didn't you get fired or let go from TMZ? Nobody checking for you. You thought you was hot shit because you bullied, what's that chick name again? The transsexual looking one, what's her name? Jess Hilarious, and you ended up being on The Breakfast Club? But in reality, you launched a podcast. Niggas don't want to listen to you by yourself, Dolly. That's another thing. It's a conflict of interest even for me. Because I sit here 6 hours every day entertaining people, and when I look up on that number and I see 16,000, 17,000 people who are tuned in via various platforms, I know if I don't give it up, they gonna leave. But all of y'all get to sit there, get carried by somebody who's talented, Charlamagne, and then when y'all shit is low, y'all just get online and just start shooting at me. I can't respond. And I know the bigger thing should be like, nah, why you even responding? Man, because you let these motherfuckers keep doing this shit. They start, remember when all the rappers thought it was cool to diss me? Didn't I set that straight? They stopped. They stop. I told Vlad that too. I said, Vlad, you got to start get at these niggas. Because they're going to use your name as a crutch to go viral. You got to stop it. So Lauren LaRosa, anybody got to give a fuck about who you done slapped up, whatever you done did to get in that goddamn Kendrick show, or you that happy because they serving you whatever type of drinks and little mimosas. Shorty, why is you thinking about me at a concert? Why? Because I'm not thinking about you. But I get it. You wanted your moment. But now you don't like how the moment go because I'm going to call you out your name. I'm going to call you bitch, hoe. I'm going to say everything. And if I knew anything about your family, I'm going to say it too. I really don't have that type of filter. Now, we're going to get to this Lauren LaRosa chick. But let me finish off with Cam and Mace. Because I rock with these brothers. But I understand the idea of defending your co-host, but I ain't going to understand no type of lame activity in y'all thinking that I shouldn't respond to y'all co-host when she jump in my business. She jump in my business. I ain't jumping her business. If it was about a breakup going on, that it is what it is, and I said, man, y'all should have been fired this chick. She was untalented. And she checked me online, and she said some shit, nigga, she's within her right. Why am I in her business like this? Especially if we're all in the media space. So what I did when I offered, and I thought I kept it light with her. Just stay in a woman's place, short. Like, chill out, bro. I got respect for Cam and Mace. Chill out. Now, I was going to leave it at that. I wasn't even going to look to see what she said after. But I don't know who's on the It Is What It Is talk page. I don't know if y'all are like, maybe y'all think this is like some WWE shit or whatever. And I look at both of y'all, and I have too much respect for y'all to think y'all would be doing shit like that, where y'all like, but then I seen the huffing and puffing. I'm like, bro, if that's how y'all feel, academics don't need no goddamn warning. Don't give me no warning. I don't need no warning. I don't need no first chance, second chance. I don't need that. Just make sure y'all are aware of what the fuck y'all going up on. Y'all going up on y'all co-host, jumping in a conversation that wasn't about her, that clearly was between me and somebody else. I told her to stay in her goddamn place. And if that's what y'all want to ride out about, okay, that's cool. I'm not knocking it because I get it. But this idea, number one, completely false. Oh, you're only mentioning us because we're popping. Cam and Mace, respectfully, y'all niggas been rappers for like 40 years. Y'all just got into this content game. I done made $20 plus million, never rapped the fucking bar. Actually, I did. Lil Lack was fire. I was the guy. Anyway, the point is this. Y'all can't hit me with no, oh, you're mentioning. I don't mention niggas for clout. You think I mention media niggas for clout? And I look up to y'all niggas, but y'all are media niggas at this point, and I like y'all. I really do like y'all. I like y'all program. I think what y'all doing is great. I don't take nothing away from it because I'm going to still watch y'all. But this idea that y'all trying to like that kind of look a little weird to me because I get it. When you see those two women start getting at me, the internet are dick riders. They've been trying to see me fall for a long time. So they all start saying, all right, man, I see it. Like, they're on Twitter like, oh, man. Because I ain't gonna lie. And I'll give some credit to Shorty. I didn't know too much about her other than being on your show. But the Treasure Wilson, people love her. I got some DMs that say, yo, man, stop playing with Stat Baby. I think that's her name. Cool. Not knocking it, got nothing against her. All I was trying to tell her, Lauren LaRosa could be your friend, but if you don't want no smoke with me, stay out of that business. It's the same thing. Put it like this. And I know, I get it. Those are women, this and third, but we talking with words. Nobody getting physical. If two niggas got beef, if Mace got beef with another nigga, Cam, and all of a sudden, the nigga tell Mace to suck his dick, and all of a sudden, you respond on some, nigga, fuck out of here, nigga, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. Nigga, you not in their beef. The nigga should respond to you, because now you over here, you picked a side. That's all I'm trying to say. Shorty should have minded her damn business. Mind your business. Mind your business. Unless you want me to respond to you. But I got to keep addressing it. I ain't never going to stop. And for all my chat niggas, I got to apologize to y'all because I'm never going to stop. They will turn you into a piñata and use you as a kicking, like a stepping stone, and they'll just use you as something to kick when they realize there's a mountain amount of people that want to either laugh at you, watch your demise, or they want you to just be used as the punchline of a joke. If you don't defend yourself, trust me, they won't defend you. They won't ever feel bad for you. So that's the reason why I respond to everything. You get what I'm saying? So once again, just going back to it, and we're going to move on to Lauren LaRosa, but to wrap it up with Cam and Mace, if somebody came for y'all credibility, if someone came for y'all about illicit rumors about you, they were saying all type of wild shit about Mace. and you decided to respond, and somebody else jumped out and said, damn, Mace, why you responding about the tranny shit like that? You must really like trannies. You don't think you got a right to go violate that person or respond to that person? If you could answer that question truly, we could get into whatever else afterwards. Same thing with Cam. When Jim Jones saying A, B, C, D, and E, if niggas jumped online and started saying, nah, we believe Jim, man, because Cam don't even look like he like that, you would have a problem. Like, nigga, mind your motherfucking business, nigga. You don't know what me and Jim had? Mind your motherfucking business. I think you would. So, I'm going to leave that at there. And if y'all want to go get some ratings or whatever, and by the way, I know y'all doing good already, so it's not necessarily I need ratings. But I seen a lot of people hit me that were like, yo, Ak, you better be careful with these niggas. Like, they're setting you up. They're going to go crazy on your money. Nigga, what the fuck do I care about that, my nigga? If it was already preordained and set in stone that y'all wanted to go off on me for some dumb shit, I don't care. But just know you're going off because a chick that y'all are protecting couldn't mind her motherfucking business. It had nothing to do with her. Okay? So it is what it is afterwards. And I'll respond to anything y'all say afterwards. It is what it is. Now, let me get to this line-ass chick. Okay. So, this Lauren LaRosa chick, okay, the substitute teacher that showed up and never left. She got some tickets. From what I was told, Interscope and Kendrick's team blessed a bunch of people in the media space with tickets. Okay? And this is a common tactic. The best way to get somebody to really start dick riding you get them some tickets, you get them some free drinks, you put them in a suite, you give them some extra access, and usually they're going to come back with a testimonial like, yo, this shit is so lit, this and third. That's another thing. I ain't going to lie. Shit, I'm being honest. And again, when I'm speaking, I'm always going to give it up how I'm going to give it up. Dave Free and them gave me tickets to the Mr. Morale and Big Steppers tour. They took really nice care of me. And I thought that tour was good. And I did speak pretty highly of them. This whole thing where I was going to go to the MetLife specifically and go to the tour, nigga, well, my man's bought them tickets. We ain't get no tickets. Like, their team don't fuck with us. Clearly, after they put me on Drake's side, so they don't fuck with us. But, you know what I mean? I don't care. Like, I want to be able to get a real perspective on how this tour is. Like, is it lit all the way through? What parts I like versus what parts I don't like? Watching on the video, I can't really tell. I think I've given, like, mixed reviews on it because some videos I've seen, I'm like, energy is a little bit iffy. Then some other videos, I'm like, oh, this shit's lit. And that's the thing. And this is where my biggest problem is with Lauren LaRosa. And this is exactly why you ain't on TMZ. And it's exactly why you over here having a fight with a transsexual-looking motherfucker named Jess Hilarious for your space on the Breakfast Club. And this is why nobody listens to you when you're by yourself, because you're not intellectually honest. You came out, and while you were there, probably drunk off whatever the fuck you were drinking there, you couldn't help but make that moment about me and what you claim I said. Except you were lying about me, claiming I was lying. I've given many different conversations or spoken about. Again, nobody works harder than me. I don't care who you're talking about. I sit here and stream 6 hours a day. Y'all motherfuckers, even if y'all at the Breakfast Club, y'all talk time because y'all do talk breaks. Y'all play music the majority of the time. Y'all talk time is like an hour. I sit here for 6 hours a day every day. So there's a lot of clips of me saying a lot of things. And everybody knows. If you watch my stream, by the way, you guys should go to kick.com/academics. That's our news platform we're streaming on. It's a new version of syndication. Stream everywhere. One thing you could say about me is that I've never always said I'm right, like fully. I'm always humble enough that if I get new information that changes my opinion, I will change it. But for the majority of the time, I'm always coming correct. And there's never a time where I'm looking at evidence that says A and I just lie and say B. That's why I was triggered. Because that's the reason why I be having, like, right now I'm looking at the chat. We got 15,000 people in here. You think 15,000 people is just in here just because we're just lying about everything? They know Ak is going to do a good job of breaking certain shit out. Now, am I biased about certain things? Of course. So, yeah, when you come at you're coming at my entire reputation. You're coming at exactly what I've built. Bitch, I never got given no fucking spot on radio like you. I never got given none of that. You see when that whole shit happened when they were looking for Breakfast Club hosts? You think they asked me once? No, nobody don't fuck with me. Nigga, I made what I made, nigga. I made this. I made it where Spotify had to come holler at me. I made it where Complex had to come holler at me. I made it where even Black Effect had to come holler at me. I had to build this with these motherfuckers in the chat, all 15,000 of them. So I do take it very offensive, and I get it. And this is why I can't believe, you see that chick, Treasure Wilson? Hate to bring her back up in this. You wouldn't know because we didn't know about you until you're on the show with Cam and Mace. So you wouldn't care if somebody is impugning your reputation, your integrity, and everything else because that's not why you got to here. You're a 22-year-old, good-looking, attractive girl who's supposed to be eye candy. I know about this because I did Everyday Struggle, and when we came to picking a host, one option was some white dude, and then we're like, listen, well, number one, Neska's very smart and intelligent, but also she's a woman and she's eye candy. What the fuck? Let's keep it 100. So I understand maybe why you have that disconnect with why I'm upset. Yeah, of course. You know, when you see somebody defending what they built, of course it's going to look like, oh, man, he's so triggered. Yeah, I'm triggered because I had to build this. Shorty, at 22, you know what I was doing at 22? I was in the back of a Mazda 3 cranking out 7 videos a day while I had a regular job. Nobody knew me. I had to build it. I'm very upset. I'm very triggered when people attack my work. This is why I went off on Yes Jules. I'm always triggered. I've never gotten a, oh, he's good looking pass. They used to say I stutter a lot. People say a lot about me that would prevent me from getting to where I'm at. So when y'all who have gotten there, some of y'all on with y'all legs up and on y'all back, when y'all get y'all positions, how dare y'all talk about a nigga like me? I'm upset. You're damn right I'm upset. And by the way, it's not only a woman thing. I was upset when niggas like Rosenberg and them other dweebs talked about me too. You bum ass nigga, you up there with a radio station that hasn't had no change or impact for a while. Your job is handed to you on a platter. You get to talk to millions of people. You don't have to work a fucking day for it. These are the laziest motherfuckers in the game. I'm always upset when it comes to what I've built. And I'm sitting here and I'm defending what me and this motherfucking chat that some of y'all come in and out, and I know there's a lot of hate watchers. I'm going to defend it all the time. Y'all go build a company. Y'all go get off of that show with Cam and Mason. You go build something that you have hundreds of thousands of views with. And let somebody say, you're over there reporting fake shit. Or why is she so pressed? People joking on her. Let me see you do that. Lauren LaRosa, you were the substitute teacher on the Breakfast Club. The girl came back from the pregnancy, wants you to leave. You don't want to leave. You fucking handcuff yourself to the fucking chair. And you got no confidence in yourself to build it yourself. That's why I respond to y'all like that. That's why when y'all see, why is he so angry? Yeah, the anger comes from the pit of my gut because I've done worked harder than everybody to get where I got. And I don't care if you like me. I don't care whatever you think about me, but it does bother me. And when it does bother me, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm going to call y'all your name. Yes, I'm going to take your disrespect and I'm going to times it via 100. Y'all could just leave me out of y'all conversations. You know how many people who, this happened with rappers. I know a few rappers who I love their music, but they don't fuck with me. But you know what they say? Man, fuck that bitch ass nigga acting. We just not going to talk about him. We ain't going to get on the gram and go engage with him because we know he about to go use his platform that he built diligently for over 15 years. He's going to use it for the next 6 months to 12 months and really break down everything we got in terms of momentum. They're smart. So I never really miss an opportunity to give lessons like this on days like today. But without further ado, and that was the intro of me speaking about this person, why I'm so upset, right? You know these bitches that they've never built nothing in their lives. They don't work hard. Man, I sit here 6 hours a day. Y'all hoes don't do that. If I seen y'all worked as hard as me to get to where y'all got, I'll give y'all all the credit. But I've seen nothing of the sort. Some of y'all got pretty privilege. Some of y'all got whole privilege. Some of y'all, they just need a bitch. And some of y'all niggas, y'all just lucky because you're white. I'm sorry, I can't give you the same respect. You put me in a room with a bunch of OnlyFans hoes, I can't really look at them with the same respect, with knowing that all they had to do was play with their pussy to get the bread. I'm sorry. That's just really what it is. So, let me now attack your points, because now I had to get at you and even the insinuation about being my career or what I've built or what I'm saying, and you use in that moment to celebrate the fact that you got some free tickets to make it about me. So let's actually bring it up, because you did respond. I gave you 24 hours, you responded, and I actually appreciate it about you. You responded in the 23rd hour. I like it. So, let's go to what she said. And this is my biggest problem with this person. This is why she's not at TMZ or wherever the fuck she came from before. She's intellectually dishonest. Again, she's a person like the majority of people who don't like me, who have the narrative that says that academics only talks about women. They don't watch the full content. They watch bite-sized clips. If you ask anybody who says, oh, Ack just don't like women, he goes up on all women, they won't ever mention that me and Young Bands, we got into it. Me and Lil Baby, me and Lil Baby was DMing setting up where to fight. Me and Meek Mill say he gonna come to my house. He say call the governor on me. These are things that it could go left at any time. Like, I don't talk violence with women. I just defend myself. There's 3 times the amount of men, especially in hip hop, that I have disagreements with and I've gone at than women. But the people who have the narrative, they're all intellectually dishonest because they get their information about me from bite-sized clips that they don't produce. And that's why when I look at somebody like this, I see laziness yet again. I tell you how much content I put out each week. If you're only going to watch a few clips and claim, oh, this is what he said, without understanding the nuance and also understanding at different times, I might be like, hey, I come back around and I'm like, oh, nah, this isn't the new thing. Shit, I love the Cardi album. Didn't I tell y'all the Cardi album is falling off the charts? Shit, GNX ain't my favorite thing, right? Even though I did say it's a cool album. Shit, didn't I tell you he got the most joints on the Billboard? Nigga, I'm going to be like I'm a person. I don't like when people use me as this type of villain that they could get their clout and their extra retweets of. So, let's look at what Shorty is actually, so her response to me. So, she responded, okay, oh wow, she posted a bunch, great. So, we're going to go down. She says, 12:57 Saturday. What did Ack lie about? A threat. Okay? Now, this is quoting what I was saying. She says, despite what academics said in a previous review about Kendrick Lamar, fans not spending money. Now, Lauren LaRosa, and if you claim you're the journalist that you are, I need you to understand. Kendrick Lamar, let me, first of all, I'm not backing down also from nothing I said. If I was wrong, I would say I'm wrong, but I ain't backing down. I do think Kendrick Lamar fans are a bunch of bum-ass niggas who are cheap as fuck. What do I have to prove that? Well, let me go look at this. Top 5 highest grossing hip-hop tours. We went over this methodically. We went over this. We did the numbers, okay? These are the ones of all time. This is, again, we're not gonna have the new GNX tour in it, but if you're wondering why I say Kendrick Lamar fans are a bunch of cheap niggas, it's because Drake has the record. He has 320, right? 320 million, and Kendrick Lamar was at number 3 with 110 million. And that's Mr. The Big Steppers tour. I went to that tour. The Big Steppers tour. Let's look at some dates. Now, when looking at the dates, right? When looking at the dates for this, and this is why I came up with that idea, right? Everything is a little bit based in fact. Even if there's some joke, and yes, there's a lot of colorful jokes, because I do like clowning the K-bots. Don't get it wrong. But where I came up with that, and this was my extrapolation when talking about the stadium tour that was impending at the time, Kendrick Lamar, per ticket sold, per revenue, his average ticket price was, I believe, around $100 per ticket sold. You could kind of see it here. Like 120 actually. So 12,000, 1.8 million, right? As opposed to Drake, who went on It's a Blur tour. Again, I hate to have to break it down, but you have this. I hate people like Lauren LaRosa because the reason why she ain't that is because she reads the cliff notes. She don't read the whole book. She goes to the index and the summary. She never reads every page. And that's the problem with people like that. Because if you had watched my streams, and yes, I know, to properly speak about me, you're going to have to endure 6 hours a day. So we just looked at that. Let me go to Drake, same type of venue. I think the venue was around, let's just go to wherever he sold 12,000. It doesn't matter. Okay. 12,000 times 2 would be 24. This is 2 dates, right? So we're going to just divide it into 2. 12,000 times 4, it's like 24,000. I know there's 3,000 extra tickets. Just do the math with me. 6 million, 6.4 million for the 2 shows. Let's minus that in half. Drake is on average per show for the It's a Blur tour doing $3.2 million. Chat, this is pretty easy to kind of figure out what the fuck I was saying. If one nigga is doing 1.8, the other nigga is doing 3.2, it's clear, and we're going with the same amount of tickets sold approximately, it's clear one nigga is charging more for their tickets. Drake charges about double. Okay? Double than Kendrick has charged his fans. Now, I had a whole lot of my boy Aiden called me. Hold on, let me see. Aiden, I'm in a rant right now, bro. bro. Like, they got me, bro. I'm worked up. So, the point I was making is that, and by the way, you know why I said that? I say, Drake concert tends to attract more women. They have kids, but they have old folks. They have people who probably have more income. That's why Drake charges more. And there's a lot of demand. Kendrick, he got some dusty-ass, bum-ass niggas who are his real core fan base. They can't pay that much. I really did say that. And I do still believe that. Now, granted, here's the thing, too. Before we knew that the tour that currently, the GNX, the Grand National Tour, it's a joint tour. What does that mean? SZA is also a headliner. So SZA, remember, when I was saying Kendrick fans are some bum-ass, broke-ass, bitch-ass niggas, I don't think that. You put SZA on there, and you bring in some women, a lot more women fan base, okay, it works out. That's why I think they're also able to do these stadiums, right? By the way, I'm not knocking Kendrick being able to sell 9 million or make 9 million in a night. He's doing a stadium tour, more tickets, so they're selling 50,000, right? But let's extrapolate, right? He sold 47,000 tickets and did 9 million, right? Let's just go, so that would be 4x this, right? 4x, right? We're just going off numbers. So if on his solo tour, 12,000 tickets got him 1.8 million. A stadium would be 4 times that, which is about like, for this math, it's going to be 48,000. He sold 47,000, but who cares? 48,000 tickets, same price range, would have netted him, right, around $7 million. Okay? I think that SZA is one of the reasons why it's up to like 9, 10. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not even shitting on it. I'm just saying, if you only rely on Kendrick fans, even if he does do stadium, the price point is still going to be a little bit lower. That's all I was trying to say. Obviously, the price point's a little bit higher. You not only get Kendrick, you get SZA. Great. Cool. So again, I'm just addressing everything at this. She says, I was told exclusively, and this is one of my biggest problems here with Lauren LaRosa. This is the ultimate dick rider. I know how media works. Chat. Somebody over there on Kendrick team gossiping about me because you would not want to, again, I was told exclusively who's familiar with these numbers, right? You could tell they were using her as a conduit to put out the information to try to debunk whatever I was trying to say, right? And she's giving it up right here. I was told exclusively. Merch sales from Kendrick and SZA in New Jersey are record-breaking, with SZA selling more for these 2 sold-out weekends. By the way, SZA's from New Jersey. She's from Maplewood, I believe. But my sources made it clear the way both Kendrick and SZA fans have purchased just merch alone, the last 2 nights were record-breaking. So let me see, what clip does she use of me? Because she's now going to try to do the industry trick of take one clip, don't tell you when I said this, but try to be like, we got him. Let's hear the clip.
Again, I don't want to dismiss this dude. I just think his fans is broke.
I still think that. Bum ass. I think they some bum ass broke ass niggas.
His fans is a bunch of niggas that don't have a lineup.
I still think that.
They got no haircut.
I still think that.
Nappy head.
I still think that.
Or just straight up white boys who are degenerates, who used to say the N-word. No lineup, no job, no deodorant. One of these niggas.
Yo, the chick that got free tickets from Dave Free and TDE can't be. Yo, Shorty, you didn't even buy the tickets. You didn't even buy the tickets. Y'all were slopping up Kendrick there, and even Charlamagne said, listen, we're in the suite. They clearly didn't buy it. Like, they gave you the shit. That's all I'm trying to say. You didn't even buy the tickets.
Is with hot breath.
Facts!
Think that when they...
Yo, they're recording this, and even she got to laugh. You know I'm telling the truth. You was up in there like, damn, we need to get a barber up in here. Yo, somebody pass out some juicy fruit. These niggas' breath is hot as shit. You got Kendrick fan in there. They think they're rapping with him. They think, what is he going to do? Control. Damn, nigga, close your mouth. Shit smell like a sewer. Hey, Top Dog, who the fuck they think they're playing? Oh, my God. Oh, my sweet Jesus. Jesus Christ.
With hot breath. Think that when they're just going to rap a bunch of these niggas.
Gibberish.
Still thinking about control. Like,
yes.
Of course these niggas.
I know I was cooking, man.
These niggas.
Somebody said it right. And this is the problem with people like Laura LaRosa. This is why she has no audience. Because she don't know what I'm kicking, and the reason why people watch me, you going to get a whole lot of facts with a little bit of comedy. You're going to get a whole lot of facts with a little bit of comedy. Go get a little tongue-in-cheek comedy in there, but it's going to be a whole lot of facts. It's going to be a whole lot of facts. By the way, here's the thing also, and this is what I'm saying. Lauren LaRosa is dick riding. I don't know how she got those tickets, whether she got it on her knees or she got it from the radio station. I don't know. But, chat, haven't I also said about NBA YoungBoy fans? I say NBA YoungBoy fans, that's the PS4 crowd. You know them niggas, they probably can't afford they can't afford no more than $50. Them boys is going to be on the PS4 bumping that shit, looking mad as hell, holding the control like they about to break it with bow legs. I've said it about people's fan base. Where do I get I love YoungBoy. That's my nigga. Where do I get this type of opinion? I get this type of opinion because I see the numbers, bro. Nigga, you went on an arena tour, and if I compare your arena tour to Travis Scott tickets were higher than Kendrick per ticket sold. So for the average ticket, when he went on Big Steppers, Travis Scott also went on an arena tour. His tickets cost more. Travis Scott's tickets cost more. 50 Cent tickets cost more. Drake tickets cost more. So on the top 5 list, let's get back to it real quick. Top five highest. And by the way, this is before Grand National. By the way, the clip that she's dishonestly playing is before Grand National. He was not touring at the time. But I was reacting to the tour prices. And I said, ooh, they might have made this a little bit too expensive. Nicki Minaj, tour prices were more expensive. Kendrick had one of the lowest, and I'm not saying nothing wrong with it, but he had one of the lowest average ticket sales or ticket prices. Pink Print was more. Final Light by 50 was more, which, by the way, I get it with 50 because also you got to remember, 50 is going for grown adults. They could spend way more money, right? So 50 audience got more money. And I'm talking about really the audience. If you tell me right now, YoungBoy's going on tour, he got a lot of people that want to come, but they can't pay $300 a ticket. No, it wouldn't make sense. But that's part of the ticket. That's part of the game. And this is where I'm telling you, somebody must have put this chick up to it. Because if you're at this tour having a good time, how did you make it about me? How? But I know how you made it about me, because you're constantly on your hands and your knees begging for somebody to give you some clout points, or you're begging to be grinned on somebody's back. How did shit turn about me? So anyway, let me keep playing.
They're not taking care of their kids. Why the fuck you think they're going to be able to pay $400 to go to a concert? Fuck no. So as I said, if Kendrick Lamar was giving away these tickets for if y'all niggas on food stamps.
Facts.
If y'all niggas are unemployed.
Facts.
If you get a 20% discount.
Have y'all clicked on a K-Bots PFP on Twitter? These niggas look down bad. I'm being honest. The dustiest niggas I've seen, the brokest, other than like of that level. J. Cole fans, I don't think y'all wear deodorant either. Let me not get on his fan base. But I went to listen, Dave Free gave me tickets. He walked me in. I went up in there and I smelled, it felt like I walked up in India. What the fuck? Is deodorant, like, is there a tariff on deodorant? Where's Old Spice? Where is, oh my God. Woo! Shit look crazy. Being honest. I went up in Drake concert and it was women from left to right. The baddest chicks, they look good. Lululemon must have been on sale, or these chicks, everybody had their, you know, every chick got that one little Louis V purse. Everybody was out there shining. I'm like, oh shit. Okay, I can get jiggy with this now. Sorry. Y'all want me to lie? If you wanted to debunk this, you should have gave us a smell test. What it smell like up in there?
If you ain't get a haircut since 2020, 2012, this shit will be packed. It would have been sold out in a minute.
Told you. Okay, shout out to whoever recorded that, you know? Let's keep it going. She said, now granted, and this is where she tried to walk it back. Oh, man, the dishonesty. We don't like it. This is why you're never going to win. You might fool a few people on Twitter, but you know what? You see, the people who hate me, they ain't going to listen to this whole thing. They just want to hear the clips. They want to hear the bad shit. Oh, why is he so mad? Why is he so... The true ones, they're going to listen to... Johnny Blaze, Drake. Let's get the fuck out of here, nigga. We got our own... Hello? He's becoming Kendrick Tour Yelp recently. I'm glad she said this. So the dick rider and snake in her couldn't resist but just giving me the props and actually telling her true intention. Because Big Ack, numero uno, got the biggest voice, she's saying, I'm Kendrick Tour Yelp. I'm the only nigga who talked about the tour? But she knows I got the biggest voice. This is why her dick riding ass is mentioning me, to get more engagement. Because she could have just said, I like the show. Kept it moving, but nobody would have cared. Who the fuck gives a fuck about what Lauren LaRosa thinks? Not I. So, let's keep it going. I remember seeing a video, and this is another problem too. What I tell you about this chick? She one of them chicks. She one of them chicks that cheated her way through college. Ain't nothing wrong with y'all niggas who cheated their way through college. But one of them bitches that never read, okay? I keep telling you, read the summary of the book, the index, and felt like you learned the subject. She said, I remember seeing a video of his. Did she watch the stream? Did she see the context? Did she see fully and qualitatively what I was talking about? Where I was going with a point, even if it was a joke or I was trying to evoke laughter or whatever? No. She is one of the other fucktards that sees a clip, too lazy to figure out why would he say A, B, and C. Let me just respond, because that's what he said. I remember seeing his video about fans not singing along and low energy. That X, the convo people were trying to have about, what? What the fuck? I remember seeing his video about fans not singing along and low energy. That X, the convo people were trying to have about Kendrick following the Super Bowl, had me looking forward to see what the crowd energy was like. This is what I hate. Chat, did I not react? Somebody, I didn't even get clips for this because I was going to freestyle and drop 45 tonight. Somebody go get me my clip of me reacting to Not Like Us. And I even told y'all, I said, this shit do look lit. In the very first video, the very first show, because we stream every night, for the most part, 1 or 30 still. So she went to go find... Okay. I'm not trying to get canceled of YouTube for the copyright, so that's why I'm skipping past some shit. I want to hear what I said. Oh.
Hey, let's get it, bro. DLT, the money power. That last one is better. It's a lot of goofies with us. I mean,
Now, this is where the first time you're gonna hear me say something, and y'all gonna call me a hater. Y'all are gonna call me a hater, but I'm just asking this question. I'm asking this question, and yes, I'm gonna use the artist that he's dissing on the song as to juxtapose my argument with. I don't know if you've been to a Drake show. I've always said I don't think Drake gives the best shows. The reason why, it's a karaoke in there.
By the way, I hate to pause here at this point, but I gotta reiterate: if you've ever been to a Drake show, I think Drake's shows are sing-alongs. He has too many hits. Most of the songs he performs are not necessarily lyrical. I always want to hear the lyrical songs, but he has so many hits, he can't get to a second verse or a third verse. So he gives you chorus, one verse. And it's deafening how loud the audience is. I've been to now over 10 Drake shows, and at every single one, it's an entire sing-along. You'll see in the crowd, girls are all hugged up, niggas with their mans, they go in with their phone up, they sing it. It's crazy. Now, that's not to cast any aspersion on Kendrick Lamar. I have been to my fair share of shows. I've never seen some shit like that. I do think that bails Drake out too, because Drake does this one thing which I don't like, because I do like when people do what Kendrick does and raps the entire song. Drake will start to sing, the crowd is so loud, he'll put the mic there, and I hate that. I really hate it. But they're so fucking loud. Drake don't sing half the time. Every time I go to a Drake show, I lose my voice. You sing every song, you know every song. Like the whole crowd, like you're hugging strangers singing these songs. You grew up on these songs. These songs are your childhood. These songs are like, it's just embedded in you. You know what I'm saying? So like you literally, and pause on that. And you literally just sing every fucking song. The whole arena is singing the entire time. There's no like, let's listen to Drake rap. It's like, nah, nigga. I agree. By the way, that's why I wish I'd went to the B-side show for Drake, because I love shows where it's about what the rappers are saying, because I love rap, right? And I do love the hits too, but Drake is like, he has R&B, he has hits that are usually melodic, and he has like really rapping songs, right? Like I would love for him to perform like, they underestimated me greatly. I would love to hear him rap like songs like that. Do Not Disturb. Like I would love to hear that, but he's not gonna do it at a fucking concert with 20,000 people, because it's a sing-along. You got too many hits. Like, why the fuck are you going to perform, you know what I mean, 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. in Toronto, or not Toronto, but in New York, or any of his lyrical songs? He's just going to perform hits. It's out. Now, one thing I'll say about Kendrick, nigga, Kendrick is there. By the way, great breath control. I give him all the credit, too. Kendrick is, like, rapping the whole fucking song. Like, the entire song. Like, Kendrick's show is not a sing-along. That is still true. And I haven't been to this GNX tour, but I went to Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, that tour, and it was not a sing-along. It was a great performance by Kendrick. Don't have anything bad to say, but it's not where the crowd is singing every fucking line. With Drake, as soon as the beat comes on, you hear the entire crowd sing it. Our time to rap. It's one of the reasons I was saying somebody who loves him, like, nigga, I want to perform it. Fuck that. Like, Drake is just kind of there just holding the mic out and people are singing his shit. It's that crazy. I'm watching this shit, and by the way, again, I'm trying to be fair, but I am trying to be critical too. Objective critical, not hating critical. The building is packed. But so the bitch basically was acting like I said Kendrick wasn't gonna sell out. Then she later comes back and said, "Oh no, Act did say eventually he was gonna sell out." Then she uses a clip where I'm reacting to the performance, and I actually even say on the clip, he sold it out. The building is packed. But I'm wondering how many of these motherfuckers are like diehard Kendrick fans, because I ain't gonna lie, like that was a huge moment. I would think the whole crowd would be rapping his verse. I'm only hearing one nigga with a camera rap the verse. But again, I don't want to. I'm not trying to hate. I'm just wondering, like, wait, how is this shit so packed and not these niggas is not singing every fucking nigga. Now I think I'm about to, and I know shit. I be streaming drunk all the time, but I know my valid points that I usually make sequentially. That was a point to connect to this other point. His concerts, I said, probably has a bunch of SZA fans. So Grand National probably has a bunch of SZA fans.
And I don't think SZA fans are gonna know all of the rappy songs by Kendrick bar for bar. They know the hits, swimming pools, etc. But would they know every line of Like That? Maybe not. So I said maybe that's what's going on. Because SZA fans are in the building, they want to hear a bunch of singing. They don't really want to hear you going crazy on bar for bar. I guarantee, let me see, what verse? And by the way, this also applies for Drake. If Drake performed Do Not Disturb, there would be, I think the crowd wouldn't sing line for line. No way. If he performed Tuscan Leather, I don't think the crowd is singing like every line. I don't think everybody knows them songs, even though they're wildly popular. But Drake performed just hits. You get what I'm saying? Let me not use Drake. Well, there's not many other artists that has that effect. But I would imagine if you like Kendrick to go pay, and I don't know what prices they were charging for this. You go see Kendrick Lamar, like that's one of the biggest records he's dropped. Y'all should be singing every fucking, y'all should be rapping every line. I'm hating? It's okay. If I'm hating, it's okay. Yo, a Travis Scott concert, they're singing every fucking word. Yeah, I went to Travis concert too. But again, Travis concerts are kind of like a hit fest. Like he performs Fiend 30 times in a row. He's performing like all these hits. He's not really performing like songs that maybe only a few people know, or like his deep cuts that are maybe just like core fans, you know? And by the way, I'm not saying like that's a deep cut, but again, it's more of a verse, not necessarily the full song. Now, and this is up to you if you want to call this hate. I know Kendrick could do arenas. Yes. I know this. I'm not saying that's another thing with this bitch, bro. She even puts up points where I'm giving this nigga credit, but she's trying to use me like I'm the biggest hater. I'm giving the nigga credit. Kendrick's a small artist and nothing like that. But I'm wondering how much of this stadium tour is the direct byproduct of this moment of the battle and then Not Like Us, and maybe it attracts certain people that maybe only are there for Not Like Us. Again, I'm not saying that's most likely what's happening, but I'm wondering because I'm like, and by the way, to be fair, I would fall back off that point, honestly. So that point that maybe there's a bunch of people showing up just to hear Not Like Us, I think maybe 10% of the people would be like, they're like, oh, that's the hottest song, which is it's going to be a generational song. Maybe 10%. I think the rest of the people are showing up because they love SZA or they love Kendrick. But at that point, I was trying to figure out like why everybody ain't singing every word. Now, granted, it's still a rappy rap song. I guarantee. Watch. I guarantee for Not Like Us, they singing every word. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. So I'm just wondering if these motherfuckers, I'm like, maybe they're just kind of fringe fans, but Not Like Us is the biggest. It's probably one of the biggest songs of the decade, right? So it's like, yeah, they're like, all right, okay, like that, all right. Yo, when is he gonna do Not Like Us? Which, by the way, I don't know if that's the case. Right now, it's just a theory. We're still scrolling the timeline. If I'm Kendrick, I'm doing Not Like Us 10 times. If that's the case, but I don't know yet. So. By the way, you know, shout out to my squad. You know, while I was giving Shorty her 24 hours and she came up with that bullshit reason, they actually posted the full clip. And they posted it with context, 13 minutes of it. This is why I keep saying there's a page on Twitter named ChatNigga101. You see, I'm not one of them content creators that strikes people like that. Unless you're like doing some real crazy bullshit. But like, I like what they do over there because they don't use 2-minute clips of academics. They'll use the whole topic. And I like when you use the whole topic because I'm liable to say some shit that might be intended to be a little bit hilarious, but might have some hint of truth. And people will completely forget the context because they're triggered by that short clip. So I like the fact that they post the entire thing. Okay? Now, of course, my people over at Academics TV, they posted this full clip. And remember, she said, remember the clip she used. Don't want to dismiss this dude. I just think his fans is broke.
Okay, good.
His
There we go.
fans is a bunch of niggas that don't have a lineup.
All right, let me go further in the clip. And by the way, they said 1350. Let's go to 1350. 1350. Here we go. The prices are gonna go down, and I think it'll get sold out. That's it. Chat, you see how the media lies, bro? They use the part where I said his fans is broke and dusty, which I still believe they broke and dusty. But then they don't use the part. So they were trying to use that to say, oh, Aqua's saying this ain't gonna sell out, and look, it sold out. But 13 minutes later, I literally said, oh, nigga, it is what it is. So anyway, the prices are gonna go down, and I think it'll get sold out. That's it. Intellectual dishonesty. Okay? Now, give me a second. And hold on. Also, speaking of which, was I right? I said the price are going to go down. I'm not saying that they put tickets on sale. Once, they get, that's what happens normally. This ain't a Kendrick thing. Bro, I keep telling you, it's Live Nation. They're going to make sure this bitch gets sold out. Okay? When it gets closer to the venue, here they said, look, we're giving away some tickets. Okay, it's a giveaway. Then they said, look, game time. You could get tickets 60% off. Bro, like, I'm not lying. But these people, they're intellectually dishonest. They spend more time trying to get attention than actually putting in research. They want to react for rage bait, but they don't want to watch the entire thing in context. They're intellectually dishonest people. This is why people don't like them. And obviously, I get it. The K-bots were boosting her up because she's defending Kendrick and she's going at me, and they're going to see that as a W. But you can't see why this unsuccessful fucking fool is as unsuccessful as she is. She's the actual liar. This woman took a clip, used only the part that served her point. She then used that point after she got free tickets herself. It's not like she bought it. She then tried to say me shaming Kendrick fans, which I did and I stand by it. But she didn't buy her own tickets. And then she leaves out the part where I said they're still going to sell out because that doesn't fit her narrative. She puts it in the tweet kind of like at the end of the tweet trying to be like, oh, yeah, he did say that, but fuck that. Then tries to act like I was making shit up. It's clearly here. There was tickets on sale. I'm telling you, chat. I'm telling you. These people, Lauren LaRosa, complete fraud. Tells half the story dependent on if she likes you or not. Very bad. This is why Donald Trump said fake news. Nasty work. Nasty. This is nasty work, chat. And if I didn't have the platform I have, if I had the chat niggas who ride behind me 10 toes down, this person would have got away with this lie. Tell a selective story, act the bad guy, get these retweets, and run off into the sunset while TDE hits her up and says, there you go, girl. You're doing our bidding. We're going to give you some more tickets. This is bot work. That's bot work. This person's a liar. And Charlamagne should be ashamed of himself for sitting next to this goddamn liar while she lies and tries to tear down the reputation of people who work so hard and diligently to build their shit up. This person is a fucking liar. She tells half of the story with a bullshit narrative and never gives you the entire full truth. Why? Because her ass got sweetened with 2 fucking tickets in the mezzanine for motherfucking Kendrick Lamar. You see how cheap these motherfuckers are? How much snake shit are you gonna do, Lauren LaRosa? You done try to snake Shorty out of her job. Now you're trying to lie on me. What else you got up your sleeve? When will you actually put the work in? When will you actually be entertaining? You know what you can't take away from me? Bitch, I'm gonna sit up here and put 45. I don't care what we talking about. We gonna do it. We gonna get it lit. Shout out to all my truck drivers. They watch me for hours. Shout out to all my people who at their 9 to 5s, wherever the fuck they got going on. Listen, I don't care if it's a playoff game going on. Shit, I would even stream during the Super Bowl. Not saying a lot of people watch, but still, people know. Axe on Live, he gonna give us a reason to watch. He gonna either entertain us or try to educate us. But at least he gonna give us something to value. And I fuck with that. Unlike you. These
yellow belly journalist tactics don't work. So let's keep going. All right. So now she's trying to use this as a moment to put her video while she's recording from whatever suite. By the way, I think I could go on this page and find it. Grant, could you find it for me real quick? It's on this page because I was talking about the tour. I was talking about the tour not too long ago. I was talking about the tour, and I gave him credit. And this is what I'm saying. I really dislike people like Lauren LaRosa. She only tells a story that fits her narrative. There's a video of me talking about, I think it was the second tour date, or I talked about him, Kendrick, breaking the record for 9 million sold. Let's see. There's a video of me talking about it. They posted it because when I wake up in the morning, I look at videos of me, what I did the night before. And I usually go to this page and I look on my YouTube as well. Okay, here we go. This is that. Now, I talked about it, and they even said, Ack was honest. Ack was honest. Here we go. That's some future shit. I really like this page. Whoever is behind this, man, fuck with you. Okay. Let me keep going. Okay, can we find it? Here we go. Yeah, look, this don't fit her narrative. This don't fit her narrative, chat. She ain't gonna mention this. DJ Academics predicts Kendrick and SZA's Grand National Tour will outdo Drake and SZA It's a Blur tour numbers, which is holding the record, 320. He's unsure if it'll be a hip-hop tour since SZA, the co-headliner, leans R&B. By the way, for anybody not be like, oh, no, you're hating, because I've seen some people say that. Ack, you're hating. Why would you say because SZA's on the tour, it's not a hip-hop tour? Not hating. This is a legit question. My voice, sorry. It's a legit question. On the Run tour. I think it's called that. On the Run tour, Jay-Z and Beyonce. Okay? That got 109 million. Well, actually, 140. Oh, no. Oh, shit, never mind. What's the name of the tour? Yeah, it was a co-headline. This wasn't considered hip-hop because Jay is hip-hop, Beyonce is pop/R&B. It wasn't considered a hip-hop tour. Okay? This is why on the list of top highest grossing hip-hop tours, they actually grossed more than, did they? Or right, just right there. 100, what the fuck? What was the numbers? Let me get the actual numbers. The fucking full numbers. I think they grossed more than the 50 tour because they were charging mad money. But here's the thing. It didn't rank. Yeah, 109 million. 109 million. So that would have been ranked over the 50 tour, which was 105. Why isn't it on the list? It's not on the list because Beyonce is a pop/R&B act. Jay-Z is a rapper. So I made a great point. I thought I made a great point. Chad, I'm up here. I'm really knocking down great points. Kendrick and SZA, one is not hip-hop. SZA is not hip-hop. Drake and Savage, they're both hip-hop artists. Right? G-Unit, hip-hop. Who else? Everybody else is hip-hop. So I asked the question, and this is why it's captioned that way, because I did ask that question. I said, I don't know if it's going to be ranked as a hip-hop tour because of the co-headliner. Okay? But I gave him all the credit. I say he's going to break the record if it counts. $10 million. Category or another. Is this a R&B concert or a hip-hop concert? So I gave credit there. Let's keep it going. I think there's another one where I'm really reacting to, like, it was a clip. And I was like, I ain't going to lie, this shit kind of look lit. Which I was honest about. If I can't find it here, somebody find it. I was reacting to the GNX tour. And this is after the first night. The first night I was just like, because we only saw a few videos. Wait, where is it? Jesus Christ. By the way, I said the same thing about Beyonce tour when they came out with that bullshit thing, talking about it's not selling out. I said it's impossible for an artist like Beyonce, who's backed by Live Nation, to not sell out. The tactics used by Live Nation, they're going to sell out. By the way, did y'all see the first night of Beyonce's tour? It looked all sold out. That's why I don't clown artists who are signed with Live Nation in these big, gigantic deals, because it's a fucking Ponzi scheme. They can't lose. Okay? Where is it? If I can't find them, I'll just go to YouTube or something like that. Here we go. Oh! Let me just let it play. Lauren LaRosa. Haters. You need to read more, watch more. Listen, let me tell you this. My whole life is all based around my job. Let me tell you this. I don't care if I'm in the pool, I'm listening to a podcast. I don't even listen to music that much outside of this, other than someone you love by Drake and Party. Anyway, I listen to content all day because I know when I come on here, I need to be accurate. I need to be on top of my game. I don't treat this like a 9-to-5 because I spend my whole life building this shit. So, at the end of the day, this lazy bum, Lauren LaRosa, takes some shit she's seen on TikTok and then acts like that's my full opinion. Oh, he's the tour Yelp. If I'm the tour Yelp for Kendrick Lamar, you dumb bitch, what about acknowledging when I say this? Shit. Y'all watch this while I go take a piss, man. I think this is W. I'm going to tell you why. My boy rapping with no backing track. Right? If again, some of y'all don't know concerts. That boy rapping with no backing track. He's doing it. There's no backing track, no hype man. And he's rapping a 7-minute song. Like Euphoria is like 7 minutes. And then he still got to do other songs. Bro, and it's mad. It's like bars. This give me Jay-Z vibes. But he's a better performer than Jay-Z. He is. But Jay-Z, one thing I like about Jay-Z concerts, he raps every word. Jay-Z raps every word. I love it. Oh, I'm actually surprised he says Drake. I would think that like he's so draked out. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. This is hip hop at its heights. Hey, bro, niggas is. My bad. I know it's muted. Chat, you see what I'm talking about, chat? Do you fucking see this, man? You see this? This is why I fucking hate these bitches, bro. Look. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. This is hip hop at its heights. Hey. Bro, niggas is sitting there in a stadium watching this nigga spit bars. This is why I hate these bitches, man. I wake up disliking them, man. They tell half the story and they contort it. These are type of hoes. These are type of the hoes that got you on the blog just say some random shit about you. And then when you respond, they call you misogynistic, man. Because when they lie about you, it's supposed to ride. Believe all women. But when you respond, they're like, why the fuck you defending yourself? Nigga, why you don't just let her lie on you like that? You gotta stop it. Everybody has to be held accountable. Lauren LaRosa, you're a fucking liar. You're dishonest. There's clips out there, mad clips, where I'm giving this leprechaun-ass nigga all type of props because his tour is doing pretty good and he's gonna beat Drake's record, and I've been honest about it. But your bum ass, when you get 2 free tickets, thinking about the next cock to guzzle to get on to the next opportunity, you think it's appropriate to bring up my name, using one thing that was old as shit out of context and don't even play the full clip, where I basically counter the same narrative you're trying to say. You're a lazy fucking bum. No dancers, no, it's bars. Bruh, I don't care. I'm a Drake fan. You know, Drake my favorite rapper. I think he's the
hate
best
these
rapper
hoes.
of all time. Remember Kanye best
I
artist?
was even gonna drink, but I gotta drink. These bitches drive me to drink.
But I gotta give Kendrick credit for this, bro. The nigga's just sitting there just spitting bars in a stadium.
Yo,
Wait, chat. Y'all gonna let this whole lie on me like that though, chat? I just wanna know. Y'all watching this shit, I'm breaking it down real time. Are y'all gonna let this whole lie on me? She says I'm a liar, like I was saying that Kendrick's show wouldn't sell out when I said the opposite. 10 minutes later, she did not include that. She's acting like I'm saying, yo, his show is just whack as fuck, low energy, this and third. You see it. My nigga, this is April 28th. I'm giving it props. I said he's giving me Jay-Z vibes. Hip-hop at its highest. Yo, the nigga's, he's actually a better performer than Jay-Z. I'm giving up all the credit, and this bum-ass bitch gets online and says I'm lying, and not one of y'all say, bitch, what you talking about? I listen to Act. Yo, chat, y'all gonna let her lie on me like that? These are the type of bitches that cry rape and all that type of shit. When you let a bitch lie on you, bro, they continue to lie on you. That's a fact. You gotta stop these hoes from lying on you, bro. Y'all gonna really let these hoes lie on me, bro? You really gonna let this hoe lie on me, bro? Really? I could understand if I really said, you know, I would have joked it off. But you gonna really let this hoe lie on me, bro? You really gonna let her lie on me, bro? These are type of hoes, when they don't get it their way, they gonna make a story up, nigga. They make a story up. Bro, she came out of the blue with this shit, bro. And y'all gonna let this hoe just lie on me. That's how bad y'all wanna see me down? This is why I told the girl on Cam Show, just chill out, shorty. This bitch is lying on me. I don't care if it's your friend, she lying on me. That's what I'm telling Cam and Mace, bro. Yo, a bitch lying on me and I can't respond? Yo, wait till the hoes start lying on y'all. I guarantee it's gonna it's gonna fuel you. You're gonna go crazy when a bitch start lying on you. This is what this bitch is doing. She's lying on me. She's lying on me, call me a liar. This should drive me to drink, chat. This should drive me to drink, man. Y'all really gonna let this whole lie on me, bro? Bro, it's 2025, man. I can't let another bitch tell another lie about me, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I know, like, I did come into this year, and I do gotta, like, I'm gonna start. This is why I ain't even going on the cam. The girl will be on the cam show. Man, I could tell y'all chicks say anything, and then when I respond back, now it's, oh, why you attacking a woman? So I get it. I'm gonna just start treating y'all like retarded kids. I don't like whatever, yo. You a chick, shut up. Stay in a woman's place. That's what I'm gonna tell y'all, honestly. I'm not really even trying to beef with none of y'all females no more. But I can't let y'all lie on me like that. I can't let no woman. Yo, let me tell you, men, we can't let a woman get away with lying on a nigga, bro. We just can't, bro. These are the type of bitches that will make all the type of allegations against a nigga, bro. Trust. When a woman get comfortable with lying on a man, knowing the man can't say nothing back, because people gonna attack him, they realize that's a weapon. By the way, the same stream, I even went to, there's a thing where a fan is rapping with Kendrick, and I was like, oh shit, this is the first time in history I seen a nigga that's at Kendrick show with a lineup. I even made that joke. I remember the joke. Do I got it here? It probably is not in this. This is Beyonce's show or something like that. No, that's SZA. Where is it at? Nah, I don't know if they posted it. But like there's something, and y'all could probably find it, link it to me, where I'm like, even And nigga, I'm the one. I really do think Kendrick fans are like them some bum ass niggas. But I gave credit when I seen the clip. Grant sent it to me. You know what I'm talking about. Yo, shout out to everybody at Kick, man. Shout out to everybody at Kick, man. Chat, I know I'm crashing out a little bit, but don't think I'm crashing out without no reason. I'm trying to defend my reputation. Because this person just came online. No one told her to do it. I actually even spoke up on her behalf when she was trying to snake another woman out of her job when she came in as a replacement but don't want to leave. I said, well, I see why they might want you because at least you know how to read. The other one don't know how to read. Like, just hilarious. I think if she sees her name on a cake, she couldn't tell what it is. She might think it's a hieroglyphic. She's stupid. She's really gone. So I said, the only qualifications that I really had to back this Lauren LaRosa chick with, I said, she know how to read at least. One know how to read, one don't know how to read. Okay, simple decision. But then I didn't know that she had this in her tool belt. She's a liar, a fraud. She intentionally distorts the truth to fit a narrative that she could get in cool with certain audiences or certain people. They gave you some free tickets and you decided to come online and slander me? You don't got that energy up there for just hilarious? What's squatting? Anyway. Should give me a headache how tight I am, Chad. All right. Let me keep going. Had me looking forward to see what the crowd energy was like. It was on fire, and not like us. Again, not paying attention to a bunch of stuff. Academics reviews are literally that. Reviews. And he has been fair-ish. See, this is what I don't like. You call me a liar already. This is the worst type of person. You done call me a liar. You didn't say, hey, maybe I misspoke. I shouldn't have called him a liar. But I saw a clip, and it wasn't what he said. Oh, I also heard that later he switched or adjusted his opinion. No. She's now saying it when nobody's going to see this other than me bringing it up here. Academics reviews are literally that. Reviews. And he's been fair-ish lately, but parts of what he said versus what it was given IRL didn't add up. I mean, he said Kendrick destroyed hip-hop. I told you, well, first of all, you see, I hate when people say this. Same issue I'm having with this chick, bro. I told you, I could name the rappers. I just don't think they want their name to be in the headline. The rappers themselves who told me, like, bro, right now we ain't trying to drop. Rappers told me that the nigga ruined hip-hop just because of the atmosphere Dot created that now it makes it tougher for other people to even start churning up their machine to be able to drop. Because everybody is so tuned into this like back and forth, and now everything got to have a deeper meaning, and it's kind of like almost sucked the air out of just what regular, sometimes fun-loving hip-hop is. That's a fact. So I do think the nigga destroyed hip-hop. But also that Kendrick was a great performer who didn't need a headline. What? Anyway, moral of the story, I had an expectation based off the reviews. It changed. Everything is subject to change as you see below. I'm out. Catch me. Okay. That's why I said Kendrick ruined hip-hop. Because ever since he came with that little battle energy, that's cool. Drake and Pusha T got into it. Niggas said, that's why I said Drake. All right, man. Yeah, I just said that already. Bro, this shit just gave me a headache, bro. Is this more? Chat, this is the type of bitch I'm telling you. And I know some of y'all don't like me using the B word, but when people play with you and play with your name, and they use a inflammatory phrase that gets people's attention, then they slowly back off of it in the most nonchalant way. That's not someone who is either contrite or considering what they were doing, that's somebody playing in your face. You called me a liar, then you had 4 points basically saying, he's not lying, I just saw one clip. So the problem here was you. You saw one thing of me reacting to one video and didn't realize you called me Kendrick tore Yelp. I've reacted dozens of times to Kendrick performances. And for the most part, I've given glowing reviews and given him and his stage performance and even the crowds at these concerts props. You chose to ignore it. You wanted to. You knew what that was going to do. Ack is a liar. So you use that. And when you use that, and then that gets the reaction out of me because you know I'm coming behind myself. Now, you try to be accurate. Like, well, you know, just to be fair here. No, he has been a little bit fair recently. Blah, 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 blah. No, get it right in the first place. If you had said, hey, I didn't know what to expect because I've seen some academics videos, but let me tell you how it was. Cool. When you say I'm a liar, people expect that everything I've said was a lie. Like I'm being intentionally dishonest, and I'm going off things I've seen based on a few videos. I ain't get to go to the tour yet. I will be going shortly. I don't know why everybody else is jumping on this Ack is getting that women shit when y'all are accused or when certain words or certain reputational things happen to y'all where people say you're A, B, or C. Y'all don't care that somebody played with your name and your reputation? I see a lot of y'all crash out over that. But when it's me, I'm supposed to just, it's okay, just pin me up on the cross and just throw darts at me. Nah, fuck that. So, I think my job is done here. Please, Lauren LaRosa, please, next time when you're going to try to mention my name, bro, make sure you're actually kicking some facts and some honesty, or at least tell the people you don't like me and that you're just lying because you want to drum up a narrative. Because at least with that, I could see where it's at and I could gauge and respond to you appropriately. But I don't like that pussy shit you just did. Call me a liar, then in 4 tweets, you basically say, yeah, he ain't really lied, but, you know, I made an assumption off one video. No, nigga, that's your laziness. That's your fucking laziness. Okay. Well, that was good. Good rant. Now let's get on to the rest of the stream. Why did I see that, your chat, y'all like how I just seamlessly go. So, yo, why did I see that Lil Wayne kicked out his girl and she exposed him or some shit? Let me see. They said Lil Wayne's girlfriend claims he kicked her out and her daughter out on Mother's Day and proceeded to ask for lawyer recommendations. Let me see this. Oh, she's asking for lawyer recommendations? Oh, let's hear this, chat. Oh, man. I'm not ready for the day. You see? Chat, y'all see? You see why I got to get that shit Lauren LaRosa right? These days when you're dealing with women, you always got to think about what this bitch going to say. Because they lie like it's going out of style. They know they had the power of just putting some dumb shit on you. And even if they lying, people will be like, oh, but she's a woman, so who cares? No, nigga. No. Keep it factual with me. Keep it actual and factual with me. So let's hear this shit.
Wayne literally kicked me and my daughter out on Mother's Day today.
What the fuck? Her daughter grown as fuck. I thought I was going to see like a 3-year-old. Like, no. It's a fucking grown-ass person.
Literally kicked me and my daughter out on Mother's Day today. And I am just recovering from surgery. I am 5 weeks out from a full mommy makeover. I can't even lift boxes, but this man has his assistants and people coming to help kick us out today. Like, and broke up with me on Mother's Day through text. And like, and her birthday's next weekend. And I leave to New York this week for all the Sports Illustrated press. Like, when I tell you,
she said what?
And broke up with me on Mother's Day through text. And like, and her birthday's next weekend. And I leave to New York.
What the hell does her birthday got to do with Wayne wanting to be with you? That ain't Wayne Kid. Is that Wayne Kid? I know Wayne got a whole bunch of kids, but that ain't Wayne Kid. Talking about her birthday's next weekend. What the fuck that got to do with Wayne want to be with you? How dare you break up with me when my daughter's birthday is next week? What the fuck? That nigga look like Russell Wilson. He ain't stepdaddy. He ain't got nothing to do with your motherfucking kid. Yo, put it like this. If you got kicked out, you clearly didn't live there. Also, it's Wayne's house. He don't want you there no more. You might think it's like being cold because he broke up with you via text and shit like that. These days, it's too costly to even get in an argument with a woman in the same room. She gonna say you put your hands on her. She gonna say you intimidated her. She gonna make up some bullshit. I like how Jeezy handled the shit with Jeannie Mae. Dip and let your assistant handle that shit. You can't handle it. Yo, these chicks will come up with lies like it's nothing. So you got to get yourself out the situation, make sure it's documented, and just be good with it. Wayne, y'all might say Wayne off them drugs or whatever the fuck, or he look fried these days, but Wayne's smart as fuck for this. Sure, y'all want you off my property. I want you to leave, but instead of confronting you, now you start throwing shit at me. I got to grab you that you don't fucking rip my face off. Now you saying I put my hands on you, some dumb shit, or you made some wild allegation. Like, no, I'm going to leave. I'm going to tell my assistants to come to the crib and get your bitch ass the fuck out of here. I like that, Wayne. And I don't need to know why they didn't break up. And by the way, here's the thing, too. This is another thing I don't like about this shit. I'm telling you, you can't let these bitches lie on you, bro. We never knew you was with Wayne. Why the fuck we hearing you not with him no more? I've seen some fake ass chat niggas do this too. Let me always make this clear. If you never gave an announcement when you showed up, don't give an announcement when you leaving. Just leave. Peace. We ain't even know the nigga dating you. Why the fuck you letting us know he done dating you? If you didn't give an announcement when you showed up, don't give one when you leaving. Hey y'all, he broke up with me via text and I think it's over. And just I want to let y'all know it was my birthday and I can't lift no boxes and I just want you to know, like, you fucking freeloader, hit the road, Jack. Why the hell you going to the internet for? For some sympathy?
Boxes, but this man has his assistants and people coming to help kick us out today, like, and broke up with me on Mother's Day through text, and like, and her birthday's next weekend, and I leave to New York this week for all the Sports Illustrated press, like, when
she said she leaves to New York for what?
Illustrated press, like,
wait, what? Who is she, by the way?
And I leave to New York this week for all the Sports Illustrated press, like,
oh, Sports Illustrated, she models them?
Like, when I tell you that I am absolutely unsure on how.
Wait. Or maybe he went for Sports Illustrated because Wayne be doing sports shit now.
When I tell you that I am leave to New York, like, and her birthday's next weekend, and I leave to New York.
Oh no, she said her.
This week for all the Sports Illustrated press, like, when I tell you that I am absolutely unsure on how to even process my emotions, like, if y'all got lawyer recommendations, please send them because.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. Yo, you deal with these chicks like these bitches think this is like an opportunity. Like they can't even take a L. Like, yo, you don't want to be with you no more. He's probably fucking somebody else. It's over. Just go away. Lawyers? What do you need a lawyer for? Yo, this is sad.
Like, if y'all got lawyer recommendations.
Wait, were they married or something? Hold on, maybe they were married. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Lil Wayne lawyer. No, Lil Wayne wife. Maybe he married this chick. Shuts down rumors. Is this her? Married girlfriend. Is this her? Denise Bidot? This is 2021. Is that her? Let me see. Maybe this is her. The hell? Is this her? What the fuck? This ain't her. Oh, this is her, right? Oh, he was with her for a while. Is this her? Yeah, I guess that's her daughter. Joy C. Marie. Oh, it is. Breaking up with someone on Mother's Day is diabolical. No, it ain't. He don't got no fucking kids with you. What the fuck he care about Mother's Day? What the hell? He got kids with her? Oh, this is the daughter right here? Yeah, her daughter, nigga, go get him in. Flexing that you're in Nobu while crying that you got kicked out of a multi-millionaire's house that's diabolical. You got to tag Nobu. Flexing that you're at Nobu. Like, what the fuck is this on the plate? This is why I don't like expensive restaurant. What the fuck is this? This don't even look edible to me. What the fuck? Flexing you're at Nobu, but crying about getting kicked out of the crib is crazy. Let's hear this.
Everyone DMing me about my story I posted. Yeah, this is actually a fact.
So by the way,
Wayne literally.
So by the way, it looks like Wayne was with this woman for like 4 years, because this thing that I looked up about her, Lil Wayne, looked like they were together. They said on and off getting girlfriend. So he's been with her since 2021. Oh my God. Now she starts saying abuse. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. They won't stop, chat. They won't stop. They won't stop. She was with this man this whole time. As soon as he said it's over, now he beat her ass. No, they won't stop, bro. They won't stop, bro. They try to take down all our heroes, bro. Like she went from being mad that he said it's over to now saying, what? It won't stop. No, it won't stop, bro. It won't stop. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. It won't stop. Now she's coming out saying he beat her ass. Bruh, why can't they just move on? In the aftermath of the message, she went on live and said, it's not just the emotional abuse. This man has actually laid fucking hand on me, and I took it. Oh, my God, bro. They won't stop, bro. Like, they got, bro, leave Wayne alone, bro. And you know what's crazy? They always say we're so stupid for love, and I thought that it was a mistake. But I know other women he put his hands on. Oh, she even third-party snitching. Oh, I know other women he beat their ass. They won't stop, chat. They just won't stop. They won't stop, chat. They won't stop.
Really kicked me and my daughter out on Mother's Day today.
They went to Nobu after this, and then they start looking for lawyers. Chat, think about this. Oh, my God, how could you kick us out on Mother's Day? Somebody get me a lawyer. Hey, daughter, come on, we're going to Nobu. Oh, my God.
And I am just recovering from surgery. I am 5 weeks out from a full mommy makeover. I can't even lift boxes, but this man has his assistants and people coming.
She's 5 weeks out from a fucking plastic surgery, of mommy makeover. These chicks are only obsessed with aesthetics, getting their tummy putting in their ass, like doing dumb shit. And when none of that works to keep a man, they just file a lawsuit claiming they got their ass beat. Yo, what's up, bro? What's up?
To help kick us out today. Like,
how come we ain't heard nothing about these allegations before you got kicked out, bro? Hey, Big Plate. I'm gonna read that in a second. You said his primary account been shadow banned from the chat. All right, we're gonna get you right, bro. We're gonna get you right. You said Wayne has horrible taste. Yeah, Wayne used to get some baddies. I guess he loved them BBWs. Looked like she was a BBW back in the day. Well, that's the daughter. Where's the moms? How old is the daughter, by the way, chat? I'm just not even gonna say nothing, bro. If Wayne like it, I love it. Fuck it.
Broke up with me on Mother's Day through text. And like, and her birthday's next weekend, and I leave to New York.
Chad, I agree with you, man. Wayne too drugged out. Wayne look feeble and weak, man. Wayne don't even got the strength to beat your ass, man. You look like you weigh more than Wayne. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you sure Wayne beat your ass? I ain't saying it ain't happened. I'm just saying you sure.
New York this week for all the Sports Illustrated press. Like, when I tell you that I am absolutely unsure on how to even process my emotions, like, if y'all got lawyer recommendations, please send them, because, you know, so, yeah, I know he has 2 girls being flown in today, and who knows how many plethora of girls.
Real nigga. Wayne, yo, hey, if you think one monkey stops the show, he got you out and he's getting the 2 new girls in. One monkey don't stop the show.
He has. I've been nothing but supportive to this man, loved him till the end of the fucking world, but
she was probably a raging trust, intolerable. Like you're not seeing what he probably has to deal with. You're seeing the let me go tell the public that they could give me sympathy and shame you, and let me get a lawyer to sue you. What he probably was going through with this chick was probably hell on fucking earth, nigga. Trust.
Like, you literally flew me, uprooted me from New York City where I was living, and brought me here for this bullshit. Like, that's crazy, you guys. Like, these men really be taking advantage. And it's not just the emotional abuse. Like, this man has actually laid a fucking hand on me. Like, nah. And I took it, you know what's crazy is they always say, like, we're so stupid for love, and I thought it was, like, a mistake. But, like, I know other women he's put his hands on.
Oh, my God. What's up? Yo, bro, what's up, man? Yo, chat, we got to start being like, yo, my nigga, if you only ready to blow the whistle when the gravy train stop, bro, you were living good this whole time, driving his Rolls Royces, living in the mansion. Everything was straight. You never wanted to speak up. You never wanted to get on live saying shit. But he got you out the crib. They packed your shit and escorted you to the door. And all of a sudden, you got a story to tell. Come on, bruv.
Today, it's okay.
Yo, it's like these chicks don't watch what happened with Shannon Sharp, and they know Dr. Umar. Yo, Dr. Umar! Where's Dr. Umar when you need him? Let me go to Dr. Umar feed, bro. Dr. Umar did tell us we had to cancel all white women for like 6 months. Dr. Umar. We had to cancel all white women for 6 months, bro. Dr. Umar, bro, we need you, bro. We need you, bro. Damn, why this nigga page look like this? The fuck? Dr. Umar page be mad black. Oh, man. Has he ever talked about Lil Wayne and Lil Wayne's bunny hopping? Let me see. Dr. Umar, Lil Wayne. Let me see. Has he spoken about it? This is all we need right here.
Richard Jefferson, I sentence you to 500 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man. Stephen A. Smith, I sentence you to 4,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man. Chris Broussard, Rob Parker, I sentence you both to 2,500 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man. Michael Wilbon, you fat, bald-head, no-neck midget, I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man.
Oh, shit.
Snow Bunny Shannon Sharp, you're the biggest and strongest of everybody on the list, so I'm going to have to sentence you for 10,000 lashes.
10,000. See, if Shannon got that 10,000 lashes, man, he wouldn't have been in no fucking problems.
Lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man and saying that no black woman can make you happy. 10,000
Wait, did Shannon ever say that? Shannon Sharp, no black woman can make me happy. No, he never said that. No way. He never said that, did he? Oh, shit.
See, you think you're doing everything right, but see, God know your heart. See, you can fool everybody else, but you can't fool that man upstairs, and you wonder why. Ask yourself when you're alone and you by yourself. Oh, I like such and such, but it's in here. Can't fool that man. You can fool us. I like Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. And y'all can't make me choose one. Just because I'm black, y'all can't make me love the black and hate the white. It ain't happening. So y'all might as well go ahead, take that on somewhere else. What you feel for them, that ain't what I feel. I treat things on an individual basis. I've had white people that's been great to me. that helped my grandmother out when my grandmother needed to borrow money, and she's like, "Hey, Mr. Joe, I need to borrow 50."
Big play 2008, man. Thank you for the 50. Yeah, could someone try to get his account unbanned or something like that? Give my boy another chance. I don't know what he did, but give him another chance, please.
Them boys will pay it back to you come summertime when they hit them bills. Gave it to my grandmother so we can pay a phone bill, and you buy yourself. Oh, I like such and such, but it's in here. Where else? What you feel?
He didn't really say that. It looked like he was talking about sports. Here we go.
Someone said Shannon Sharp don't mess with black women. And
that nigga said, Dr. Umar, man.
Before you go any further, can I say this?
Please.
My grandmother told me something when I was a little boy. She said, boy, never chase a lie.
Come on. Come on.
Why?
And you never said that, right?
I never said.
Okay, so that's why I said.
I got black kids.
That's what I said. I said, them babies black.
Yes.
They not confusing.
Yes.
We ain't trying to see if she Latin or Dominican. They black. They mama got black. Everybody that Shannon mess with.
Oh, chat, I'm adding some mods on Kick, man. Shout out to my Kick family. If you want Kick, I need some mods in the streets. All right, who am I modding? I'm modding a few people.
It's black,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Black. Okay? So, and y'all stop putting lies out about my brother because I was in my feelings when y'all said he didn't date black women. Y'all stop that shit. You stop it. Now, he might throw a white one in there every now and again. And it's okay. It's okay. Because sometimes, we ain't into everything.
Yeah.
We don't do everything. So sometimes Uncle Shay need a spice of life.
Yeah, see? There you go.
He need to go cross the street, but he always going to come back. That's all we saying to you, Oprah and Tyler. Come on home. Come on home.
Oh, shit. Anyway, damn, they trying to accuse Wayne? This Wayne type? I mean, I understand. Like, shout out to my man Wale Enter. I know he the milk, man. I know some niggas do love them some milk, but what type of milk is this? This ain't the expired milk, is it? Might be the soy milk. Maybe I don't know if it's almond right here. I don't know. You think it's almond milk right here? All right, man. Oh shit! Let's see if we can find the IG Live. We need the IG Live. Shout out to Live Bites. They always have the IG Lives on deck. Let's see. No, that's just IG stories. Was she on IG Live? Or maybe it was just the IG stories. I'm trying to find the IG Live, if she went live on IG. Yeah, don't look like she went live on IG, really. Oh, let me see some background with them. They met on Instagram or something? Oh, they split recently?
After 3 years of dating, Lil Wayne and Denise Bidot split. In 2020, Dwayne Michael Carter Jr. started dating Denise Bidot. The couple announced their romance in June after Wayne cancelled his engagement to Australian beauty Letitia Thomas. After meeting in 2019, they reconnected during the COVID-19 epidemic, which helped their relationship grow. They posted countless tender moments on social media, showing their love. Bidot admired Wayne throughout their relationship. She wrote a touching Instagram post on his 39th birthday in September 2021, calling him the greatest love of my life.
All right, let's see if we can find that. Because these chicks switch up on you in a second. You feel me? 1 minute you're the rock of their world. You break up with them. Now you're an abuser. You're the worst nigga on earth. She 38? Okay. Let's see. Where's that post at? Shit, I might have to go get my dog. One of my dogs outside. I could hear him. God damn. Yeah, fuck It's all good.
And thanking him as a teacher and friend. Early in their relationship, this public display of affection showed their deep bond. Their relationship had numerous obstacles. When they unfollowed each other on social media in January 2021, breakup speculations circulated. They split in early 2022 after 3 years together. Both grew personally and learned about love and relationships during this time.
We landed in a private airport. I said my
Okay.
After 3 years of dating,
All right. How did they even meet, though? How did they meet? Oh, they met on Instagram DM.
Lil Wayne and Denise Bidot had a great relationship before splitting. The public admired their relationship. Their public and social media adoration was evident. American rapper, singer, songwriter, and record executive Lil Wayne as Dwayne Michael Carter Jr. His unique rhyming technique has earned him one of hip-hop's most prominent and influential musicians since the early 2000s. The iconic plus-size model Denise Bidot has advocated body positivity and inclusivity in fashion. Denise Bidot posted sweet Instagram photos of them in June 2020, indicating their love. Their images showed them cuddling and smiling, demonstrating love. Lil Wayne dubbed Denise Queen on Instagram story. Lil Wayne and Denise Bidot frequently posted about their relationship on social media. They often swapped images with profound remarks to show their closeness. They complimented and supported each other online. Lil Wayne romance.
All right, man. This is like a AI type of thing. All right, she sued his ass. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. You know, we love Wayne. I guess the right thing to say is we hope these things aren't true. And, you know, we got to be kind of considerate of this woman's, you know, allegations, because she could be telling the truth. But come on, Chad. Y'all starting to see what's cracking, right? Anyway. Let me see what else is going on. Hey, yo, not for nothing. Yo, I'm going to take credit for this, yo. Yo, DDG baby moms, Hallie. Yo, you got to give me some credit. You living your truth out here now. No more sneaking around. It's finally time you popped out. I done told you. You should have been popped out. DDG done have 4,000 women on the stream. It's time you popped out with that nigga Brent Fires. Chat, I told y'all. She finally did. They on vacation right now. Brent Fires, I don't even know how to spell his name. And Halle Bailey, I done told y'all. It said, apparently, you know, that's Brent Fires at the some resort. This is him laying down. I guess DDG commented and said, who cares? Well, not really comment on the picture, but he was just like, who cares? Halle Bailey posted herself on the same vacation. Feel me?
I work all.
Yeah, you know? Doing her thing. And said DDG can't see son because Halle took the son to St. Lucia to be with Brent Fires. That's Brent Fires right there. That's Halle right there. Okay, whatever. Somebody says, oh, they said not true? Why are you lying? Brent Fires has a girlfriend. And Halle is, what? Listen, man. And so this pretty much confirms it. Brent Fires playing stepdad in St. Lucia. Listen, man, I really don't give a fuck. Like, listen, I'm actually like Halle Bailey. You know, I think she should enjoy her life and her doing whatever she got to do. You know, they're not together no more. As long as she doesn't weaponize the child against DDG. DDG seems like he moved on. Look like he's with all these other women, entertaining them, whether it's streaming or content or not. And if she wants to go hang out with Brent Fires, they're grown-ass people. Well, you can't slut shame her for that. What the fuck? She can do what she wants. Now, some people were saying this nigga Brent Fires was around before we knew they were done. I think that's where the little drama is. So before we knew Halle and DDG were done, I heard that nigga Brent Fires just been around. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? There's a couple club videos and photos. They were looking, you know, but people looked at Halle like, oh, no, she's like an angel. So that's like innocuous. It's innocent. Then now later we're like, oh, it all makes sense now. You remember DDG writing up that long-ass message? Dear Internet, me and Hallie have chosen to go our separate ways. And niggas like, why the fuck you write a whole goddamn thesis paper about you being single? Nigga, we don't give a fuck that much. Come to find out, he probably knew Shorty's kicking it with Brent Fires. You know, the internet, they always look at the man as the dog. So when the woman takes a picture with a nigga, they're like, probably for work. Anyway, if this is true, if it is true, I am very happy for Halle Bailey and Brent Fires, and I'm pretty sure DDG is happy as well. And somebody said DDG fans started a rumor, they cheated, blah, 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 in Paris because of Chloe posted some shit. You know what I mean? Okay. Hey. I'm glad that Halle Bailey is living her best life. It looks like DDG ain't bothered. Just make sure he could be a healthy and happy parent. Halle actually came out recently, and she was talking about, her, battle with body positivity, because she just had a kid not too long ago, and she basically, has that post-pregnancy body, and, I give her a lot of credit. She's kind of open about, some of her thoughts and anxieties going on with that, and this is a little bit of what she said. Here she goes.
Really bad about my body. My outfit of the day currently is I think this is the baby suit I want to wear. It's like white. Okay. And then I'm wearing this just for if it gets really cold and windy. But should I wear this or should I take it off? It's probably gonna be off most of the time.
By the way, I really like this. All things considered, I like the fact that she's not trying to hide, which many celebrities do, or get under the knife and come back with this perfect for Instagram body. And she's kind of showing that, hey, listen, I had a child. This is how life is. This is how I currently look, and it's cool. You get what I'm saying? I think that's very dope.
Right now, currently, I am a little bit thicker than I usually am. And I don't really know, I feel really insecure about it a little bit because all my life I've been 120 pounds, really skinny, and then I had my baby, and then when I was breastfeeding, I lost a bunch of weight. I feel really bad about my body. My outfit of the day, so I felt like my body sort of snapped back to where
Chat, now the reason why also I'm giving her props, I'm one of those people, I don't like BBLs. I don't like nothing fake. I don't like fake lips, fake hips, fake hair, fake nothing. So I'm giving her credit. I would be a hypocrite if I'm judging her on some naturally, this is what happens when you're a woman who's natural and you go through childbirth and obviously maybe some postpartum and this and third and the after effects of having a child. So I think that's normal.
I thought it did at the time, but it still was very off. And then now that I'm 25, I just feel myself oh, weight is sticking more. Okay. And
that's the thing about aging. That is a fact. And I think for women, it's probably post 25, 26, weight probably sticks a little bit more, when before it was just if you're thin as a stick, it just always goes away. But now, yeah, it's going to start sticking a bit.
I haven't had a lot of time. This is my first time taking a break. Being on this vacation with my sister. This is my first time I'm taking a break from film. I was filming every day and being a mom to Halo every day. I didn't have time anywhere between being on set and being with Halo to work out. So I'm a little fluffy right now because I kind of fell off of my consistent workouts. But I do feel a little insecure about it. And yesterday, me and Chloe, we were on the beach and we made a fun TikTok, and I got really insecure about it after. And I had texted
one thing with her, she the way how she speaks, it's easy for you to feel bad for her. She just seems so docile and it's a great personality trait to have, because she gives off that energy. If you criticize her or if you hate on her, you're probably the fucked up person. She just looks nice and sweet. You get what I mean? Anyway, this is the
I
last.
asked her hey, can you just take it down because I feel really bad about my body. And yeah, so people are asking like, why is it deleted? It's because of me. I was insecure about it and what people were saying about my body and what I don't know. I get in my head about stuff like that. But then today I'm like, I'm gonna feel better about myself. I'm not gonna be too hard on myself because I've been working on this really cool fucking job that I just finished. Guys, I had a really great experience in New York. And now I'm on vacation with my sister and we're celebrating and we're with my baby. We're having like a good time and I'm not gonna be so hard on myself. So my message of today is, I'm telling this to myself, is to just enjoy the moment and not be too hard on yourself and let yourself live a little and have some fun.
Okay. And kind of ending this, I think this nigga lied though. Pontiac made DDG. This nigga DDG claiming that he only sold 502 records. I think that's a lie. He says 1,230 first week sales. Is that true? There's no way DDG sold 1,200 copies. And he said 502 albums. I'm guessing that's purchases, and then the rest came in streams. Nah, I don't think that's true. I'm gonna pull his numbers tomorrow or Tuesday. I'll pull the numbers tomorrow or Tuesday. I know he's not in the top 50. He's not in the top 50. But the Billboard, it goes to 200. So I would hope his album actually makes it on the top 200 list. He was on iTunes #1 for a while, at least in the hip hop genre. And I guess that's the albums getting sold. These albums right here, 502. I was really interested to see how his sales would do, just off the mere fact that, he's been blowing up so crazy with streaming recently. I wanted to see, will it translate? And sometimes, this is the thing about streaming and sometimes online entertainment. Sometimes, like, for example, it's like people with me, right? Like, anytime I throw a live event, like, it's been humbling for me, right? Like, yeah, I'll have 17, 18,000 people watching me. You throw an event with 500 cap and only 300 sell. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Not everything translates because some of the people who are just tuning in, they're just tuning in for a show. Some are real fans. Some of them are hate watching. Some of them don't like you. Some of them just tune in to clip shit and take it out of context. And I was wondering with DDG, like, how much of this newfound, success in terms of streaming would actually translate to selling an album. And he did go on a press run. I seen him at the Breakfast Club. I've seen him doing different outlets. He's been having incredible success on stream, but it looked like even though they enjoy, and by the way, another reason why I wanted to see if it translated is as well that it's not like he was doing something different on stream. He was making music on stream. So he was actually making the music that he put out on stream, and people were tuning in. And I'm like, well, if people are kind of invested that way, they're going to go buy the record. But you get to realize the streaming audience, they'll sub, like a streaming audience will sub up before they buy your album. They'll donate to get their message on screen before they support your album. And that's kind of a little bit unfortunate for me, or unfortunate in general, because you get to realize, I think DDG is going to get to a fork in the road if this continues, where if you ask me, DDG is probably making $300,000, $400,000 a month just off content and streaming. Music, if it doesn't translate to music, you might have to just stick with what's making you money, even if they're not going to support your music. I don't know. It's kind of disappointing seeing, like, I think if Kai dropped a song, or maybe Kai's just that big, pause. I think they would support it. I seen the Bust Down Rolly Avalanche song. That shit went platinum, right? But sometimes when it comes to music, like, for example, Blues Clues did amazing for me, right? It was my first song. After that, they were like, all right, nigga, get back to reading the news, right? So maybe sometimes it's just a one-off, like they'll support your first one, but they're not really there to support your music, true and true. Like Kai posted, Bust Down Rolly Avalanche with L.E. Chopper is actually gold. It's actually gold. It's definitely going to go platinum if you ask me, right? But also, like, I really don't know. I seen Max just sell out a concert, right? Plaque Boy Max concert. Like, he just sold out a concert, but apparently he charged like, the tickets were like $5, right? Which again, that's not a feasible thing to really have that type of career if you're going to perform. Like, he probably didn't make no money on this. He probably lost money on this. $5 a ticket, the venue's going to charge more than that. You get what I'm saying? But for him, it was probably, you know, not saying it wasn't an L for him, it was a big W, but he probably just wanted people to show up. But I'm wondering how much, we haven't really seen it yet, where someone has taken that stream clout and completely turned it into, I'm going on tour and they're going to just support me as an artist.
On 5/5, I will be doing a live show, a concert with artists that have came on stream and done in the booths. Tickets go live tomorrow. Tickets go live tomorrow. Now, I repeat, on 5/5, I will be doing a live concert with some artists that came on stream and did in the booths, not all, some, and doing a live show. Tickets go live tomorrow.
Okay, so yeah, he sold for $5. And I ain't gonna lie to you, it looked lit as shit. Let's see if we could. I want to show you the show. That show looked lit as hell. Yeah, this was a show. Oh, and I guess he brought out mad people. So 41 came out. Okay. Yeah, this shit look lit as fuck. I think he did it at the Roxy. And the Roxy holds, how many people does the Roxy hold? I think the Roxy holds like 500, I think. Right? Roxy Theater, Los Angeles, capacity. Yeah, it holds 500. But yeah, again, I'm you know, for me, I'm looking to see, is one thing pulling a lot of people to watch your live stream? How do you get those people to show up? And it does take a lot more. You know what I mean? It takes a lot more effort when somebody got to get a babysitter. They got to go get an outfit. They got to go get a ride. They got to go do A, B, C, and D, and also pay for a ticket to go watch you. Now, if those people are musicians, it probably makes a little bit more sense, right? Like, for example, I think it's tough for me to even, I think anytime a podcaster, well, I'm more of a streamer than a podcaster, if you ask me. I think people might be like, well, why would we go watch Ak if he's going to do what he's going to do on stream? You know what I mean? If it's music, it's easier of a sell. Also, it depends on, and that's what I was saying about the NBA YoungBoy like fan base. It depends on the age group. Like, I think, for example, let's say Joe Budden's podcast. Like, they got grown-ass people in their 40s that's watching them and shit, right? And I think they probably sell tickets easier. They might get less numbers than some people, but they probably would sell tickets easier. When it comes to, like, younger fan base, bro, you can't charge them $80, $90. You get what I'm saying? They're not going to show up. They don't got $80, $90, even though they love Max, right? I'm not dissing like his audience. So I think this was a big W, but I'm kind of bringing it back to the DDG shit to say, I really thought DDG was going to be pushing 10K at least. Like, I think he called me and I told him 20 to 30. Because, bro, like, he's been lit. So, like, if his audience didn't really show up and cop his album, like, I don't know. But this was a big W for Max, though. I don't know if Max wants to be a, what do you call it again? Does Max want to be like a touring musician, or he just likes doing what he does as a streamer and maybe sometimes perform? Because I think they were trying to get him on did I say OnlyFans? No, they were trying to get him on Rolling Loud. Oh yeah, right here. Yeah, this shit look lit. And shit, maybe that's the fucking meta. Charge the least amount as possible, $5. At least they show up. At that point, it's like a meet and greet, but shit, who gives a fuck? Like, Max is rich as fuck. Who gives a fuck, right? This is a big W for him, though. Good. All right. Yeah, I'm really just kind of commenting on how much, like, can you convert? Because everybody wants to get into streaming. We're seeing rappers get into streaming. And they're using the DDG-like motto, thinking that if you're lit on stream, these are people that will buy your product. But I don't think naturally people who watch streamers all the time always then it's easy to monetize that attention that they give you. They'll watch it for 4 or 5 hours. Then you drop an album for $5, they might not buy it. But if you're having a subathon, they'll fucking sub from here till like it's going out of style, right? So that's kind of like confusing to me. I guess we'll find out if anyone ever does it, do it correctly. Has anyone done it correctly? Like really made that transition where they got lit in streaming first and then turned it into music? Somebody said DDG is trolling. Yeah, maybe he's trolling, but like, I mean, he's still not in the top 50. So like, the top 50 he's so below 20,000 for sure. I'd be surprised if he didn't sell 10,000. If he didn't sell 10,000, I'm kind of wondering like, what the fuck? Anyway. Yeah, this is a good look. Okay, all right. What else is going on, chat? What else is going on? Diddy trial does start tomorrow. It does start tomorrow. U.S. announced that they made a trade deal with China in Geneva, that's good. Stock market going crazy tomorrow. You get what I'm saying? What's this? Who's this? I don't know who this is. Miley Cyrus addresses mom. What? Okay, I don't care about that. Jacob Lattimore. Is this Boosie? They gave Boosie. All right, this is some ghetto shit. They gave Boosie a degree.
Your pain has not been wasted. Your platform has a purpose. Your legacy is just beginning. We know your name as Lil Boosie. Heaven will not know you as Dr. Hatch.
Hereby conferred upon Kern Hatch Jr. this degree in Doctor of Philosophy, PhD.
This gotta be a black college. It's gotta be a black college, bro. I didn't know this is bad, but it's gotta be a black college, bro. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, at what point they were like, yo, let's give Boosie a degree. Like, yeah. Somebody said.
In music composition.
2 honorary degrees to Dr. Hatch.
Still, congratulations to him. Dr. Hatch. Okay, whatever. Somebody said something about Jadakiss. What's going on with Jadakiss? I'll Google it. What's going on with Jadakiss? Put me on game. Put me on game. Is this Ciara? Ciara been aging okay, right? Jadakiss. What Jadakiss got going on? What? Jadakiss has a podcast. Yo, they're beefing with Rumble over a kick, yo. What's going on? Okay, what should I be watching? Could y'all tell me what to search for? Oh, shit, thank y'all. Pusha T. Yo, the Pusha T clip was hilarious, bro. This is hilarious right here. It's a Pusha T. Look at this. Look at this. Some guy starts trolling Pusha.
How you gonna come to Miami and don't tap in with the chain snatcher?
What do you mean?
I'm the chain snatcher.
Okay.
What? Get to know me, brother.
All right, how you doing?
You're a good brother, man.
All right.
You understand the way to tap in and check in properly?
Look, you change that.
No,
this just go against my thing.
No,
money niggas going.
No, I get money for like I'm a Z. You know what a Zo is?
Yeah, I know.
I know, but respect on.
That's an Zo about me. That's my guy.
I know, but I am an actual Zo. Ali Zoe, come on, you know Macazo?
Oh, yeah. You okay?
I'm on that. So you don't do me like a regular nigga, brother?
No, I'm not. But, but you said something to me that's like, that brought me kind of crazy.
I'm a content creator and I get money like that, so you can't disrespect me as if it don't count.
Yeah, but you told me something.
You feel me? I know you. You're not perfect, I'm not perfect. Every gangster respect gangsters, real, recognize real. You feel me? How you gonna come to Miami, don't tap in with...
I seen another version of this on Keepsake Solid. I don't know if they doctored it or whatever. I don't think they doctored it though. Right here.
Don't tap in with the chain snatcher.
What do you mean?
Yo, somebody tell you, yo, how you gonna come to Miami and tap in with a chain snatcher? By the way, I think W Pusha. I think Pusha, you did what I would do. I don't know if you was walking a court or something. I'm walking in the direction of the police. Chat, I'm sorry. I'm walking in the direction of the police. Yo, listen, man, I came here to Miami. I'm fly, nigga. I'm not trying to scrap with a bum. I'm not trying to scrap with a random. Get out of here. I'm not trying to scrap with a random, bro. Wait.
How you gonna come to Miami, don't tap in with the chain snatcher?
What do you mean?
I'm the chain snatcher.
Tapping in with the chain snatcher is diabolical.
Okay.
What? Get to know me, brother.
All right, how you doing?
Also, the way how he keeps walking, that's a smooth move by Pusha. I don't think that shows nervousness. I think it shows like, yo, bro, like, nigga, I'm trying to get to where I'm getting to, bro.
You're a good brother, man.
All right.
You understand the...
And that little dap right there when he looks at him and shit like that, I think Pusha's checking his temperature. And I don't think Pusha really looks like crazy in this.
way to tap in and check in properly.
But you change that.
No,
you just go against my thing.
No,
money niggas going.
No, I get money for like I'm a Z, you know.
So he edits out certain parts of it, but I guess he's telling him like, yo, bro, you being a chain snatcher goes against what I'm going for. I put money in niggas' pockets. I don't try to take their chains.
What a Zoe is?
Yeah, I know.
I know, but respect on.
Ask Zoe about me. That's my guy.
I know, but I am an actual Zoe. Ali Zoe, come on, you know Macazo?
Oh, yeah. You okay?
I'm on that. So you don't do me like a regular nigga, brother?
No, I'm not. I'm not, but you said something to me that brought me kind of crazy.
I'm a content creator and I get money like that, so you can't disrespect me as if it don't count.
Yeah, but you told me something that
you feel me? You're not perfect, I'm not perfect. Every gangster respect gangsters, real, recognize real.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, Pusha T gotta let go of them braids, bro. Yo, Pusha T, like, you about to be on Lil Wayne Timing, bro. You about to be on that list now, bro. Just shave your head and just keep it a bean, bro. Please. Pusha T, these braids are diabolical. You gotta get these out of here, man. Yo, y'all old niggas gotta realize y'all headline done got pushed all the way back, man. Y'all on George Jefferson, Stephen A. Smith timing now, man. Y'all gotta give it up. Or start wearing a hat with it, bro. Please start wearing a hat. This looks crazy. This looks crazy. You gotta give it up now. Or go to Turkey.
Peace, love, and positivity.
Yo, they said this nigga Pusha T shot a PSA afterwards. I think they gassing it.
Pusha T, the chain snap. Love, brother.
Get your chain back, come on, get your chain back, snatcher. Get your chain back, come on.
How you?
Niggas a chain snatcher? Somebody said it's Stephen Joe TV. Ain't he a content creator? Is he really snatching chains? I heard he's the one who took what's the guy's name chain? He took Jack Doherty chain. Look at this. Look, he made it.
Get your chain back, come on, get your chain back, Doherty. Get your chain back, come on and get your.
Oh, he made a diss song about Jack Doherty. He said, "Come get your chain back, nigga."
Get your chain back, Doherty. Get your chain back, come on and get your chain back, Doherty. Get your chain back, come on and get your chain back. Jack Doherty, come on and get your chain back. Blah, original chain snatcher, I want it, I take that. If you got your shit took, I'ma be the one to call Big Z. I need everything, yeah, I need it all. Stepper, I be stepping, don't need no weapon.
Nah, Chad. Yo, the chain snatcher not supposed to have a bop. He not supposed to have a bop with your stolen chain in his hand.
Anyone who disrespected me, they learned they
Yo, the nigga moving like Kodak and shit while he got your chain. Nah, this is diabolical.
Listen, I'm reckless, but I'm precious, so I'm protected. Yeah, I see goofy shit everywhere, it's detected. What the fuck, bro? On block, not no Tetris. Long live all of my guys. Snatching chains is a way of life. Won't get on a life, I will never die. Where's yours? What the? Jack Doherty got his jewelry took on block. You thought shit was sweet, cause you wasn't in the hood. It can go down get your chain back.
Yo, at least this is creative.
Come on and get your chain back, dirty. Get your chain back.
It's a good anthem. Get your chain back, nigga.
Come on and get your chain back, dirty. Get your chain back. Come on and get your chain back, dirty. Get your chain back. Come on and get your chain back.
Now, I'm pretty sure this nigga's trolling. I think he's trolling. Because if he's not trolling, man. If he's not trolling, somebody will shoot his ass. Not everybody playing around like that.
Get your chain back. Come on and get your chain back, dirty. Get your chain back.
Ruger Red, thank you for the I gifted sub, my boy.
Come on and get your chain back.
All right, okay. Damn. Wait, he got a whole series pressing niggas. Oh, he pressed Javante too?
What? Oh, shit. Hey, Javante Davis, right? What's good, brother?
Yo, why everybody look at him like he about to steal something? Every time a niggas look at him, it look like he about to steal some shit. Like Javante kind of like, yo, who the fuck is this nigga?
Hey, man, I was just trying to catch a friendly fade with you. I know you do all that boxing shit.
Nigga, what?
You feel me? For some money. I got money. You ain't the only one with money. Like, your little fade.
Yo, why Javante? Yo, where's Javante from? He from B-More, right? You could tell Javante is like, yo, niggas think I'm gonna catch a fade with him in the street. Nigga, I'm gonna shoot you. You could tell Javante's on bad timing. He ain't about to catch no fade with you outside of that ring where he's getting paid tens of millions. He's looking like, nigga, you think I'm about to box you? Nigga, I'm about to shoot you.
Something that's not orchestrated on live TV, but just on some hood shit.
You know you record, right?
Yeah, I know. I record my fades. I monetize and I put belt to ass. Well, God bless, man. It looked like you turning down the fade. God bless. Jesus is good, or whatever. Whatever you worship, Buddha, all that.
But is he like for real, or is he these like voiceovers? Cause he gonna play with the wrong one, and that person gonna look at their man's like, you know, I got the lawyer if he beat the brakes off of this nigga.
I'm a Zoe. God bless everybody. Y'all look very uncomfortable. It's not that deep. All right, bye.
Friendly fake, kid.
Oh, this how you look?
God damn, it wasn't that deep.
I'm trying to catch them fade. Like, why they tripping, kid? What? Oh, shit. Hey, Javante Davis, right?
Nah, that's crazy. What else? That's a Pusha T. He was tweaking.
I'm the chain snatcher, you gotta tap in. I really need you to check in. Pusha T was tweaking. All you gotta do is listen. Cause them real niggas gonna get up with you. I really need you to check in. Pusha T was tweaking. All you gotta do is listen. Cause them real niggas gonna get up with you. Big Z, I don't play around. Chain snatcher, tapping with me if you from out of town. God, your name Pusha T, but I was pushing P. Kicking those for the feet, now it's positivity. You know Ali Zo, but I know the whole family. Big Zo, you ain't no smart, but I be acting slow. Mad scientist, man, I really got...
Nah, I've heard about Stephen Jones. I'm just wondering if he's really doing this. Like,
would you rather have dinner with Trump or 500?
Did he press Asian Doll?
Asian Doll, you remember me?
Asian Doll.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
We chilling. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I know I'm not being a good baby father.
Okay. All right, this guy, Asian Doll knew him. Let me see this.
Hey.
What here?
Yeah. You camera crew. Hey, baby girl.
Which other rapper he pressed? Oh, he fighting niggas.
Oh shit, chain snatcher.
Down. Nah.
What's up?
And I'm chilling, man. I'm boxing. I'm training and stuff.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to see if I could catch a friendly fade with one of y'all. I'm the original fade catcher.
Hey, Javante, are you watching this?
Yes.
Javante, he needs that fade, bro.
Hey, man, I was just trying to catch a friendly fade with you. I know you do all that boxing shit.
What?
I put belt to ass.
On that. Just a friendly fade. It's all love and peace and positivity.
I am shining just like a diamond.
Oh, okay, he trolling a bit. He trolling.
Jesus Christ.
What? Good, phone them. I can't greet y'all.
It's little Harold, ain't it?
I'm being a regular person. I just want to introduce myself. My name is the Chain Snatcher, you know?
Yeah.
I should be part of y'all crew.
I see your shit.
Oh yeah, I see your shit. I see all of y'all shit. I'm part of the Illuminati, so I see everything.
Nah, he knew this wasn't a nigga to play with. He knew. He knew this wasn't a nigga to play with, bro.
Love, man. I'll see you at the Freemasonic meeting later at the lodge.
He knew He knew this wasn't the niggas to play with. He wasn't gonna ask for no friendly fade with these niggas.
Love y'all. For sure, for shit show.
You can't sit in this circle. Bunch of chain snatchers. They go to my Masonic law.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I see any nigga with all goals in their mouth like this, I'm usually thinking they're a criminal. That's a fact. Who's that?
You got Big Z, nigga. What you give a fuck about that, nigga? Look. Yo, bro. My name is Chain Snatcher.
Hey, you ain't snatch some shit over here.
You ain't tapped in, so
I'm from the crib, you know that, right?
What that mean?
You'll get your ass sent to the upper room, nigga.
Oh shit! There we go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yo, bro. I'm just playing, bro.
Nigga don't play crack.
No, bro. Chill. Hey, yo, I'm Big Z, nigga. What you
give a fuck about that, nigga?
Look. Yo, bro.
Damn, you threw away his skateboard?
I don't give a fuck. Nigga don't play no crackhead games over
Yo,
here,
blood. Yo. What's all? We joking. It's a joke. Just chill.
I ain't know you was coming like that. Hey, we good in the hood though, man.
Oh yeah, you can tell this nigga. This is the worst nigga. Who is this nigga? YBZ? Yeah, he the type of nigga that look like he'll die by this chain. Yeah, you gotta leave niggas like this alone. Nigga like this look like he gonna die by this chain. Yeah, you ain't snatching his shit. Who else? Man, check that. Let me see what happened with Baby. My bad. I don't know why I'm like addicted to these videos now.
Little baby.
Baby now. Hey, my bad about that last little.
Let's see, homie. No, bro, I'm not even stepping on you, fo. I'm a real Z.
You feel me? I was just tapping in with you. I'm Zoe. I'm Z. It's all love, brother. Yeah, for sure.
Big Z, little baby. Yeah. We here with it, you feel me? Love, positivity, get money, take care of your family. We out here. Yeah. Chain snatcher. Little baby now.
Yo, tell the man you part of the chain snatch is crazy. Oh, let me see what he said to Floyd.
Floyd Mayweather.
Hey, Floyd. I just wanted to give you your chain back, brother.
Nigga, what?
This is from the past. You feel me? We went to high school together.
Damn, Floyd, stay with a baddie.
Love, brother. Is the chain snatcher?
I was trying to give him back his chain from high school, folks.
Yo, Floyd, stay with a baddie.
Get your chain back. Come on and get your chain back. Snatch. Get your chain back. Come on and get your chain.
Who else? All right, I think we might be at the end of this. Oh, little TJ. Little TJ's a crash out. Let me see.
Phone him.
Here we go.
You little TJ. Oh, you a thug? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't want no smoke. I'm like, TJ. Jesus Christ.
Okay. All right. I like these videos. But he gonna play with the wrong one. I ain't gonna lie to you. I know he ain't tried yakking.
Kodak Black.
Okay, anyway. All right, people. All right. Let's get to it. Y'all told me Jadakiss, but never told me what the fuck I was supposed to look at for Jadakiss. Boosie got a new son? Oh, yeah, I forgot his girl was pregnant. Let me look on Say Cheese was cracking on there. I should call Aiden back too, right? Rapper LGP Qua passed away in Philly. Wow. Did we even touch on the two rappers from... Give me 1 second. So there was two rappers who died last time. We got the news while we were on stream. Let's see if we could figure out what the hell happened. Trench's News supposedly reported it.
You want to support me? Go to Nene. Yo! It's your boy Trench's News, and I'm back at y'all with another one. Appreciate all love.
Why does this nigga still wear a mask, man? Bro, we can tell it's you.
Support. Thanks for everyone who subscribed to the channel. If you ain't subbed to my channel, make sure you join the membership. Shout out to all my mods. If you ain't follow my mods, you can follow their at the end of the video. Remember, happy Mother's Day, man. Happy Mother's Day to everybody, man. And long live all the mothers that's gone, man. Happy Sunday to everybody. Make sure you keep your head on the swivel. Remember, CPD can't save you or your local police department, man. So make sure you're aware of your kids and your surroundings. Hey, if you got kids out there, nieces and nephews, dissing the dead, claiming hats, hijacking people in the middle of the night, make sure you get life insurance on them so you can bury them properly and you won't have to go fund me, man. With that being said, we're coming back with an update on Money Dude Youngin and K Smooth was ambushed outside a club called the Pork Chop, man. They were celebrating Gleesh's birthday, or they were celebrating something for Gleesh, man, and it all went bad, man. So we want to know what happened, man. And according to family and people who was there and what the people who was there told the family, I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna do my best to tell y'all.
So the two dudes who died. Let me go to one of their Instagram. Mona Duke. I think he had an O-Block chain, right? And people are saying that when he got shot or he got killed, supposedly they said it was a setup. These guys were in a car and they got killed. And they're saying that the dudes who killed them supposedly try to take their chain off their neck. So supposedly they took the O-Block chain. So this is one of the guys who died. And I think this is the other guy. So I think it's both of them. Am I right or no?
How they told me. So make sure you smash that like button so this video can get them.
Resides. She's at Broadway near Rosemont.
Oh, here we go. Thanks.
Saul is at the scene. Saul resides. She's at Broadway near Rosemont Avenue, gathering all the details for us as everything unfolds. Saul.
Yeah, Suzanne, we just watched police pick up dozens of evidence markers before they cleaned the scene here, and the fire department just showed up. They are washing off the sidewalk as we see them often do after crime scenes are cleared up. We heard on police scanner radio that the shooting happened at this place called Pork Chop right here. Online it says they're a restaurant and jazz lounge. We're told the victims were standing right here on the sidewalk when someone drove by and started shooting. Take a look at this video we have of the scene. At least 40 evidence markers on the street here in the shooting's aftermath. Police say gunshots rang out just before 1:30 this morning. This is on Broadway between Devon and Rosemont Avenue. Right now, police say they...
Yo, chat, just random, but nigga, I definitely need a sponsorship with McDonald's. Yo, at the two coffee strategy where I drink both of these shit, chat, I was drunk all day. Maybe the rant sobered me up, but nigga, I'm mad sober right now. Like, I actually need to start drinking again. Yo, these coffees just sober me the fuck up all the time. And I'm like locked in right now.
They don't know what led up to this shooting. When they arrived, they say they found 3 people shot, and none of the victims could give them any information. We're told a 28-year-old and a 31-year-old man were both shot and pronounced dead at nearby hospitals. A 36-year-old man was also shot and taken to Evanston Hospital, where he was in fair condition at last check.
You guys are getting a person shot in the 24th District, Broadway and Rosemont and Broadway. Caller says the male shot in the back. Offenders ran away. Caller says that the shooting was at the club Pork Chop.
And Suzanne, we heard on police scanner radio that the shooter was captured on City Pod cameras and was possibly driving a stolen car. Detectives still looking for that suspect this morning. They say so far they've made no
so yesterday, Money Duke and Youngin and K Smooth was ambushed outside a bar. Now, while they was at this bar, man, for Gleesh's birthday, man, I still want to hear from Gleesh, man, because that's crazy.
So so it's Gleesh's birthday. Gleesh is someone who from O-Block. Actually, what's his name? Vaughn has a song about him too.
They'll be this big. They got the most ops. You know what I'm talking about? Like either you with O-Block or you with Tuckerville or Gyro, whatever you want to say it. It's like a split faction. Either you with them on their side or you on their side, bro. And the city split like that all the way to out west. You got out west that's picking sides over this drill era war. So they went to this bar, you know, and whole time they was inside the bar partying, dancing, not paying attention, looking everything. Oh, she got a big butt, you know, all that, man, and not paying attention that, you know, somebody in there watching them and they finna drop they low. The low was dropped from the inside. The low was dropped from the inside, man. Somebody know this Money Duke, whether he was coming in.
Yo, I'm going to be honest with you. It's still shocking to me that if I lived in, first of all, the smartest people in Chicago, I think, move out of Chicago. Like the only living Chirac savages that's really still out there, especially if they have a big name. Obviously, these guys didn't have a big name, but they were definitely known for being around Vaughn. Look at Chief Keef. Chief Keef been living a nice, peaceful life. He got about 8 to 9 bitches. Shit, even fucking King Von's sister. Like, Chief Keef lives in California, and he has not had to shoot a op or think about, like, whatever safety. I'm pretty sure he's still, like, make sure he's safe, but, bro, you just got to move out of Chicago. I remember when G Herbo moved out of Chicago. Dirk moved out of Chicago and went to, where you call it again? Went to Atlanta, even though a lot of his people stayed in because he was so tied in with Chicago, he constantly was coming back. And then who else? Who else moved out of Chicago? Bro, King Yella live in Vegas. Like, these people, these are the people who have survived, who have now, Tay 600. I don't think he live in Chicago no more. So when I see people still in Chicago and got all these options, still partying, I'm like, God damn, man.
Or whether when they was about to leave out, somebody noticed them. Somebody noticed them inside there and called. Because we know this. How do we know this? How do you know that, Swipe? Because they was waiting outside. It wasn't no drive-by. They never just pulled up and they were standing outside hanging around smoking, and then they just started shooting. No, they came as they walked out. As they walked out, they was ambushed. Then they say a guy with a ski mask on, he was walking back and forth for about 20 minutes, walking back and forth outside this bar. No police around, no security. You would think a police came down the street 1 o'clock with a ski mask on. You would think somebody would be like, hey, bro, hey, somebody outside, y'all be careful with a ski mask on. Notify security to the bar or something, And then, so they get hit up. They get hit up now. They get ambushed. So after they get ambushed, a couple people just record. They was recording it, sneaker recording them on the ground. Like they was watching them, fight for their life and everything, bro. Instead of calling the ambulance or something, you got people out here that's cruel that recorded. I don't care what they did in life, man. I ain't finna record nobody on the ground fighting for their life, bro. Like, I'm not finna do it. You could do it for clicks and bait, but I'm not gonna do it. So after the shooter skied off, now Lakeshore Drive is right there. For y'all ain't in Chicago, we got expressways and all that. We got different expressways, and we got Lakeshore out south, but it runs all the way up north. It goes from out. They done stretched it now. It used to go, Lakeshore used to go to 57 and something, now to 67 and Jeffrey, and then it cut off. Like, you could jump off on Jeffrey and then it's over with. But now they extended it. But it goes all the way up north. It goes.
All right, so I guess we get the gist of it. So it looked like these guys were set up. It's kind of crazy where, like, if you live in Chicago, you kind of got to get away from your ops. That's the only way. And even then, the beef ain't over. But most ops is too broke to really take a cross-country trip to go kill you. You know what I mean? This is why I knew they wanted that nigga Fulio dead bad. Them niggas drove 3 hours. Yeah, they wanted that nigga Fulio dead. Usually, if you move one town over, your ops is not coming. Like, your ops usually got bus passes. They don't got money for a Lyft or Uber. Like, these niggas is, if they can't walk to your house, you're free. So if you go to another state, you're blessed for the most part. Or you go cross state if the state big enough. They drove from Tampa to Jacksonville. No, it wasn't Tampa. It was Jacksonville to Tampa to kill Fulio. That's what I'm like, damn, they really wanted that nigga dead. They drove to that nigga birthday party. Holy. These guys are still in Chicago, partying in Chicago. I wouldn't even party in Chicago at all. I'd move. But also, I could imagine, like, they probably were moving around Chicago. They probably got mad stain, mad, respect, because they pretty much Von's guys. Right? Oh, they're making music, too. Huh? Let me hear some of this stuff.
Straight to it. All the niggas said it better, let's do it. Add the fuel to the fight, no fluid. Touch what Jay wish nigga would. Got a switch on all my Glocks. One false move, 2 face shots. Look, bro, with me, get 1 9. Put stop, that's all my car.
Oh. Man, rest in peace, man. Damn. My man with the O block chain. Damn. Are these guys part of Get Back Gang? That's what Von always be talking about. Oh, shit, never mind. Yeah, I guess it was. Big King Kong, yeah, I'm back in heck mode. Get Back Gang on the way. Man, a lot of Vaughn's people, like, they drop like flies, right? Muwap is in jail for life, I think, for the murder of FBG Duck. Muwap sentenced to, yeah, he was sentenced to life, I think. Muwap, his name is Marcus Smart, I believe. Marcus Smart. Another gunman was found guilty of 5 counts. He was found not guilty of 2 counts, which was shooting Duck's girlfriend. What are they sentenced to? What was he sentenced to? Oh, they get sentenced in August. They're facing life. Damn. So he's locked up. A bunch of other guys are locked up for. Damn. Then he got the pose where he's shooting somebody in the head or something. Walk him down. Damn, and these are all the O block chains right here. Got the OTF and then the O block chains. Damn. That O block pendant done turned into like a curse. Anybody that got one go to jail or died. Respectfully. I'm not trying to. Shit. Kind of sad. Did these guys usually do interviews? These are the type of niggas that Adam 22 would interview. Mother Duke interview. Oh, this is one right here.
Like that. Okay. When we hear your name, we always remember the King Von line. We go by the mall when they free Duke.
On fortnite, you know that.
So you was locked up like when Von's career had really started cracking.
Yeah, I was booked.
What were some things you was hearing on the phones about like how he was
All right, man. Damn, rest in peace. Okay. Keep it going. What was y'all talking about with Jadakiss, man? Like, Whack 100 talking about Ye? Here we go.
Stop Ye right now. And if they do it, they'll make him a martyr. Whenever he does what people consider crazy things, his fans go stream more.
Yeah.
They go buy more.
Yeah.
He's in total control. My guy, when me and Ye was running around together daily, he said, hey, bro, tell Ye we got 30 million for him to go do a short run for us, 7 to 10 dates, and we'll cover all this production costs and travel. I'm excited. Ye tells me, all right, Wack, tell your guy how much does it cost for me to buy his company and then I'll tour for me or buy into his company so I can work for me. Either way it goes.
That's kind of dope. Yeah, Kanye does have that type of mentality where I could tell that as much as we see him with some outlandish, maybe radical things, the richer he's gotten, he's not someone who likes being in this system that enriches. And I think that's one of the reasons he don't even really work with Live Nation. That's why he's touring overseas and shit like that. Because pretty much Live Nation runs touring in the United States. That's why he's touring in like South Korea, this and third. But he's and I think that's why he also started rooting for Drake. Because he likes when the establishment kind of topples. And I think that kind of came from not only his experience with Louis Vuitton and fashion houses, definitely came from his dealings with Def Jam and how he was so frustrated when trying to get out of the contract and even getting his masters back. So.
Ye's not working for nobody but Ye. And I'm looking at him like, Ye, I know you got some money, but I mean, 30 million is 30 million. I mean, damn, Ye, we get it done in 8 days, 10 days. I'm looking at it, but seeing what he went through.
Makes sense.
It's only.
Interesting. Okay. Finesse 2 times is back free. Listen to this.
Can't pay no lawyer. Your mammy can't pay no lawyer, bitch. Fuck you talking about who can't pay no lawyer. Fuck you talking about. Fuck your greasy mammy can't pay no lawyer, bitch. Fuck you talking about. Yeah, you ain't got nothing but a parking ticket, bro, bitch. Quit posting me. Tell them post this, man. Tell them folks post that, man. Tell them folks post them yowlers, man. Yeah, man. them yams, man. Yeah, this ain't the cap racks, man. This ain't the cap racks, man. Tell them folks post that, man. I told them folks pull up that shit, man. You hear me? Come on, man. Who can't afford no lawyer? Come on, man. Nigga better suck my dick. Quit playing with me, man. Quit hating on finesse, man. This shit ain't healthy, man. You hear me? And who can't pay no lawyer?
Who the hell's hating on him?
I'm back, bitch. So yeah, hey man. Oh yeah, so yeah. Put your bitch back up. Yeah, put your bitch back in the house while you just. Oh yeah. I been heard. I heard. I like that. But yeah, man, I'm one of the chosen ones. I'm back, bitch. So yeah, hey man. Oh yeah, so.
Okay. Ooh. What the heck is this? I think I did a little bit of it last time. Do y'all want me to go over the Mark Lamont Hill on Piers Morgan, where Myron Gaines was kind of getting into it with him, or y'all good off of that? Somebody said confess 3 times. Said he finessed 2 times and confessed 3 times. Man, finesse 2 times he's a hilarious character to me, man. However, I'll be wondering, I'm like, yo, finesse 2 times, like, has he had another hit since It's Cool When They Do It? Does he have another hit? I don't know if he do. Oh, y'all good? Or y'all want me to play it? So no? Okay. He said, no, we got time. Confess 3 times is crazy. He said, all right, y'all good. All right, cool. Chat, what the fuck else is there to go over then? I'm going to bring Pluto in. I'm gonna play. Anytime I'm about to go play some, I got to go upstairs to go do something. I always put on Long Crimes. They give like pretty good updates, especially when we talk about the Diddy shit. Anyway, let me play this real quick, and I'm gonna just bring my first son in. All the evidence. Ooh, I never heard about this. Here we go.
Remember when 1,000 rightfully so.
What the fuck?
What did they call it? This leads us straight back to the freak-offs and the civil cases that preceded the federal search warrants and then eventually the indictment. So Cassie, I know I talk about Cassie all the time, but we wouldn't be here were it not for Cassie. Now, according to the indictment, Diddy's employees facilitated these required to clean up the hotel room after. Now, according to the indictment, in or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residences in Miami, Florida, and
Who is this chick? Anyway, let me go bring Pluto in real quick.
Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. And the indictment talks a lot about this alleged Combs enterprise, which was the associates that went along with Diddy and his employees. And they allegedly, according to the federal indictment, engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other activities, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. And also of note, the feds point out that these people, these Combs Enterprise employees or associates, sometimes allegedly would carry weapons with them to either intimidate or threaten some of the survivors in this case. This is back to the indictment quote. In or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residences in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as a drum magazine. Now, when I read that, I didn't quite know what a drum magazine was. I'm not a big gun girl. However, thank you to Boss Bobby for explaining this one to me. A drum magazine holds a large number of rounds. So we're talking between 50, 100, sometimes more rounds of ammunition, and it's shaped like a drum. So that's how we get the name. Now, those are the things we know the feds have. However, there's a great possibility that there's more stuff they collected too, and it could come out at trial. That's what I want to talk about right now. All right, let's bring on today's guest. It's Tracy Walder, a friend of Scandal, former FBI agent and CIA officer. Tracy, it's always a pleasure when we get to talk. Thank you again for coming on. And I wanted to talk to you because you're the expert in all of this, talking about federal search warrants that were executed on 2 of Diddy's properties. I'm wondering about all of that. What did that look like way back when that happened, more than a year ago?
Well, thank you so much for having me, Sierra. And that was actually the biggest question that I got the most was why was he not immediately arrested, right, upon execution of those search warrants? That I would say 9 times out of 10, that was the question everyone had. They had enough information that there was obviously an imminent threat or that evidence was going to be destroyed to execute that search warrant. I think the biggest thing that they obtained, and I've always said this, is digital. Digital. Yes, we've heard about, all of the bottles of lubricant and all of that, the baby oil, and that's sensational, right? I get that. That sort of has that wow factor to it. But in my opinion, the treasure trove of evidence is going to be in the digital. And I think that's probably what they were attempting to preserve in the execution of the search warrant. That's why you see holes in walls. That's why you see, couches taken apart, right? In the video cam footage that we saw is because they were looking, listen, you could put digital evidence on so many small, flash drives, external drives, those kinds of things. That's what they were looking for.
So do you think it's because there was so much digital evidence that from the time these search warrants were executed, everything was gathered, all of that? It was about 6 months until he was actually indicted. Do you think it's because it took so long to go through all of the evidence they had?
So in all honesty, and I said this also when we talked the first time, 6 months isn't actually that long. So yes, I know that sounds strange to a lot of people because it seems like it. I even said in my interviews, I went back because I was curious what I had estimated, and I said,
all right, man. Dr. Umar don't want to see this on the screen right now. I ain't gonna cap with you. My bad. Had to bring big boy Pluto in, man. Get that boy some jerk chicken, man. He chilling right now. He chilling. Big Pluto. Anyway, cool. Yeah, this shit got me wired. Shout out to this McDonald's coffee, man. I should start drinking again. I need a Diet Coke. It's upstairs. All right, bro, Chad, give me a topic, man. This shit's boring as motherfucker right now. Give me a topic. We gotta get into some shit. Oh, I found some bullshit to talk about. Yeah, we ain't even hit 4 hours yet. Yeah, we ain't hit 4 hours yet. We ain't hit 4 hours, so we gotta get to it. Let me see. I'm just looking at other things that are going on online. Somebody said give my dog spicy food is dumb as hell. Yo, Pluto eat what I eat. He love oxtail is his favorite food. It's my favorite food too. I don't know about y'all bitch ass dog. My dog eat what I eat. Okay? When I eat steak, he eats steak. Okay? I'm sorry. Like when I be ordering from like Longhorn, I order a porterhouse of him too. Like we both be listen. It's my nigga. Let me see. All right. What? My dog gonna be fat? We could be fat together. Rick Ross's baby moms is on DDG stream acting a fool. Really? You serious? And you know what? Let me see. Rick Ross. No, her name Tia Kemp. Let me see this shit. Oh, this is a whole thing. She was getting her cheeks clapped on the boat? What? Wait, hold on. Let me find it on Twitter. No fucking way. Tia Kemp DDG. Hold on. Ain't no fucking way. Here we go. What? So apparently her mic got left on. And they heard some shit.
They said most definitely. Damn, that's crazy, bro. You never know who watching, man.
What the hell? Now DDG can't hear it because the mics are going to like the receiver, but they don't have a headphone in to hear what the other mic is saying. So Tia has a mic. Supposedly she's in the bathroom.
It's all good, y'all. Damn, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Didn't we pass this already?
Yo, this is time for you to drive the boat, gang. This is exactly what Kodak said. Let me drive the boat.
Or does the current push us back?
Why was she moaning though?
I don't know who the fuck done clip farmed me off of DDD Twitch. Got me moaning. Bitch, I was stored up. It ain't even no bathroom on that motherfucking boat. Bitch, we was on a goddamn contender with a center console, hoe. Bitch, you ain't no boat. If you think I was on a boat fucking a young nigga, you out your motherfucking mind, goofball bitches. I don't know who y'all motherfuckers be on TikTok, clip farming and shit. Bitch, you heard me throwing up. That's what the fuck I was hanging over the boat. If it sound like I was fucking, bitch, they even told me I was pretty throwing up. So, bitch, I might have sounded like I was fucking, but, bitch, I was earling. Do you fucking hear me, horror? Stop fucking playing with me, bitch. I had my fucking son on a motherfucking boat with me and goddamn DDG, the fucking captain, the other motherfucking Fisher help man, and DDG security in this goddamn film.
Supposedly they said she was clapping cheeks on there too. Let me see.
Y'all been waiting on this, huh?
Those small fries.
It's been a long, hot, sweaty day.
That's a crowd. It was a big one though. Oh my gosh! No, stop!
Ain't she like 55? I see why she got Ross. Anytime you see these buck-toothed ass bitches, bro, long head ass bitch, like you know they good at something. Like sucking, she probably amazing with sucking some cock. Yeah, she gotta have some tricks up her sleeve. Okay, I see why Ross was fucking with her. Hey, Ross, you gotta go holler at her, let her come do your feet again, bruh. Oh shit!
No, stop! Why would you?
How old is she? Tia. Oh, they say she 47. She turning 48. Fuck it. All right.
You put the camera on it. Oh my God, I'm banned. It's
W
over.
chat, we ain't banned.
Yo, she must have went to the teeth doctor and said, "Give me the biggest chompers you could find. Give me the donkey ones. Give me the ones that y'all gave Donkey and Shrek. Just give me those ones. Why are her teeth so fucking big?"
We ain't banned. W chat.
She must have had that fire though. That nigga Ross did put a like how many kids he put her in a gut?
Yellowtail.
Oh, nephew called us Yellowtail.
Yeah, DDG know he want to hit too. Look at his ass.
Hey, you like Yellowtail? You can eat that.
Fucking DDG, man. Okay. Oh, this ain't the first time?
Yeah, so that's all. Just learning new things, new ways. You want 25 or you want 50?
How many claps? Wait. You could do 50?
You want to count it?
Okay, I count it.
If I could do.
This is like being at the cookout with like your aunties and your mom, and then you see that one whole ass auntie, she doing some shit that you're like, yo, what are you doing? Like, it makes you a little bit uncomfortable.
250, then what I'm gonna get?
You know that 800,000 was fake.
I know they told me. We ain't even on that no more. I ain't worried about that.
Okay.
Now I know.
All
I know
right.
how you play. I like how you play though. That's how you supposed to play.
Yeah.
I
okay.
like that.
Wait, you got a little six-pack. You working out?
Damn, I think she's trying to throw the pussy at DDG.
Yeah, of course. So I'm gonna stay doing that. This Yunty now.
Right.
My name Yunty for a reason, not DDG.
Okay.
Her name is Yunty?
But you ready to count?
Hey, I'm ready. Shit. Hey, we gonna count together. My chat gonna count too. Y'all keep counting.
All right, let's go.
Wait, we can't hear it. We still can't hear.
Yeah, nigga don't even want to look, bro. Look at DDG. Yeah, DDG, this is why Hallie left your ass, man. Look at the shit you got going on stream, man. This is before DDG kind of blew up, though. Like, because he only had 2,000 subs right here. DDG on his the Shade Frost shit, man.
Wait. Stop.
Stop, man. Yo, you ever seen when Rick Ross was cussing her ass out? Rick Ross. This is hilarious shit. Actually, they both be going back and forth. Or they were.
You mate. You other hotel across.
Wingstop. She's back at Tia's dealing with it. She not living with Tia. Tia say mom's with the sister that has a job. They don't have the best relationship, but she's helping her mom and Tia's helping her mom. So that's why you won't see me cut her IG page off or none of that, because you gotta let her express herself, you know? Let me get this glass of Luc Belaire. She has to express herself, so let's not take any of that personal. Let's wish her mother Sabrina the best, and just hope, you know, she fights the addiction and everything else. But Tia's sister Ebony, she told me about that botched surgery, but you gonna get over it. You gonna heal. I ain't gonna lie, we laugh about it a little while. But look, down at that county, take care of them niggas down there, man. Get them some of that Wingstop. Get them some Wingstop. Come on now. You know? Hey, them hoes be going live in the car. Them hoes ain't going live in the house. Oh, can't speak a rich name if you ain't going live in your house with a paint on the wall. Come on now. Y'all want to get Rose vibing, huh? Yeah. You want to get Rose vibing, ain't it? Come on now. Y'all want to dance? Let's dance. I'm going to the Miami Heat dinner tonight, the Miami Heat Gala. Them things 20,000 a seat. We going to that thing tonight. Me and Christina going, but. Huh?
Okay, this nigga ain't saying shit. Anyway. All right. Fuck. Chat, what the hell is going on? What's going on in basketball? Any good games going on? Drake and UMG request protective order. Ooh, that's kind of some drama. Let me go to the Drake docket. Yeah, this whole lawsuit that Drake got against UMG, I want to pocket watch. I want to be in everybody's business. I want to see Drake contract. I want to see Kendrick contract. I want to see it all. I think there's something called Drake docket or something like that, where all the official Drake lawsuit updates are over there. Where is that? Oh, the OVO docket. Okay, here we go. It says the narrative that the protective order suggests wrongdoing, hiding, or guilt on any one part is false. It does not. Protective orders like the one filed on May 9th are common in cases involving high-profile, high-net-worth parties like Drake and UMG. It says, we've seen so much misinformation about yesterday's joint filing of the proposed protective order. We must correct. The proposed protective order is strictly to keep confidential Drake and UMG's business dealing with persons and entities not involved in a lawsuit. For example, Drake would like the specifics of his contract with Company A to remain confidential to avoid Company B, C, D, etc. knowing. Likewise, UMG would like the specifics of their contract with Artist A to remain confidential to avoid Artist B, C, D, etc. knowing. Now, hold on, I'm going to be honest, though. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about this lawsuit then. I want to know Drake contract. I want to be all up in his business. Like, yo, I want to be all up in Drake business. I want to be all up in Kendrick business. I want to be up in the UMG business. I want to know how much money's really going on in here. If we don't get the juicy parts of this contract, it's like, all right, like, yo, it's like jerking off and not nothing. I know it's a wild comparison, but still, like, yo, that's the whole reason I'm interested in this lawsuit. I want to know what the splits are, what percentage, who's in a 360, who gets paid off of what. That's what I want to see. If we can't see it, it's like, fuck is this? If that was disclosed publicly, the persons and entities could leverage that information to gain more favorable terms, thereby harming UMG or Drake in their respective business deals. Now, I get what they're saying too, right? So, essentially, Drake wants a contract like they want it to be sealed, right? So Drake do want to see the contracts, but they don't want it to be publicly available. And they're saying for either party, for Drake, if people knew exactly how much his deal was, that could hurt him in other negotiations, or people could leverage knowing that to give him less or do whatever in other situations. And also if people knew contracts that a top tier A1 artist like Drake gets or Kendrick gets from Universal, other artists might be like, nah, I want that too, right? And they probably, sometimes they might be like, yo, we don't give out these type of deals, but then for Drake, they make the exception. Now, if everybody knows you gave out that deal, they're going to be like, nah, nigga, I'm not signing or I'm not re-signing unless I get that. Discovery is a process. Okay, great. So let me see if I could read the order. So attorneys, okay, they've filed a proposed protective order with the courts. All right, cool. So it says, pursuant to Rule 5N of the court individual rules, the parties submit this letter in support of the joint filed proposed protective order to govern discovery in the above captioned case. Attached is Exhibit 1, pursuant to the court of... Okay, all right, so this is a protective order. Or this is a letter that's associated with it. Looks like the protective order is here. This is the exhibit. So they're saying... okay. Whereas all parties of this actions, collectively the parties and individually the party, request that the courts, it says all parties of the action. So it looked like it might be UMG and Drake. Subject to this protected order, cannot share discovery material. Yeah, this is the federal case too, yeah. So discovery is going to come pretty soon. And I think the judge hasn't ruled out forcing the discovery material in a sense of showing Drake other people's contracts and showing Drake the books, which is going to be crazy, right? UMG lead attorney issued this statement following the filing of the motion to dismiss. It says Drake new allegations are astonishing, as Drake concedes Lamar's Super Bowl performance did not include the lyric that Drake or his associates are certified PDFs, which is the alleged defamatory material that is at the heart of the case. They focus on Drake's new claims that the largest audience for the Super Bowl halftime show ever did not hear Drake call did not hear Lamar call Drake or his crew PDFs, betrays his case for what it is. Drake attack on commercial and creative success of rap artists who defeated him rather than the content of his lyrics. So, and it says, okay, update on there. I don't know. This is like some really interesting legal kind of shuffling here. We're going to see what ends up happening. It doesn't look like Drake is backing down. Also, you know, I stand corrected on, I believe that Drake was not going to be able to drop. And Drake did drop, even though it was a joint project, seemingly more pushed by Sony than Universal, but Universal had to give it the go-ahead because Drake is an artist on Universal. So Drake is allowed to drop music. Obviously, Universal is a company, and they're not going to cut off their nose to spite their face. So they're going to drop Drake's music, but are they in a fight with Drake? Absolutely. Is Drake in a fight with them? Yes. We're going to see how this kind of turns out. This is going to be probably historic in any way how it ends up. If Drake falls flat and Drake essentially just loses, I think that will set a tone for any other artist, especially in the hip-hop space, to say, don't fuck with UMG, they don't lose. If Drake wins, even if it's a minor victory, that Drake gets some type of, even if it's just an admission that there was some funny business, I think this is going to embolden the entire music industry in how they look at legality with your label, and even maybe it's outside the context of diss songs, but the way how they use music or use tactics to try to devalue you as an artist, especially when it's coming time to negotiate. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. All right. What else is going on? So Diddy and 5, what? Yeah, I don't know about Diddy and 5. We did this Raw shit before. Yo, what's up with these titles? Yo, who are these guys? Academics is fucked. It's doomsday tomorrow for academics. What are you talking about? Doomsday for what? King Von. Chat, give me something to talk about, bro. Let me look at Kick. Yo, Kick, what's cracking with y'all? Can't wait for Drake to drop. If you ask me, I think Drake finna drop. I have no idea the timeline, but I would imagine probably September going into October. Some people feel that Drake is gonna ruin battling. I mean, I do think yes, there is that kind of perception where if I rap battle you and you say some shit that fucks up my career, I'm suing. I mean, that is a potential fallout from this. And if someone else gets in the battle, whether willingly or fans kind of made it, whatever, if there is a fallout, if Drake wins this is a precedent to sue. What's the max sentence for Melly? Bro, he's either getting life or he's going free. Melly's been locked up for 7 years now. He's either going to get life or he's going to go free. Even if they I don't know, gave him a sentence for some other shit like accessory after the fact or whatever, like he would have been free already. The only thing is the murder, and the murder carries life. Remember, it's like capital murder, which they already agreed that the death penalty, I believe they took it off the table. Have I heard the rumor of a Drake and Nicki tour? Ovio Antonio, what's up with you? I haven't heard serious rumors about it. I think that would be good. I do think 100% I think Nicki and Drake should really tour. I think what we're seeing with SZA and Kendrick, I think Drake could easily do him and Nicki. Interestingly enough, Kanye has admitted that his song Double H, the one about Hitler, has been taken off of streaming platforms. By the way, did you see this? He tweeted about his mom today. He says, "Hey, Mama, I love you so much. Thank you for watching over me, my wife, kids, soldiers, and communities." He said it was taken off. He literally said it was taken off streaming platforms. Let me see. Where did he say that? Snippet of a 48-minute interview with Ye and Justin LeBoy at Surface.
No, as well as, ever since Virgil went to Louis, and I expected to at least do a collaboration.
Yo, that nigga still talking about Virgil and Louis, bro.
I just stopped expecting anything from anyone. Damn. And what I love about Jay-Z is...
Yo, the way this nigga Ye talks about Virgil, you could tell in the afterlife, as soon as Ye passed away, obviously let me knock on wood, I was speaking of existence. The first nigga he trying to square up with, he trying to catch Virgil. Like, he gonna be like, yo, yo, God, hold on, judge me after, but where's that bitch ass nigga Virgil at? I gotta fade with this nigga. Holy shit. Just like I think the first person that when King Von died, he probably be like, man, God, give me 1 second, God, but point me to where Tuka's at, man. Where Tuka at, man? All right. Is there a full interview of this? Let's see. I'm trying to find the full interview. So there's a new Justin LeBoy interview. I haven't seen Justin LeBoy in a minute. Oh, shit. Oh, chat, they invited me on Piers Morgan. Should I go? They invited me on Piers Morgan. Should I do it or no? Probably. fuck is this? Halle Berry putting a video with her. Halle married?
Showed y'all how my day started, how my Mother's Day started.
Damn, this is that I just got dick down face. Holy.
And now I'm gonna tell you about it. I'm not gonna show you.
Yo, is it me or Halle keeps getting freakier the older she gets? It's like she dying to let us know that she been getting more and more freakier as time goes on, gang. Look at her shit. Look, Halle Berry Instagram. Nigga, she been posting more naked pictures than a 22-year-old, bro. Word too. She dying to let us know that, yo, listen, listen, I still got it. She do still got it. Damn, she bad as fuck still. Oh, this is her nigga. I always wondered if Halle's pussy's trash. Because anytime I see a bad bitch that can't keep a man, like, come on, bro. Everybody want to, what the fuck? Everybody want a bad bitch. So when I see a bad bitch that can't keep a man, I'm like, yo, that shit gotta be trash. Who the hell's this nigga? This is her man?
I'm gonna tell you about how my Mother's Day is gonna end. Ain't that right, man?
Yes. I wish you hurry up too.
Damn, you can tell this nigga got that look on his face like, yo, I'm about to fuck the shit out of you.
First of all, we got our Let's Spin, because Let's Spin just came out in this cute little travel size. And so since we're in Cannes, France.
Wait, let's what? What is she talking about? Respin? Get instant continuous menopause care? What the fuck is she talking about? Nigga, is that lube she holding up, nigga? Nigga, ain't no fucking way. Is this lube? Or am I tweaking? Is this... Did she make a video saying, yo, my Mother's Day starting off like this. I'm in bed with this nigga and here's the lube we about to fuck with? That's the KY?
I traveled with it for the first time, and we're about to give it a spin.
Nah, bro. Yeah, nah, bro. Nah. Yo, this is what happens after she got her cheeks clapped in Swordfish, man. That shit fucked her up for life, nigga. Nigga, watching your grandmother get on a video, you know this is how, like, in the future it's gonna look. Your grandma's on a video with your grandpa talking about, yo, we just, come here, baby, give me that prune juice and give me my dentures. We gonna try out this new lube and a new rose. Like, god damn.
About the can revamp.
Happy Mother's Day.
The only good thing about this is that it's clear that she going through menopause or something like that. I think women can't get pregnant after that, so you can just nut in her. No birth control. Great. She's still a bad, though. She promoting lube? Fuck.
Once again, everybody, I hope all of you are somewhere spinning.
Oh my God, I ain't never been so happy to have Mother's Day come to an end.
So,
yo, Halle might be off that Whitney, bro. She might be off that Whitney. Somebody check it, man. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Baddies Africa? Yo, y'all, these are the women who I hate. Like, look at this. This type of animalistic type of behavior. Look at this.
Let's get it, bitch!
Go get that with Stunna! Stunna, beat your ass!
Yo, big red flag. Any girl who watches this shit, trust me, red flag. Red flag already, chat. Look at this.
Go get your chain back, bitch! Diamond, let's go! Diamond! Bitch, we beat your shoes!
Tell them bitches come run the
That's
fade.
last
Any of y'all,
season!
bitch!
Diamond, run it!
Run the fade!
Run it! Run it!
That's on my mama. I'm not arguing with no bitch.
Now y'all wanna talk.
Bitch, I wanna fight. I don't wanna talk.
Ivory, go handle Stunner. Cause she on your ass like grass, bitch. Go handle Stunner. Come on, Ivory. Let her go. He's that weird ass.
Oh, get her.
Yo, Dr. Umar, we're taking off the tariff. We're back to white women. I'm sorry. Dr. Umar, I'm sorry. Dr. Umar, yo, I'm playing. I'm joking. Yo, Dr. Umar, I hope this ain't reason why you told us to stop bunny hopping. To deal with these wildebeests. No fucking way, bro. Daddy's Africa. God damn, man. Holy shit. All right. What? Kendrick and SZA. I think they popped out to American Dream Mall. Look at this. Yo, why Kendrick look so short? Yo, somebody got to get Kendrick, like, pants game right, man. Like, from wearing the bell bottoms at the Super Bowl to wearing this fucking contraption, this nigga look like he don't even got knees. Like, what the fuck? Come on, Dot. Get it together, bruh. Yeah, how the hell is Kendrick shorter than SZA? How the hell is this nigga shorter than SZA? Damn, this shit is packed. This is the biggest mall in America, I think. Or the second biggest. I think Mall of America is the biggest. Okay. By the way, SZA is from Jersey. She's from like Maplewood, I believe. Damn, this shit is packed. Yeah, these security guards ain't playing. This is like a just a meetup or a meet and greet or whatever. SZA. Well, Kendrick showed up by surprise. I didn't think Kendrick was going to show up. That's why you see SZA vinyls and albums. I wonder if you could sell. How much would this go for? Like selling a Kendrick Lamar signature, or yeah. Now this is a show. Look at me crazy cause I ain't invite you. Or you important, you the more to the story, you endorsing. I don't even like you. I'm gonna keep saying it, man. I really like the fact that this nigga Kendrick don't use no backing track, bro. Like, none. I like it. I'm wondering if SZA does. Because singers I guess it's harder. It's harder for singers, especially you're moving, you're doing this. You don't want to sound out of breath and all that type of shit. So sometimes you need to catch your breath, and good if you have a backing track, right? Let me see. Holy shit.
Once upon a time, all of us was in chains. Homie still double down, calling us some. And I know what's the mega bill, but Rose been trained. Bear with me for a second. Let me put y'all on game.
What does X stand for? All right, damn, what the fuck? Let me go back. Oh my god.
I peeped that fucking Bahati is
fucking wildebeest ass show, man. Yo, Dr. Umar, man. If you want us to stick with our black queens, man, you gotta get this baddie shit canceled, bro. It's like the worst representation of black women, bro, like that ever exists, bro. That's the shit that spawned the Krishan Rocks of the world, and that's why the baby looked like Charles Barkley, bro. We gotta stop this type of fucking, bro. Oh, let me go back to this.
Once upon a time, all of us was in chains. Homie still double down, calling us some. And I know what's the mega bill, but Rose been trained. Bear with me for a second.
not like us, right?
Town supposed to make a richer. Oh, in 2024, you got the same agenda. You run to Atlanta with your shit check balance. Let me break it down, but it's the real nigga challenge. You gone richer when you didn't see the club.
Okay. Oh, they finally found this nigga. Baby Keem was found. Niggas ain't seen Baby Keem the whole battle. According to Drake, he was in the Kendrick Lamar sweatshop writing. Even though I don't really think Baby Keem writing for Kendrick. Ain't Kendrick the one with the talent? Like, you know, no disrespect to Baby Keem. I thought it was the opposite way around. Like, even though I did hear that Baby Keem wrote something, but I don't know if I believe it. I heard Kendrick definitely wrote some shit for Baby Keem because we heard a reference track too. Yo, what the fuck is Kendrick wearing on stage, bro? This is an insane angle. I hope it's not a man who took this fucking video right here. It's an insane angle to be recording a nigga at, bro.
That's me. Say what? That's down in the backseat. I tell them that's me. That's you. Already on my part. Already know that's me. That's me. Don't treat me like you me. Only want you to love in this silence. Some of y'all might get. How many niggas get mistaken for clearance in the day? How many sentiments you think before you used to bump the car to 3? Held my rolling chain proud. Irony. Did my hard work like Lil Wayne down with that one. Call me crazy. Everybody questionable. Turn me to a Eskimo. Used to bump the car. New Jersey, New York City.
Oh, they bringing the car on tour now, huh?
Night 2. Until next time, y'all be safe. Enjoy life.
Oh, that's how you leave stage?
We love you. We love you.
Oh, the car goes below ground. Okay, that's fire.
New Jersey.
Okay. All right. See what else is going on. Yo, baddies be dropping a bag on this page, man. You can't stop seeing baddies on this motherfucking page, bro. Jesus Christ. All right. Tokyo Tony with him. I know, this is a female page I'm on, chat. Like, this is Neighborhood Talk. It's actually ran by a gay man, but whatever. Trying to see what else is going on. Damn, every 5 posts is about baddies. Jesus Christ. Baddies. SZA and K Tronada bumping the Timeless remix by Doichi. I seen some shit where SZA was twerking. Let's see if we can find it. Oh yeah, right here. Let's rate SZA's twerk. After like 15 BBLs, man. I think she finally got it right, gang. K-Tra. Nada. Here we go. I ain't gonna lie, the BBL was BBLing still. This SZA, right? Backshot's probably heavenly with her, huh? Word 2. This SZA, right? Am I tripping? Yeah, I don't even like BBLs, but it do look like the back shots are heavenly right here. Holy. Get a twerk win. Probably smell like some, velvet chocolate cake, you know what I mean? I can see it. All right, let's keep it going. Jesus Christ, they post a lot of fuck shit in here. hell is Bad Baby back in the strip club? I don't know. Whatever. DDG.
Self, I don't have time. I don't have time for women to catch feelings, you know? A lot of girls catch feelings for me. So I try to stop that.
Do you tell them things to make them catch feelings? Do you tell them what they want to hear? Do you?
No, I'm just a nice guy.
You eat ass?
I have before.
You can't just be doing.
Yo, what's going on, bro?
Doing at the randoms and then
I don't. I'm not eating no random self. I don't have.
Charlamagne said, "Do you eat ass?" How the hell that got to do with love? Yeah, chat. We jacking for topics at this point. We're only like 4 hours and 30 minutes in. Solange says she want to write. I ain't hear about Solange since she beat Jay-Z's ass. We covered this already. Man, where's some good-ass topics? I know it's Sunday. So, like, we usually thin with topics on Sunday and shit, but god damn. Yo, this nigga, I'll be sure, yo, he's ready to tell. He ready to tell, chat. So, you know, he had caught like a stroke. Nobody knew why. And people, you know, have, you know, kind of like theorized that Diddy, because I think Diddy was, I think his son is like the oldest one, not Justin. What's the guy? Quincy. I think that's his son. But then after he got out the picture, I think Diddy started messing with his moms, and then Diddy just took him as a son. So Diddy just took that man's child. But anyway, people have theorized that Diddy's the type of dirty nigga that, like, when he want to fuck your bitch, he'll just get you out of the way. Have your car blow up, you catch a stroke, heart attack, you know what I mean? You fucking die from a blood clot or some shit like that. Then he's punching dick in your baby mom or your girl's stomach. That's how they say it. They say Diddy a dirty nigga like that. Now, I usually say that's just kind of like, you know, bullshit. But look like the man himself is kind of here to kind of say, like, you think I just fell sick randomly? Look.
There's no hustle. There's no marketing. I'm living my truth, and it's time.
So you were in that coma in 2022. You had the liver transplant. You had the tracheotomy. All that stuff that went on.
Multi-system organ failure.
Yeah.
60.
Right. Have they figured out what happened yet?
We will.
Damn. So he said nobody knew what happened to him. So they asked him, they didn't figure out whatever happened to you? He said, we will. Like, there's further updates.
No, I mean, have the doctors medically, like, what happened to you?
Yeah,
because you just collapsed, right?
Yeah, so, you know, just mysteriously out of the blue, you know, which we do talk about in the book.
Yes,
what that,
I want to get into that.
What that process is. But, yeah, so it's been quite a journey. And as I said, you know, even as it relates to writing the book, I went through almost, you know, more than a decade of being scrutinized and clowned by law enforcement, them telling me, you need some help. Sex trafficking? Really? What's wrong with you? No way. You know, but not realizing that they were also working for the situation.
Because you were hinting, saying,
posting. Yeah. I get calls, take it down or else, so on and so forth.
But this is about Diddy, so let's be clear for everybody that doesn't know.
Diddy, who's about to, his trial's about to start. Yeah, yes. They're selecting a jury.
But you were on this train years ago.
Yes, many, many years ago. I posted some information that was, you know, basically trying to save my life. And thank goodness to my ex, you know, the wonderful Kim Porter, the late Kim Porter.
Oh, yeah, Kim Porter. Yeah.
Who, you know, kind of warned me all along the way to, you know, just kind of watch your back, so on and so forth. And I didn't understand why.
Because of Diddy.
Damn, Diddy a grimy nigga, man. Sound like Diddy might have been getting people poisoned and shit like that, huh?
Basically.
Do you believe that she died of pneumonia?
Absolutely not.
Why? What evidence do you have?
She was in the best of health. We just saw each other prior to her passing. We were actually celebrating our son's new Netflix Christmas special, and she was doing just fine. In fact, we were all at the event together at Netflix in the lobby. Sean, myself, the children, you know, all having a great time.
Yo, niggas, I think niggas been getting fucked over by Diddy so much, niggas is just ready to tell it, bro.
And I'm, you know, grabbing Sean like, what? And she's in the back going, stop, you know.
Oh shit. You dapping up Diddy, and Kim Porter's like,
So it was a really festive opportunity just for all of us to be together, because it's nothing like the circus that's out here. So it was a lot of the stuff, came to surprise, but a lot of the stuff will be revealed and that's why I thought it would be a good idea to finally tell my story. Every network came to me, participate in so and so, but I said, listen, I have no interest in speaking about another man.
But you are in the book.
Yeah, right. But this, I will speak about where our paths cross and what's most relevant, and something I've been trying to say for many, many years. And unfortunately, Roseanne, even with Sean being incarcerated, that's not a celebration. There's no celebration in it. First and foremost, there's way too much collateral damage, and in many, many ways. Many people's lives are affected. And in fact, a genre of music that I grew up in is ruined right now.
You're blaming Diddy for that?
I'm blaming this entire industry and the way it's gone. And, there's no one person that's in charge, but this level and this magnitude of a story, of detriment, of diabolical, just heinous, whatever's really going on, it's unfortunate.
Is Diddy suing you or threatening to sue you?
No.
No?
I have the truth.
But one thing is, you have volunteered to testify at the trial, correct?
Not as of yet. Actually, I was subpoenaed.
Okay.
So my attorneys worked something out. So I believe when the time is right, I'm going to discuss it with my attorneys.
But you're willing to?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I am. And again.
Nah, everybody want to get part of the Diddy downfall. And I get it. Shit, this nigga look like he caught a stroke, some mystery illness, and he feels Diddy did it. And Diddy took his girl, and Diddy took his son. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the type of shit I can see why he testifying or want to testify. Nigga, you took my son and my girl. Fuck you, nigga.
Like I said, this is not marketing for me. I'm living this life. And the only reason I wanted to tell the story, Kurt, was very specifically because I was ignored. There was the most expensive PR campaign against me to shut me down. If you actually knew what they did to me, there was a bounty on my head. There was a bunch of stuff.
So do you think specifically then that Sean Diddy Combs or people affiliated with him did something to you that caused you to have multi-organ failure?
I believe this to be the case, yes.
What?
Absolutely.
Wow.
My first time saying it.
Are you concerned that...
Yeah, he's never said before that Diddy had anything to do with his mystery illness. Now he's claiming, he's jacking it, that Diddy somehow... I don't know what Diddy could have done. Maybe had somebody poison his food, had something being done to get him the fuck out of here. That's crazy.
That he still has power outside of incarceration?
Remember, I'm the only one who spoke up, and I'm the only one left alive. There's no hustle, there's no...
Oh, shit. Yeah, I forgot a bunch of people died. Damn. It's hard for me to believe that Diddy's that diabolical, but it's not out the realm of possibility. I only kind of look at it in the way of, damn, how come he never got caught up till now if he did all that? And also, I guess, he keeps saying more will be revealed. I'm wondering if at trial they're going to get into those things. Now, there's no allegations of him killing anyone, but I'm wondering if these guys are even going to be allowed to testify if they feel like Diddy has done A, B, C, or D to him. Now, he also said he tried to notify authorities a long time ago about Diddy and sex trafficking, and they kind of laughed at him. So it looked like he's having some vindication because now Diddy's going to go to trial, and he's offering up to, testify if needed to be able to sink him. So we'll see. We'll see. We got, oh my God. We got this guy right here. And Gina Views supposedly responded back to me. Remember this whole thing started. Gina Views claims that Drake turned down a fade with Kendrick Lamar. Okay? I responded since. Now, for me, I get people are doing content. Some people are struggling more than others. So some people just feel the need to lie. Or some people, let's not say lie, let's say embellish the truth. These guys, especially this little dick sucker right here, he has direct contact with Kendrick Lamar. I happen to have direct contact with Drake. I think I made a very easy and honest ask. I said, listen, I talked to Drake. Drake said he ain't turned down a motherfucking fade. He also said he hasn't spoke to Kendrick even during the process when he said the last time he spoke, he didn't tell me the last. He said he didn't even talk to Kendrick even while he was trying to get Kendrick on First Person Shooter. He had no direct contact with Kendrick. Never. Okay? But he was trying to get him on the song. So I guess he probably had his people reach out, but he didn't talk to Kendrick. So the idea that he turned down the fade just never happened. There was no fade offered to him. He never said no. Okay? Now, I say that because a lot of times in the world of we're playing telephone, things get mixed. Could be somebody who kind of know Drake, kind of whatever, be like, yo, you know, the homies could catch a fade. We should set it up. Be like, nah, Drake ain't like that. He don't. Oh, shit, Drake turned down the fade. So I offer the easiest option. If Drake is communicating with me and Drake is saying this didn't happen, you communicate with Dot. If Dot says it does happen and Drake says it don't happen, now we could talk with direct sources, right? Because at this point, neither one is going to speak themselves, it seems. So they're going to speak through whatever conduit is closest to them. Drake talked to me. Drake talked to DJ Dicksucker. Is Kendrick saying that? Because I've been telling you exactly what Drake says. Now, with that being said, we'd also take it a step further. If Drake is also saying he ain't opposed to no goddamn fade, and that, you know, I'll leave anything else off of that. Let's try to set it up. It's very transparent. It shouldn't be that hard. You talk to Kendrick, I talk to Drake. But let's get the stories correct. Because hearing it from the grapevine, there's like, who are these sources? And you shouldn't have to do, oh, I kind of heard. Just say it. And by the way, the reason why I say Drake told me is because if Drake lied to me, now we can say, Drake, you're a fucking liar. Cool. But and I would only address these people just because I know DJ Dicksucker actually has a direct contact with Kendrick. So whatever you're going to say via your podcast, effective immediately, that is struggling, you should be able to cite Kendrick Lamar, not some homie, not some this. You should be able to say, I talked to Dot. Because I'm telling you, I talked to Drake. So then, this should be pretty simple. If you talk to Dot and Dot says, man, I did offer that pussy a fade and he turned it down. Come on here and say it. I done told you what Drake said. And then after that, I think we should set it up. Let's set up the fade. And if Drake back down, I'm going to say, oh, Drake, you kind of pussy for that. And if Dot back down, you should tell Dot he's pussy. It's pretty simple. Why are we playing this game of telephone? But anyway, let me digress. I've put all the cards on the table. I'm keeping it transparent. Let me see if DJ Dicksucker and his co-host Gina Views will be honest.
People were telling me like it was a lot of hostility being aimed at me. And I was just like,
it was 30 minutes of hostility.
It was
aimed at you, yeah. But he said he wasn't going to go in on me because I'm a girl and I'm sitting next to a dick sucker.
Well, you know what's crazy about that is I remember seeing footage of him going in on a girl.
I've seen him going in on a lot of women.
Yeah, so I don't understand, like, why not Gina Views? Not that I want him to go in on.
Gina, with all due respect, girl, like, don't ask for the smoke. Like, come on, girl. Like, it's like, y'all talk out both sides of y'all mouth. Gina Views. Listen, I was rooting for you when you was over there, no jumper. Come on, I'm giving you the patch. Yo, it's like she's saying, why he don't want to diss me? Yo, act rant all you ain't gonna finna do nothing. Just chill. Gina, we like you. We rooting for you. We felt you got done dirty and no jumper. We want you to win. Just chill, girl. Like, yo, it's fine. That dick sucker, though. And again, really, anyway, let me not give it more energy.
No, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, but I've actually seen him be very hostile towards numerous women.
I just knew when I seen Academics Cause Cap on DJ Head and Gigi, I just knew I was going to be a laundry bag full of dirty black bitches. I said, they don't even got my name right.
Gigi.
That motherfucker say Gigi.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no cap in nothing I say. I don't just run my mouth. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Again, Gina Views, and I know you want a legendary rant. Maybe one more thing to add to whatever accolades you got. Sorry, not here to give it to you. Okay? Only thing I'm saying to you, you done heard what I said. Wherever you got it, and we are in the age of let's start calling out sources. I'm calling out your source. I done told you I talked to the boy. Who did you talk to? Let's get that source. And if I'm telling you, not only did I talk to him, it appears that if you talk to somebody close enough or Dot himself, seems like we could line this up. I want to see this shit get lined up. Why is nobody addressing that?
When I say things that I say, and I wouldn't say it. If it wasn't true, I wouldn't have caught myself within that moment when I said it. Because
Okay, Drake said it's a lie. Where did you get it from? Are you going to tell us that? Or do you expect me to go on some rant that you could be like, no, he just hates women? Come on, that's so old. Get over that. You see, this is the problem with you know, sometimes engaging with women. They get to play victim as soon as you respond. As soon as you say something, oh my God. So I'm trying to be so nice to Gina Views. I'm trying to be so nice. But I am calling cap on your story. So you said your story's valid. Word from one side, he said it's lies. Is your source Kendrick Lamar? Because at this point, we got to remove the middlemen out of this. I'm talking to Drake. Are you talking to Kendrick? So between you and DJ Dick Tucker, one of y'all supposed to be talking to Kendrick. And is he saying that? Because if you're going with these little funny, like, and by the way, here's the thing too. I've always told y'all, if my source tells me something, I stop protecting sources when people start calling me a liar. I told you, I do get triggered by that liar word. So if my source fed me a lie, I'm going to tell you, I didn't lie. They lied to me. So at this point, Drake is calling you and your source a liar. You should somehow try to figure out how you could publicly let the world know that that wasn't a lie. Because at this point, I'm sorry, the Gina Views reputation or word isn't that strong. I don't think if the conversation about Drake and Kendrick fighting is going to happen, Gina Views is going to be the fly on the wall. I'm sorry, baby girl. I'm sorry. I don't think you're going to be in the first earshot of like, oh no, it really went down. So you heard something or got fed a story from someone. I'm telling you that one of the two parties that would have fought is saying you're lying. Your move. Somebody said, could Drake be lying? Yes. And that's why I want her to tell. For us to figure out if Drake is lying, now we need to know what the other side is saying or what proof does she have beyond her voice. Because again, I'm not going to take her opinion over Drake's. If Kendrick is saying it, all right, one of the parties is saying it. And at that point, you know what I would say? Yo, Drake, that nigga Dot really is saying you turned the fade down. You down to take the fade with him right now? Let's do this publicly. And if Drake say no, I told you, I'm going to call him pussy. Facts. That's facts. But I don't think that happened at all. I don't think there was a conversation. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. What I really do think happened, I think middlemen between Drake or mutuals between Drake and Kendrick probably had a lot of conversations. A lot of conversations. And in those conversations, in trying to make sure this battle never got to a place where we've seen battles get to before, i.e. Tupac and Biggie, maybe those things were brought up. However, I don't think either of the main protagonists in this beef were ever involved in those conversations. And if that's what she's talking about, you can't lead with a story saying Drake turned it down when it never got to him. Whoever is the middleman, I really think that's what she's probably alluding to. If he's never talked to none of these niggas, how the hell he turned something down? Now, if some middleman was trying to set some shit up and be like, nah, we ain't gonna do that, it's incorrect reporting if you're saying the man turned the fade down when he was never speaking to the other guy who was supposed to fight. Or no one came to him and said, yo, do you want to fight? And he said, nah, I'm good.
Because within that moment, I realized, oh, shit.
Yeah.
I know some shit from behind the scenes that the public doesn't know. But then it was brought to my attention that multiple people have talked about this already.
Yeah.
Gina, the point is this. You have brought the behind the scenes shit in front of the scenes. And one of the people, yeah, he told me behind the scenes, and I green lit it with him, Drake. I said, you know, I'm about to go and I'm about to tell the whole world this. Like, what the fuck? This ain't no secret shit. You already said the secret shit. You claimed that he turned down the fade. So now explain how the hell you know that. And when did this happen? Who made the call? When did Drake get the call? Because if he did, I would want to know. And again, I'm not trying to say Drake can't be lying, but when you cloak your, when you say something so definitive and you cloak it in, oh well, you know, this is some stuff behind the scenes, this and third. Okay, so you're playing telephone and you're repeating a rumor that other people have been repeating. Because nobody has detailed this conversation. Because I heard it on Community as well, supposedly. But nobody has detailed, and again, the challenge doesn't only go for you, because I could tell, once you start talking with that black woman stuff, I'm like, I don't want to talk to her, I'm good. Like, see, this is why I gotta stop engaging with some of y'all, because y'all start making the fact like y'all are women, make me not even want to speak to y'all. Like, because now I can't talk to you about your ideas. All of a sudden you start the woman thing. So, okay, let me get you out of there. And then let me focus on DJ Dick Sucker and then the rest of the men, since y'all claim I only go at women, right? I guess for anybody who's repeating this rumor, whether on the West Coast or anywhere else, I would like to know what proof y'all got. We should come to a conclusion. So whether any podcaster within the earshot of this clip, please tell me, where did y'all hear the rumor that Drake turned down a fade? Because we could work it out very easily. I spoke to Drake himself. He said he ain't talked to the nigga even before the battle started. He said he never turned down a fade. Now, where did y'all hear the rumor? Or what proof do you have that it actually happened? It's an open challenge. And we could continue having this conversation to find who is the liar. Someone is lying. We just don't know who. And I'm not saying it can't be Drake, but somebody is lying. I think this is a very important thing. We're not going to just let this fucking weird ass rumor just go into, no, we're going to find out who the liar is. So if Gina's too scared to let us know what behind the scenes nonsense she's talking about, they're using, oh, this is something behind them, can't really say. I'm telling you who I talked to the nigga said it didn't happen. So who y'all talking to?
Over the year. But you know me, I'm not the type that want to be talking about, you know, we know a lot of shit that we not.
You came on a podcast and said it. You came on a podcast and said he turned the fade down. Now you don't want to talk about the details of it, huh? Why say that all?
We don't talk about a lot of stuff.
To know.
Yeah, I mean, and they asked me about it in the bigger picture, and I was like, well, maybe Gina Views has a different source than me. I don't know. Like, ask Gina Views. Why are you asking me?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if this individual has an issue, you know, they should probably.
Well, he asked for proof. Like, I'm gonna help with the discovery.
Right. I'm not participating in that.
I done already seen what y'all do with information.
Okay. Typical backing down. So basically, now, so they bring something private to the public. You ask them, okay, who'd you talk to? Where'd you hear this from? Who's your source? Now they're like, oh man, y'all the feds. Well, why did you bring this information to the public? Whatever, you know, typical West Coast podcasters, you know, small brain shit. It's okay. Let's keep it moving. All right. Where are we at with it? Where are we at with it? Let's go to TMZ. Apparently, remember, we were watching this Mark Garagos video not too long ago. Remember I told you, so what I believe is happening is that Mark Garagos, this guy right here, which is Tenny Garagos' father. Tenny Garagos is the second lead attorney on the case with Diddy. Mark Agnifilo was the first. But this guy's daughter, Tenny Garagos, is the second. Her father actually got scolded by the judge. And he was scolded because of his podcast where he essentially, you know, said a few things about the prosecutors, saying it was a bunch of white women, this and third. And what Mark Garagos has become like, he's become like this PR for Diddy. And that would make sense. Your daughter's on the case. You want them to win. Obviously, Diddy doesn't have the best PR. It would be good if a lawyer could, legally try to navigate through some muddy waters and make it seem like you're not a piece of shit. Anyway, he's finally responded. Responded to Diddy's judge scolding, not necessarily him because he wasn't in court, but really the scolding was aimed for him about his comments about the prosecutors. Let's hear this. Oh my God.
Within.
Ugh. Oh, they're doing a podcast together. Ooh, this is nice. Mark Garagos and Harvey Levin. You know Harvey Levin used to be a lawyer, right? Yeah, Harvey Levin used to be a lawyer. Okay. All right, this is the longest goddamn thing ever. Oh, Garagos was called on the carpet for his comment on whatever. He said if he crossed the line again. Oh, so even though he's not in the case, he's still want to cite him. Here we go. So he was called to the chambers. I guess because he's, still because he's a practicing lawyer. He's seen kind of like an officer of the court. And if you're talking shit about the judge or the prosecutors, even if you're not involved, just because you got a podcast, you can't whack 100 this shit.
Defend your client. On the other hand, when prosecutors go out and allegedly pollute the jury pool, the defense has to have a right to go out and speak as well, because the only people guaranteed the right to a fair trial, not prosecutors, defendants. And that's what the Supreme Court said. So fast forward to Diddy, that there was a press conference.
But wait, before you get to
come on,
Diddy,
people don't want to be, you're not a law professor. Come on.
Yeah, they do. You'd be surprised.
I know, I would be surprised. I think people want to hear about what you said about a six-pack of white women.
But I'm not going to go there
okay,
anymore.
But hold on. You can't deflect. You can't deflect by being a professor.
Why is that deflection? I want to talk about.
Okay, we get the law.
We
get the law. But here's I got to ask you a couple of questions. The judge said that he was going to listen to, because I've seen the transcript. We got a copy of the transcript. So the judge said, "You do it one more time, Garagos," and essentially he said the prosecution is going to ask to cite you for contempt, and it sounded like he'd be sympathetic. So that's the way I read it. And then he said, "I'm going to be listening to the podcast." So two things. One is, I'm wondering how you feel about the whole six-pack of white women. Second thing is, it seems like the judge.
So it's allegedly 6 AUSAs, which is assistant U.S. prosecutors or U.S. attorneys, actually, and they're all white. Okay, they're all white. You know what I mean? Oh shit! Fuck! Oh my God! Don't tell me I gotta listen to that again. Damn! All right, while this plays. Remember, the U.S. prosecutor that was on at the time, Trump got in office and fired that nigga. That nigga stepped down. So the office still is going to prosecute, but it's a different U.S. attorney right now. Let me see. U.S. attorney Diddy press conference. So this black dude, it was this black dude, he got fired.
Morning, everyone.
What's his name again? U.S. attorney. What's this guy's name?
My name is Damian Williams.
Yeah, Damian Williams. They got that nigga the fuck out of there. Damian Williams Trump. As soon as Trump got in, man, that nigga dipped. Damian Williams, Manhattan's top federal prosecutor, to resign ahead of Trump inauguration. Yeah. Got that nigga the fuck out of here. Now, granted, he's the one who signed off on the case going forward, but, shit, I mean, this ain't really a case that's, like, political or not. Obviously when it comes to, like, remember, I think he was also going at Mayor Adams, right? Now that case pretty much went nowhere, right? That case pretty much went nowhere because the new prosecuting or U.S. attorney, which that gets political. You're not going to go prosecute. You're going to be Republican favoring. You're not going to go prosecute what Trump don't want you to prosecute, especially against a sitting mayor of New York City. But a sex traffic case, no matter Republican or Democrat, they're going to prosecute that. So who's the new person? Manhattan, let me see. Damian Williams replacement U.S. attorney. Who replaced him? Who replaced his ass? Oh, Jay Clayton. Oh, so this white dude. He's an interim, right? Okay. Yeah, he assumed the role in 2025. Okay, April. All right, so this is the guy who's the U.S. attorney prosecuting all the cases. I think there's more than one for the Southern District. But yeah, he's the one whose signature is going to be he's the Fonnie Willis on the federal side for what's going on with Diddy. Okay? All right. Are we good? Can I go back to this? All right, yeah.
A gag order.
What you feel about the whole six-pack of white women. Second thing is, it seems like the judge is excluding you from the gag order because he said he's going to be listening to the podcast as opposed to saying to you, you can't be on it.
Well, I don't think, see, that's another misnomer. There isn't, to my understanding, a gag order. What's being invoked here by the
prejudicial publicity. Same thing.
Yeah, no, it's different.
Kind
There's a qualitative difference. And I know you don't want to hear the history of it.
Oh,
but,
God, no. I swear, I'm like the last thing I want to hear.
California, I know, but you're a California lawyer. California used to have a rule in the days.
Mark.
That rule was already said it didn't stand muster because it didn't have a safe harbor. You can't, as a defense lawyer, be restrained from responding to various things that are put out there by the prosecution.
Got it. Okay, Mark.
You don't seem to want to
at all,
address the first
because I know what you're doing.
At all.
Mark,
Okay. They're not really saying much. All right. I think this is where he says it. He says a six-pack of white women. All right, yeah, we're not much no more as we're good. All right, bet. Shout out to the new Pope, man. We got a Pope. I think he's from Chirac. No cap, not playing. The new Pope is called Leo. Apparently, this is the first U.S. Pope ever in history. Pope Leo. Any of y'all like Catholic or whatever? He's the first American Pope. Let's see. No, what the fuck? Where he from? I'm trying to figure out where he's from. Where is he from? Oh, he is from Chirac. Holy shit, I guess that. Damn, we got a Pope from Chirac, man. It's going to get real critical out here. Okay. The new Pope is from Chirac. Goddamn.
From Chicago beginnings to a future in the Vatican, there's a lot of...
Yo, the first act of business, they got to bring the Pope to O-Block. If you can't cure the murder going on here, nigga, you out as Pope. Done. Donezo. You out. Yeah, you good. If you can't work a miracle at O-Block, nigga, it's over. We don't need you praying for nobody. Your ass ain't even making it to the Vatican, nigga. If you can't pray for the city of Chicago, nigga, on King David, you ain't getting to that Vatican City, bro. Fuck that. That's what they should have told him. Boy, we're gonna bring in the middle of O-Block. You gonna say one prayer, and if we see another switch or another goddamn, what's that account that always be mentioning gunshots? Yeah, you can't make it, bro. On phone them. Yes. You from Chicago and you can't stop the violence there?
pride from his hometown, but we also know Pope Leo will be tasked with a difficult road ahead for the church.
NBC5's Randy Gyllenhaal joining us live outside the Archdiocese of Chicago tonight with that part of the story. He's got some work ahead, Randy.
Yeah, but of course, a childhood in Chicago shapes a person raised in that Catholic family, prized education. It put him, an altar boy, on the path to Rome, but his story started in Dalton. The small red brick home where Robert Prevost spent his childhood, those papal roots, now drawing Catholics from across Chicago.
It's a humble home, and it's really cool to know that a pope could come from these humble beginnings in the United States.
Neighbors here playing prayer music. Some built a cross on the lawn.
You could come from somewhere like this and become somebody big in the future.
Yeah.
It's a golden time right now.
The Davis family lives right next door. They hope other children in Dalton, many in poverty, will now have a pope who speaks for them.
It's going to change the way people think and feel, because we got a person that made it all the way to the top with the faith of God. That's from here.
I will sing a new song to the Lord because he has done marvels.
At the Vatican today, Pope Leo led his first mass. He has been outspoken, helping the poor.
I'm still tight the Pope can't get no pussy, man. I'm tight, man. I'm tight. But anyway, good for him. Chirac, man, I hope he prays for what's going on in Chicago, man. All right. What's next? What's next? Let's see what's cracking. Are we on TMZ? We just scrolling. Whatever we see, we'll talk about. All right. We talked about that already. Diddy trial. Arun Subramanian once paid for client's dinner long before he was a judge. The judge will be an integral part of Diddy's case, which should kick off in Monday with opening statements. But before he became a judge, he was just a civil attorney who cared about his clients. We spoke with Mary and Joel Rich, a couple they represented against Fox News after the network ran a story their son leaked, blah, 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 blah. After they settled, Mary and Joel say they wanted to take their legal team out to dinner to thank them for all their hard work, and Arun immediately agreed to come with one caveat. The riches tell us that Arun happily agreed to go to dinner as long as they allowed him to pay, and he wouldn't budge on the kind gesture. Between 10 and 12 of them went out to dinner, upscale restaurant, and they said they don't know what the bill came to, but it cost them a pretty penny. Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? Shit. My lawyers took me out of dinner one time too. They paid. And you know, I wasn't thinking, you know, I thought about it. I done pay these niggas a lot of fucking money. The least you could do is buy me some dinner. Yeah, I done pay my lawyers a lot of money, man. At least they could do is buy me some goddamn dinner. Ain't no problem. All right. Let me see what's going on the DJ Vlad channel, man. Vlad be interviewed like 20 people, bro. Okay. I got my interview up there kind of going. Yo, whack. Luz Cannon is the most evil person I've met. Yo, what the fuck did Luz do to deserve this type of hate from Whack, man? Whack hate this nigga so bad, bro. He says he's the most evil person he's ever met. Oh man, 600 Breezy on Lil J. He's a real op. Okay, there was a little 600 Breezy clip I wanted to watch. He said being placed in PC. What? Nah, that wasn't it. Fighting white prison gang. What the fuck? No. What else? On Lil Reese beating somebody. All right, no. Okay. Yeah, Vlad ain't got nothing crazy going on. Let me see. What's going on Jumper right now? Oh, the Adam and Wax show dropped? They exposed Aaron the plumber. Okay, whatever. Chat, yo, give me on a topic, chat. Like, what's cracking today, man? This is a slow Sunday. Either that or I gotta go crash out again, man. I already crashed out. I'm kind of stable right now. I'm chilling. I know it's 2 o'clock. By the way, all y'all go do me a favor. First of all, I need y'all to go cop. It's the last couple days before my event, so go Ticketmaster, DJ Academics. Go cop some tickets to my live birthday podcast. It's going out on the 15th. I need everybody who's in the tri-state area. It's going to be in New York, Gramercy Theater. Please go cop a ticket. It's the last couple of days right before the show. Can't wait to see you guys. And secondly, I need everybody to go over to Kick, okay? Kick.com/academics. By the way, Grand has been petitioning for Kick's chat to be on the screen, so we got to figure out where. Maybe above the YouTube chat? Damn, I'm seeing double of myself right now. Damn, there's no delay on there. Wow. Oh, probably like 5 or 6 seconds delay. All right, Adams, what? All right. Yeah, y'all go over here, kick.com, academics, and go follow. Make an account and follow. So tomorrow, since it's Monday, we're probably gonna get back to doing our 6-hour stream, but I'm probably gonna be streaming for 7 hours. So the 7th hour is probably gonna be a kick only stream. So if you guys don't know, sometimes, if we're gonna gamble or whatever the case is, which stake hooked in the ground. Anyway, we're gonna do that on Stake through Kick, but it's gonna be at the end of the stream, so like the last hour. So if you guys do want to watch that, you're gonna have to make an account on Kick because I'm not gonna be live. I don't think I could do it on YouTube and the rest of the places. Anyway, so we see Ye got some. Yeah. Did Ye ever drop the video that he sent me? The HH video? I don't even want to say it. Say the words. For God so loved the world, he gave his what?
Whether you believe my work is right, whether you believe that I have been diligent, that I have worked, that I have stood up for you during these years, that I have used my time decently in service of my people. Now cast your vote. If yes, then stand by me as I have stood by you.
Hell yeah.
So much fun to win, so let's just get back to having fun. I know it's late. Some people might need to go to sleep by now. We can reconvene in the morning. I know some people can't sleep off their adrenaline, off their energy, so, stay up. Let's make these songs. I just wrote half of Izzy's album in the, in the car yesterday. It's going down.
What is this?
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
What was that? Okay. Nah, I'm putting the Piers Morgan shit on. Piers. Yo, that Benzino shit was hilarious. All right. Okay. Let's see. Piers Morgan.
So it is.
Yeah, they wanted me to come on Piers and talk about Ye and some other shit.
The way things are going, you're going to make a millionaire out of a woman who racially abused a child.
Did you call the... Yo, Myron was going off on this shit. Chat. 1, if you agree with him. 2, if you don't agree with him. Or if he's full of shit.
Games, because you've been smirking and laughing. What's funny about any of this?
Well, I mean, I find it interesting that you guys want to virtue signal and, wag the finger and say she's a racist and everything else like this.
No, she admits she's a racist.
Well, let me
I'm not wagging a finger at anybody. I don't need to But Myron, with respect, Myron, I don't need to wag a finger when somebody says, yeah, I'm racist. I use the N-word against black people. I don't care. That's a racist. I'm not wagging any finger. I'm not accusing anybody. She is admitting it proudly. Even you can't defend that, surely.
Everybody.
Apparently, somebody on the panelists, I can't tell which one of these white women, but one of them admitted that they're a racist.
Everybody is racist to some degree. The reality is, it depends on. A lot of people want to be politically correct. A lot of people want to sit there and say, "I'm not racist at all." We all have biases. We all have stereotypes. We all make jokes. We all are racist to some degree. Now, how racist you are is a whole other situation. But everyone is racist. That's number one. Next thing I want to say, see. I think this Shiloh Hendricks and Metcalf situation is a microcosm of a much bigger problem. And that bigger problem is what I call systemic organized. And what I mean by this is for decades, we've had black people literally running around with black supremacy, committing crimes, not getting accountability for their actions, and then they blame the system for it. For example, George Floyd, criminal. Ferguson, criminals. Freddie Gray, criminal. A lot of these people are criminals, and what ends up happening is they challenge the police officer, they get into a physical altercation, things go left, they die, something happens, use of force is utilized, and then they want to cry about the result, when in reality, it's not the police killing black people, it's black.
Now, you have to remember, Myron is former law enforcement, so a lot of his ideology is going to be very pro-law enforcement, okay? And I don't think it's even maybe necessarily about black and white. He's former law enforcement. He used to work for the feds.
Black people killing black people. And if you want to talk about black on white violence, black people kill white people 2 times as much. And on top of that, most of the shootings in America, a lot of the times, are white cops killing other unarmed white men. So this whole systemic racism or police brutality or, oh, it's all so messed up. The reality is this. Black people have been able to get away with a ridiculous amount of privilege in America for a very long time. They're able to be racist with impunity. They're able to call white people crackers without being challenged back. And quite frankly, white America's had enough of it, and the chickens have come to roost. Now, look, am I saying that's awesome? Am I saying that's great? No, but for literally the better part of almost 2 decades since the Obama era, we've had to have BLM and liberalism shoved down our throats, and quite frankly, we're all tired of it.
Right, but just to be clear, you would have no problem with one...
By the way, and for all the people who wanted to see me and Mark like sit down, I'm like, what the fuck? We ain't got to be friends. The fuck? And by the way, I see he had retracted some of the things he said. I don't got no issue with him. But I will say this: like, I like Mark. I don't like Mark talking hip hop. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. I don't think Mark is the person who, like, of course he could talk hip hop because he's a black man that I believe he probably does listen to hip hop. But this is his bag to me. His bag is like social commentary about political and other social type things that are kind of more worldly, right? More than him talking about, did Cardi's album do, like, I'm not debating, I'm not talking to this nigga about no fucking Playboy Cardi and Kendrick Lamar, like, you know what I mean? So, but him and Myron, I think, could have a good conversation. I think their worldview is just different, right?
Member of this panel openly saying she uses the N-word at black people with impunity and is proud of being a racist. You have no problem with that?
My worldview on the protection of the First Amendment and freedom of speech overrides my personal feelings. She has the right to say
That's
it.
fine. You can support the First Amendment, but you can also have a personal view about what she said.
My feelings are irrelevant. The Constitution is the Constitution. That's what matters.
Oh, that's fascinating. Hold on. So when it comes to chastising black Americans about their behavior, about calling white people crackers, as you say, about their moral claims about the racist system, you can levy a judgment against black Americans for all the things they do. But when it comes to this woman saying the N-word, and this other woman endorsing it and saying that she herself uses the N-word, now all of a sudden we can only talk about the Constitution and the legal right. We can't offer any moral judgment against it. That's disingenuous. And it's as the only black American up here, that's quite frustrating to hear.
Here's the thing. If you want to be soft and get offended by that, that's your fucking problem, not mine.
Let me ask Ricky.
We're not even.
Let me ask Ricky. Ricky,
this isn't about being soft any more than when you were desperately saving these white people.
Hold on. This sensitive nature that you have is precisely why we have this problem.
It's not about being sensitive. It's about I didn't articulate. Hold on. Let me finish, Myron. Let me speak and then I'll let you respond. Myron, sure. I didn't articulate any sensitivity here. What I said, in the same way that you levied a judgment against black people, I'm levying one against the claims you're making. I'm no more sensitive than you were when you made your claim. I'm simply saying I disagree with you. And to immediately jump to your being sensitive is just a distraction. I'm making an argument here. Just respond to my argument.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days, you might want to try Beam's Dream.
Now, and my argument to respond to that is this. Political correctness, liberalism, and making sure that we are politically correct and don't use certain words to offend people is precisely why we're in the situation that we're in. For decades, we've had to literally tiptoe around saying certain things around certain people, while the other group of people has been able to have impunity and be able to be as racist as they want to be, as violent as they want to be, without any type of consequence. And if you call it out, you're labeled a racist. The reality is this. Black people don't want to live around black people. I don't want to live around a bunch of black people. I move to neighborhoods where it's majority white because I know I'm safe. Now, this is uncomfortable reality that no one wants to say, so I'll say it for them. Black people commit a lot of crimes. A majority of the violent crime committed in the United States is committed by a small percentage of people, and they tend to be black men. Look, the reality is the reality. People don't want to say it, but the political correctness and being nice and not wanting to tell the truth is precisely this problem. And the reason why you're seeing all the support for Metcalf and Shiloh, etc., is because white people have not been able to step up and say what they want to say for a very long time because of what I said before, systemic, organized, where they don't take accountability for their decisions.
Let me bring in Ricky to respond. Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say that I agree that virtue signaling went too far.
Yeah, I just want to see them kind of go at it.
5-year-old.
You proudly sat there, bold as brass, and said, yeah, I use the N-word all the time.
So apparently this white woman uses the N-word.
Against black people. I'm a racist and I'm proud of it. That's what you did.
Racism is just having a preference. I prefer not to live around black people. I prefer not to live in a country where white people in our country are disproportionately attacked by black people. Where in my country, you can have an Austin Metcalf where he asks a guy to leave and he gets stabbed in the heart. I prefer that. That's a preference. Now, what a real racist is, in my opinion, is seeing someone as less human. I'm a Christian. I believe everyone's created in God's image. So I don't see anyone as less human. But that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to have a preference and say, I don't like what happens to be coming out of this community or that community. How is that a bad thing? How is that not just a preference?
Because you've literally made black people sound lesser humans. You don't want to live around them. You want to use the N word in relation to them, a word that you know causes that community unbelievable offense.
My fault? Is that my fault? If they have bad behavior, if they want to act in a certain way, if I have to cross the street and be afraid that maybe because of the crime statistics that are very real, by the way, is that my fault or is that their fault for having bad behavior?
That's mind-boggling to me for multiple reasons. I mean, we're talking about bad behavior. You know, we've never lynched you, we've never enslaved you, we've never done any of the deep-seated structural forms of injustice to white people that white people have done to black people, and yet to claim some kind of moral superiority in the midst of, and again, in the context of a conversation where a white woman is calling a 5-year-old autistic child the N-word, and we're talking about black people's bad behavior. This is absurd. And the idea of fighting fire with fire, again, is a dishonest argument. Just to take us back to the point here, the people who are supporting Carmelo Anthony's campaign believe that he was wrongfully charged, and they're trying to get him legal defense. The people who are defending this woman are saying, yes, we know you called the 5-year-old autistic black child the N-word, and we want more of it. We approve of it. We support it. These are not the same thing. And it's bonkers to me that we couldn't all stand and say, hey, it is wrong to call a 5-year-old autistic black child the N-word. I mean, Myron, let me just ask you that question. I think this is a yes or no question. And correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think the woman was wrong to do what she did to that child in that park?
I don't approve of that. But what I will say is that it's very important to understand the entire context of what led us to this position. Because again, Metcalf and Hendricks is a microcosm of a much larger problem. Earlier, we were talking about tribalism when you were mentioning Nick Fuentes' tweet. Here's the thing. Black people could be as tribal as they want to be. You have people like Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson running around about black power and marry black women and keep it in the hood and all this other stuff. But if white people assemble and say, you know what, white power, we need to keep our nation white, they're immediately ostracized and labeled as supremacists, and they get banned off every single platform. I find that interesting. And matter of fact, you went ahead.
Isn't that the same thing?
No, actually it is the same thing, because here's the problem with black people.
No, it's not.
Hold on, let me finish this. Black people practice the very racism they cry about. You guys can gather together and say Black Lives Matter, Black Power, but if white people get together and say white power and gather together, they're considered white supremacists and they get banned off every single platform. Why is that Jared Taylor and Nick Fuentes are banned off every platform for practicing white nationalism, but black people are allowed to stand every single platform getting interviews on a Breakfast Club? Explain that to me. There's a two-tier situation here where black people are able to benefit off of being racist while whites are not. And what we're dealing with right now in America is literally a backlash to this black supremacy has been able to run around unchecked for a long time, and no one has
black supremacy do sound crazy.
the balls to call it out. Here's the other thing I want to say. Everyone's flipping out over Shiloh Hendricks is saying the N-word.
Hey, can I respond to the point you just made, though?
No, hold on. Nobody flipped out like this when the United States was getting destroyed in 2020 because of black protests destroying every liberal city in America. So I don't want to hear it about, oh, she made $100,000 because she said the N-word. Who cares? They destroyed billions of dollars of structure because someone got killed who was a criminal. That's the problem in America. You guys get a privilege that no one else gets to enjoy. You could be racist.
Okay. All right, I have to hang on. I've got to hold it there. We've got another guest joining us. Mark, I'll come back to you to respond to that in a moment. But we've been joined now by Jacob Wells. He's the Christian founder of the Give, Send, Go donation site that both campaigns have been hosted on. Thank you very much indeed for joining me, Mr. Wells. First of all, your reaction to what seems to me to be a blatant hijacking of both of these fundraising host sites for different reasons, but definitely been hijacked by people for racist motivation.
No, I think that's completely correct, Piers. I do think that there was an element here that did hijack.
All right, let me try to get. There's a part where he dares her to say the N-word, and the nigga flips out. All right. Yeah. It's not that interesting. I think Myron and Mark Lamont should just sit down and do a debate over like a few topics. I feel like they look at things very differently.
Let's go back to the panel there. I mean, Ricky, it seemed to me a lot of inconsistencies in Mr. Wells's position, not least the...
I'll play it on Twitter. Piers Morgan, Myron, or Piers Morgan. What was his name? Mark Lamont.
This when you want them to stop talking.
Oh yeah, we played that already.
Inappropriate, rude thing, which by the way, black people can say things to white people all the time and they never get canceled. There's no backlashing about this. I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
well, go
not
on then,
have
say it. Say
you
the
will
M-
not have
go on,
free
say
speech.
go on, say the M word. Go on.
No.
Hang on.
I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for
why am I laughing like this?
Ratings to call me the N-word, because that's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here, one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Piers. I understand what you're trying to do. But we already know she's racist, and I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there. Thank you all.
And I don't want to live in a country.
Oh, that was at the end of the debate. Okay, all right, whatever. Not interested enough in me. Okay, all right. All right, what else, chat? We got to 5 hours. But if I can't find another good topic, I'm gonna call it. I think we did our good crash out today. I think we addressed all of the hate. Not to double back on it, man. There's times I feel like I be wrong or I said some shit and I whatever. But I think this time around, niggas need to mind their motherfucking business, man. You got a chick who will call me out of my name, call me a liar. And I know people care about their reputation and their integrity, man. So when I'm addressing that chick who basically introduced disrespect by calling me a liar, so even if I call her out of her name, she already called me out of mine. I ain't a liar. So when she called me out of my name, I called her out of hers. Then I see other people trying to tag it and jump in. Listen, I don't know if y'all think the Drake strategy worked, the 20v1, but I got 20 squabbles. So it's fine. So when I give certain people the courtesy, like, bro, shorty, just chill out. Just mind your business real quick because this ain't got nothing to do with you. Just chill out. Like, this ain't got nothing to do with you. This ain't got nothing to do with you. Shorty just randomly mentioned me. Ain't got nothing to do with you. Just mind your business. Please, mind your business. If that's the reason why Cam and May's tight, if they are, I don't know if they are, so be it. Like, what the hell? Your co-host jumping my business. Your co-host wasn't getting called a liar. I was getting called a liar. Why is she jumping my business for? Like, why is he so mad? That's what they do on social media. Damn, why are you so mad? Yo, somebody play with your name and I'm so mad? Then I tell her to mind her business. Now it's like, oh, yeah, you're not going to be doing no type of violating of stat. The fuck, who cares who it is? Tell her, just mind her business. Just be like, yo, mind your business. And I think I properly and I think eloquently as well. I was very upset. I think I eloquently handled the exposal of Lauren LaRosa to be pretty much a hack, a bum, a liar, and someone who has deceived the entire audience with a one-sided false narrative that she put out to look like she was the arbiter of truth and that I was the liar, when instead she took everything I said out of context. She never analyzed any videos or anything that was even more recently tweeted that had way more views of me being complimentary towards Kendrick and whatever tour he got going on. And this is why I think she one of them people, man. Listen, you give her 2 free tickets, she'll say anything, man. 2 free tickets and she say anything, bro. So anyway, chat, I think I'm going to leave it there for today. We'll come back in the morning. Remember, jury trial is happening tomorrow. That's Diddy's trial. We're going to be live probably around midday. We're not going to, the first half of the day is going to be cementing the jury. We're going to give minute-to-minute updates on what's going to happen. We're going to see the first witnesses, we think, tomorrow after opening statements. And, of course, we'll have a whole bunch of news because I keep telling you Monday's when all the news breaks. Okay, so we'll talk about that as well. I didn't get to call Aiden. I am going to hit Aiden. What else?
So this came from our subreddit.
Can I ask a quick synopsis of what you
on Blind Date?
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly.
Okay, you should be ashamed. Shame is not a bad thing. In what world is it not shameful to look at a young kid, 5-year-old, who can barely talk and then call them a bunch of slurs? There's a trending story coming out now that some lady who was at a park was
slurring.
Yeah, was using slurs against a 5-year-old black kid who's autistic because I guess
Did you call him the child? Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
After the fact, the video went viral. She claimed that her life was being severely impacted by it, so she made a GoFundMe, and it's raised over $500,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, people want to draw parallels with another case. There's a lot of stuff happening, but I want to play for you like a Pierce Morgan clip because like people went online to either defend the lady or go against what she was doing, or the GoFundMe. And this is one of the ladies who was just there talking.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. Would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised Pierce doesn't know this because this girl went viral for doing that. She's one of those people who went viral on Twitter because she's like a white lady who likes saying the N-word a lot.
Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke-ass.
The fact that Pierce doesn't know what his guests are known
he's on the
for.
other side. He's on the other side.
But no, he brings on the guests. So he has like people that run through their background and find out what these people are about.
They don't always know.
Well, that's the basics.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You're perfectly right. He should have known.
Should have known.
But in reality, yeah, whenever you go to these shows, like, they know the gist of it and go. It's not everybody that read all the notes and stuff like that. So
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but
really,
this isn't even the bare minimum. Like, if I'm having a topic on racism, and the reason why this girl is known is it's like not knowing what the Hawk Tuah girl is known for when you interview her. That doesn't make sense to me. But
you're 100% right.
I do quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist, are you?
Some would say I am.
If you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Myron's like, she's hot.
Sorry, but just to be clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use the N-word? When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist, and you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable.
Oh, okay, but she don't care. You can repeat it. She don't give a damn. Yeah, there's gonna be people. I'd rather like that. To be honest with you, I know it's maybe gonna be a hot take, but I'd rather see people like that, cause I know what the hell I'm dealing with, and I know what not to deal with that person ever. I know that. They post it. They say it. They like, this what I am. This what I don't like. They're not trying to please people, and then you end up working with them, and then you find out later, and then they've been backstabbing you. No, that person is upfront. I'm not commending what she's doing or how she's thinking, but for my safety and for what I know, okay, that person is a racist. I know how to handle that, which means I'm not going there. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I'm not fucking that with someone else's dick. It's just that the racism that we have right now, the racism that we have right now is very... We don't know. It's like, I'm always like, am I sure? It's always speculation. Now I know. It's clear. That person is like that.
So you see somebody racist, and your first thought is, oh, I'm just glad they're open about it?
It's not, I'm just glad. It's crazy. There's nothing I can do about it. You know what I mean? But at least they are exposing what they are. I don't want to have to deal with someone like, you don't know, you're doing service to someone, and you're like, you're interacting with some people, and you're unsure about that person, but you cannot really, I can't pinpoint it.
But you understand that's all you said. All you really just said right now is, I'm glad that she's out and she's saying what she's saying.
I said, at least I'm glad that she's out.
But you've not said anything else about the topic.
No, I said, I'm not happy that she's doing that. There's nothing much
Okay.
What are you getting at? I'm not understanding.
I just think it's interesting that you're seeing someone who's unabashedly racist and out here endorsing the idea of calling a young kid, a 5-year-old, the N-word a bunch of times. And all you really had to say so far is, I'm glad she's open about it. That's pretty much most of what you said.
Yes, yeah, that's pretty much what I said. But I mean, of course, c'est sous-entendu que it's not good. Of course, it's not a great thing. I'm not happy that she did that. It's crazy that she did that, but she did something that's not legal. Legally, you can't do much about that thing. It just goes back to, I'm probably the problem, to be honest with you. Like, it just reminded me of how things were back then. And when I was playing it, like when you were playing in the park, you would encounter these people. Like you would encounter these people, and you would go in a park. You would be groups apart, and then there would be altercation with people that didn't like you because of the way that you look. At least either not to go to the park or at least fight back. But that's when we were kids. Things kind of change while being an adult, and I wouldn't even know how to handle that. I don't even know how to handle that. I'm happy I know where to stand. That's the thing, is that there's been so many years that you didn't know. You're always like, you're claiming something and everybody's saying like, no, it's not that. And you're like, no, I'm pretty sure it's that. I got signs, but I can't clearly tell you, but it's really the feelings that I got. I'm not saying I'm super happy about what she did. Again, I'm just saying that, well, that's clear. We have that clarified. This is happening. That little boy, it's really unfortunate that it happened, that a little boy has autism. Unfortunately, he's going to be live and you're going to encounter people like that. It's really unfortunate. It's really bad. But you know what? I don't have an answer to this, and I don't even know what to do in those cases. And I don't even know what is the thing. What is the thing to do? What I have to say? Because after the 43 years of me in my life, I feel like I've been talking about it. I've been on shows. I've been talking about it. I've been talking to people about it, talking against it and stuff like that. I've been doing all these things. Not that nothing is done. It's very slow, and I don't know, all these things take a lot of time, but really, I'm asking you, Dan, what is to be done? You got that person in the park doing that and saying that, which is, the police is going to show up and be like, well, shit, don't do that, or else we're going to come back and slap you back on the wrist, and then leave again. The person's not harassing the kid. She's just saying blah, 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 blah. When the person came back and confronted her, I saw a bit of the video, she's leaving, and then she keep asking the questions. Like, okay, I understand the confrontation. But there's nothing, I don't feel like there's much more that you could do about that, except what we're doing and what they're doing. Talking about it, and after that, people are going to choose a side. My point of when I'm saying I'm glad she's so, at least she's saying it's really just a part of the whole life that I've been through. Is I'm happy that shit is clear and I can clearly say, "Hi, bitch." Okay, I'm not crazy. You are that. You claim that you're that. You're not like trying to hide behind something. You're saying that. So I know that when I see you, you're a giant red flag. I'm not gonna interact with you. But I'm not happy she said that. You know what I mean?
And I guess my point wasn't that I think you're happy she said that. I'm asking you what it is that you feel. What is it you actually think? That's all. And I think now I understand a lot better. I was just saying I only got one glimpse of it, and I get where you come from. I don't disagree.
Sure. It's just the rest was very, of course. You know what I mean? Duh.
I mean, it's okay to say what's of course, because you know what? Common sense is not common to everybody.
Sure,
and sometimes until they hear it from you, they don't know how you feel. You know? So that's one of them ones where better to explain the things instead of assuming that people understand it.
You know, I follow trends and stuff like that sometimes, like with the clothes and stuff like that. I like things that look good and that in the moment. I never in my life bought Doc Martens. And my mom back in the days bought me like the low Doc Martens, and they were not the real ones, right? They were free. But even then, since then, I had PTSD because I was told when I was in school that I couldn't wear that because I was black. Some black people, when I came in, and when I went in a black school, they all said like, "Oh shit, nah, B, that's a no." And I still get PTSD when I see high-rise Doc Martens, especially if you got white laces. It does something to me. If you got a bummer jacket, EBGBs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I used to fight those people. We used to walk around with our belts around our knuckles. And then it switched to people being scared of just saying it. They were that, but saying they had to fucking not say it in order to be able. But now I'm not glad. I'm not like, the good old days of racism. It's not that. It's just that.
It's easier to identify.
At least I know what to deal with.
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
go
not
on then,
have
say
to,
it. Say
you
the
will
M.
not have
Go on,
free
say
speech.
go on. Say the M word. Go on.
No.
Don't
Invite. No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her berated to call me the N-word because that's basically what it's going to be.
I agree with them. Yeah. I don't want you to start telling other people to call me a slur.
It's like,
because then I'm going to look at you crazy.
Yeah, you're
I
crazy.
understand what Pierce is saying. He's like, oh, if you're really that, then just come out and say it. But
no, Circus.
But no.
Just the fact that she say I'm comfortable into saying it, you don't have to say it.
There's a bunch of white people up here. You and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word.
Facts. He's an Uncle Ruckus, bro. This dude, I've never heard someone who let it like throatingly slip that they want to be white so bad, other than Myron Gaines.
I've noticed with black dudes, they don't like doing that shit. White guys, we're all like, yeah, well, I said we. Yeah, but not me.
He's white, Justin.
Read the caption out loud.
The boys plus our token. Golly.
What the I heard that some of y'all were raising the salute, so I decided to come back.
Uncle Ruckus never slipped in his knife.
You know.
Maybe one time she was a white lady, her name was Roxanne.
And to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Pierce. I understand what you're trying to do. But we already know she's racist. And I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there.
Shout out to Pierce. At least he accepted it. Okay. At
least.
She said something. I said, hold up. Let me just make sure I got her words right. I want to play it back.
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly.
Okay. You should be ashamed. Shame is not a bad thing. Not always. You should feel shame. You should feel shame for looking at a 5-year-old who went through your diaper bag and then calling them a bunch of slurs. Absolutely. The idea that this is somehow some kind of virtue is crazy. I don't know. Twitter is basically the place where a bunch of adults go to be edgy teens and essentially use every slur in the book because they think it makes them cool and they talk about like it's a fashion of free speech. Listen, I have no problem with people wanting to be able to say these things anywhere they want to say them. Fine, say it. But don't act like it's some virtue that you're saying it all the time. No, you just want to be edgy and you think it's cool to be yelling slurs every single day, every minute. That's all it is. Now, going back to the original lady, right? When we were talking about the topic of shame, the idea that she's going to make $500,000 from this incident and everyone supporting her. You know, these are a lot of the incidents that make me super comfortable with saying I will never be a conservative in my life. You will never ever. When I'm seeing all these conservative creators donating to our thing, talking about, oh, we just want to be able to take our place back. So let me... growing up, for me, a conservative person embodied a lot of traditional values. They embodied the ideas of chivalry. They embodied the ideas of being well-mannered, of being God-fearing, a lot of these good things that I thought, in a lot of ways, could be very good, okay? And we get to 2025, and it's just like, say the most offensive things you can at every point. Have the biggest potty mouth possible. If you get a chance, yell at children and call them all kinds of slurs. It's so bizarre to me how much that is flipped, right? They used to say the irrational, crazy ones were the basically SJW types, and now you have grown women yelling at 4-year-olds slurs because they went through a diaper bag. It is crazy how things have changed. But then to have conservative creators in mass defending a lot of this nonsense, it's just like, oh yeah, that's why I'll never be anywhere near this shit. And for all the people who be like, oh, you guys are the dumb, you will have to be a fucking idiot to sit there alongside these creators who basically look at you as third-class citizens. You know what? I bet you anything, if these motherfuckers were still in power, they keep you Negroes as slaves. That's what I really believe. Because the way that they talk about y'all is nuts. And they don't even do it in hiding. You know, watching Myron sit up there and talk about, oh, you know, we have to take back our country. And then having the white supremacists look him dead in the eyes and be like, yeah, but when we do, you means you got to leave.
Myron, you were in MySpace the other day, and I said, you know, you're doing a great job calling it these Jews, but, you know, if we take this country back, we want it for white folks. And would you go home? And you said, I was born here, and I'm not going anywhere. And this is where I think the problem is with working with non-whites is that once you think you help us, that you're just going to stay in our country. Do you still stand? Why do you Browns think you could stay in my country? This is the issue with whites working with non-whites.
We're over here talking about a problem, then you bring it right back into, you know, this whole white thing. Like, dude, shut the fuck up.
This whole white thing is what built...
Why would I ever?
And he's still trying to defend it.
And he's still trying to defend it. It's like, they don't want y'all there, but y'all be begging for scraps. It's crazy. So... this kind of stuff, when I see the whole GoFundMe, all this other stuff, it's just more reason to stray away from all these conservative folks because you recognize that a lot of the things that they embody don't have space for people that look like me. And I have to say very clearly, they're going to say otherwise, they can yap about it, but until they start condemning the people who say all that nutty shit, I don't want to hear it. Until I start seeing creators on that side of the spectrum coming out and actively speaking about that, the way they speak about fucking blue-haired feminists that nobody really cares about, I don't want to hear it.
Funny thing about what you just said is that it's crazy because they're fighting it like when they finally take over the country, you're going to have a special place in the house.
And we need to have a majority of white people, and white people need to be running America.
You're not going to be in the fields. You're going to be in the house. It's like they're going to shoot you back in the field. They don't want you in the house.
You guys should feel shame. Absolutely. Shame is a good thing. Right. Shame means that you're not living to the values that you profess to have, or not living in a way that's becoming of the bare minimum of somebody who's part of society. I mean, yeah, you should feel shame. You out here talking about, I want to moon kids, or I want to yell slurs at kids. You should feel shame. In what world is it not shameful to look at a young kid who can barely talk and then call them a bunch of slurs trying to destroy their self-esteem? Are you mad? Of course you should feel shame. You should feel shame for donating to that fucking thing too. Absolutely. And I don't want to hear this is equivalent to like the whole, the whole case with the stabbing. There's no relation to it. If you feel the need to donate to some just because there's a self-defense claim that's being funded somewhere else, these things are not parallel at all. They're not analogous. You can say, I don't agree with that kid, what he did to that man and stabbing, killing him, he deserves to go to jail. Fine. Why are you donating to in contrast? Why? Because people did a GoFundMe for his legal fund? To me, it's so bizarre what I'm watching. And to watch grown adults try to convince me these things are the same, or that, because one person or these people did bad, I'm going to go and yell at a 5-year-old and support people. So you guys just basically said it's great to go up to kids and yell whatever you want at them. That's what I'm understanding. That you should go up to kids, and if you want to call them the most foul things as an adult, that we're going to financially support you if you have any backlash for that.
They do understand what shame is. They're just hypocrite about it. Because they're the same people that say, oh, we need to bring back bullying. That is their version of shame. They want people to be ashamed of, you have to be ashamed of certain things. So they do understand it. But they don't understand it when it doesn't fit with what they feel. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just being hypocrite about the shame thing. They understand that. They want to apply it to others, but not to them. They want to have a lack of accountability with the shame as well.
Yeah. I will say, Also, people on the right are much better about being loyal to each other, irrespective of what the other people do. Because you only see leftist creators will spend a lot of time talking about trans people, talking about how crazy a lot of this shit is. Very comfortable. I mean, I've done it on this channel for the longest time period. And then I realized at one point, I was like, oh, while we might do that in terms of talking about what's going on our end of the spectrum, do you ever see them spend time talking about racism?
No.
I don't think I've ever seen them condemn it a single time.
No.
I will never, ever endorse a movement that means that me, my kids, my community would be exiled out of here or treated as second-class citizen. If that's what you're about, you can get the fuck up out of here too. So when I see this goofy shit online, it's getting more and more popular, hey man, keep that shit away from me. But that's all from me.
That's all from me.
Yeah? You don't want to say nothing about the lady of the kids?
I said what I said, bro.
Okay.
Like, I'm not fazed by anything, and you're gonna say, well, you're not fazed by anything anyway.
That's facts.
Yeah, but I've seen a lot of these. It's the same shit repeating itself. You understand what I'm saying? If we walk in the street, right? We walk in the street in Brazil, and you see someone with a gun, you're gonna be like, huh? No, you see, I've seen that. I've seen that before. We were in Haiti. There's some fucked up shit that happened. It's like, yo, you went what? Yo, I've been through shit like that. Not that you were unfazed, but you were like, I know what this is. I know what this is. I know the way they're looking at me. The way you looked at me and you said like, hey, if they jump here and you jump over, the mechanism that you had is because you've seen this shit before. So it's not so much that I'm not fazed about a lot of shit. It's just, I've seen shit. I've seen that. This whole situation screamed 1988, 1993. It's that. And I was 6. It's very familiar. That's it.
All right. Well, let us know what you think in the comments below.
Tonight, the breaking news as we come on the air, the deadly storm sweeping right into the east at this hour from Texas all the way up to New York. The home set on fire by lightning, a mother and her children inside. Drivers trapped under power lines. Also tonight, the horrific accident reportedly involving NFL legend John Elway and his friend who was killed. And breaking news right now involving Ukraine and a possible deal with the U.S. First tonight, the massive storm system from Texas to New York. At least 4 people have been killed in powerful straight-line winds, gusting up to 100 miles per hour, lightning setting that home on fire, the family inside, those drivers trapped in their cars under power lines. And tonight, more than 50 million Americans in the path of new storms coming this evening. Also tonight, for the first time in 3 years, the American economy shrinking. The new numbers in tonight. Before President Trump took office, 33 straight months of economic growth. But tonight, President Trump is blaming Joe Biden, not his own tariffs, and the uncertainty now in the markets of the U.S. economy. And what President Trump said today about store shelves and toys. How many dolls might be available for children? Tonight, the horrific accident involving NFL legend John Elway, the Hall of Famer, reportedly driving his golf cart when his longtime friend and agent was killed in a tragic accident, falling from the cart, hitting his head, and what police are now saying. Tonight, the chilling high school hazing scandal, allegedly resembling an armed kidnapping. 11 students, most of them members of the boys' varsity lacrosse team, tonight surrendering to police after other players were taken into the woods. They thought they were being kidnapped at gunpoint. Tonight, dramatic testimony in the Karen Reed murder trial in Boston. Today, the key witness on the stand and what she said Karen Reed told police that night. Meantime, Karen Reed outside the courthouse late today and what she's now saying about that witness. Tonight, the NFL fining a team and the coach $350,000.
Hey everyone, me Kevin here. Wow, what a weekend, and what a weekend it was. Not only do we have really positive market moving news, but this morning we had our first ever House Hack earnings call showing EBITDA profitability, which for a company that's been operating for 18 months is freaking phenomenal. A lot of great things happening there. I visited my mom for Mother's Day, flew to Utah this morning. Utah gorgeous, although some crazy winds going into Heber. Really gusty. Don't love those sort of crosswinds. That said, let's cover some of the news that's going on. First of all, we got a truce between Pakistan and India over the weekend. Very positive for 2 nuclear powers. Very good. Apparently Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and the United States were involved in negotiations and sort of, trying to calm the waters over there, although I don't know that there's much water between them, but you know, there are water trade issues and all sorts of other things, and trade deals that India allows water to flow into Pakistan so they can have hydro energy and otherwise. So I don't know, maybe they're, the waters were calmed. But anyway, beyond that, obviously some of the big major news this weekend was positive potential news on a Chinese trade deal. And apparently Donald Trump is getting a new plane. I think Peter Schiff puts it in the easiest manner when he says Trump will get a $400 million Boeing 747. Damn, bro! I actually just flew into San Francisco, parallel landing with a 777 heavy, and you don't want to get behind one of these with a smaller jet because they're going to blow you out of the water with their wake turbulence. It's crazy. And when I say water, I mean air in this case. I'm not really good with the analogies today. But that said, Peter Schiff says this plane is described as a flying palace from the Qatar royal family, and it could be used as Air Force One. I wonder when someone in the Middle East is like, hey, take this plane gift, use it as the presidential Air Force. There's probably somebody checking for some security. I mean, then again, Boeing is building it, so I'm sure it's fine, but it's kind of interesting. But anyway, after he leaves office, ownership of the gift reverts to the Trump library, which basically means Trump can use it for his personal purposes forever afterwards. And then Peter Schiff says, stockbrokers can't accept gifts worth over $100. It is good to be the king. No, Peter, you're wrong. It is good to be a king with immunity. That said, we got to talk China, obviously. Besant will be on Squawk Box at between 4 to 5 a.m. Pacific time. So he's got a really early slot on Squawk Box tomorrow morning. I'm going to try to cover that, whatever the heck he says, as soon as possible, because obviously he was involved in the talks, so I kind of want to see what he has to say. But reporters are saying there's basically news about a positive deal coming from China. TBD on timing, but it doesn't matter because, in their words, the reporters in China and the U.S. will on Monday issue a joint statement reached at the 2-day trade talks in Geneva over the weekend. Asked what will be the exact timing for the release of the joint statement, the Chinese International Trade Negotiator and Vice Minister of Commerce replied with a Chinese saying that if the dish is delicious, then the timing is not a matter. In other words, it's good news coming, and we'll let you know when we figure it out. In fact, they even say no matter when the statement is released, it's going to be big news and good news for the world. So that sounds good, right? Because that could prop up GDP basically globally. Now, something to consider about how this could potentially work is if there's any kind of pause of the tariff situation, we could immediately import a lot of holdover warehoused inventory, get truckers back to work. There's a lot of inventory holding over in Canada, for example, right now at holdover warehouses, where basically you ship stuff from China into Canada, but you don't bring it to the United States yet because you don't want to pay the tariffs that are 145%. So you wait for the trade war to end and boom, you import it right away. So that could mean we could see all of a sudden a surge in inventories at companies while also a surge of new orders under any kind of pause. And all that stuff is actually really productive to GDP. Whether there are underlying pain points we still have to address, we'll touch on in just a moment. But so far, this all sounds really good. Obviously, the pre-markets are up over 1.5%, Treasury yields on the 10 driving up to 4.4. So you've kind of got like good for stock market, but bad for like people who have a lot of, variable interest rate debt. Fortunately, we don't have any, but something to think about is, corporate financing, smaller businesses, those more credit exposed. That's obviously something that puts pressure on them. But in terms of larger cap stocks, S&P 500 style stocks, usually less of an issue to see these yields go up. So good for sort of the broader, larger cap companies. We're also expecting to get a 9 a.m. Eastern, so 6 a.m., a lot happening in the early hours there, California time, 6 a.m. Executive order being signed, so expected to be like 6:30, right when the market opens, on reducing pharmaceutical prices by 30 to 80%. Now, what's interesting about this is if you're going to raise pharmaceutical price or reduce pharmaceutical prices 30 to 80% and then say that they're going to go up in the rest of the world, it sort of implies that we're finally going to get those sectoral tariffs. So we're still waiting on semiconductor and pharmaceutical sectoral tariffs. Maybe that's what we're going to get tomorrow is, good news on China while at the same time announcing some pharma tariffs. Obviously, most of the economy cares more about what's going on with China. This does potentially open us up to importing cheaper goods from China again, which is good for inflation because we import deflation from China, right? China is not only facing deflation, but the more people order from China, the cheaper and cheaper things get. Now, it sort of does beg the question of, was all of this always just a negotiation, or do they want the actual revenue? Best case scenario is this is all just a negotiation, like was anticipated during Trump's campaign. Worst case scenario is Donald Trump is obsessed with getting at least some revenue, and we only get a reduction of tariffs in like half, or whatever. We'll see. In my opinion, markets right now, with the Qs and pre-market being up 1.6, we probably really need to get to like a 0-0 trade deal for markets to really, really rally. Because what we've really done is unpriced all of the Liberation Day damage. But if we get a reduction in tariffs to 25% plus 25 for, reciprocal tariffs or whatever, which is a huge step down from 145, you still have to deal with 50% tariffs, which is still pretty expensive. It's still a big number, and it's still going to have a shock. And sort of the longer term impacts of what's going to come out of all of this, nobody really knows. But right now, markets are very happy. And I think the more we keep getting good news like this, the better it is for longer term investors. And so this is where I think those people looking for like shaving a little bit off their portfolio, as we've been saying over the last 2.5 to 3 weeks now, those trailing stops have not triggered at all. They've been straight up. So you've really been winning all of this. Of course, we don't know what the real shocks are going to be until May, June, July. Now, if we can get a lot of trade deals done, like maybe even news on Canada or whatever, the other countries of the world, then really what happens is, let's say all the tariffs are gone. All we have to price into markets is the damage that was caused in the economy during April and the first part of May. I think most companies will probably just kitchen sink that in their earnings and go, oh yeah, we missed Q2 because of the tariff drama, but don't worry, we're gonna guide hiring Q3, and so they'll kitchen sink some more expenses and or whatever, the way they businesses can sort of time certain things for their earnings. So wouldn't be surprised to see that, and I think markets will really try to look through the shocks if we can get to 0-0. So best case scenario is we really pause tariffs, we lower tariffs substantially, we even get the 10% sectoral tariffs, reciprocal tariffs off of everybody. Best case scenario. But if this trade deal with China is just, we're going to pause some of them, but not all of them, then maybe on the shorter term, we might actually give up some of this pricing that we've recovered since the beginning of April. Who knows, obviously. Wall Street Journal says the talks were productive. That's pretty much what every mainstream news outlet says. So trade-wise, I'd say watch for the details. And if the details are meh, okay, fine. Maybe you don't go anywhere or you trade down, right? I don't know that you go puts in this sort of market. I like those trailing stops, like 10% on the Qs. Easy way to shave. But in my opinion, if you get something like 0-0, markets are probably just going to look through April's damage. And this is actually pretty optimistic. Now, will the labor market hold up? Hey, well, no. Maybe we'll be able to confirm a soft landing by August, and that'll be really exciting. Anyway, thank you so very much for watching. I will be live with course members tomorrow morning. We'll probably do a pre-market open live as well. We'll see. A little exhausted from flying so much here lately, and we'll see if we can do a pre-market live nonetheless. And then if you've got any questions about HouseHack, also feel free to email us at ir@househack.com. We answered a ton of questions on our Q1 earnings call this morning, and it was a real pleasure to be there for all of you. So thanks so much for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Goodbye and good luck.
Why not advertise these things that you told us here? I feel like nobody else knows about this.
We'll try a little advertising and see how it goes.
Congratulations, man. You have done so much. People love you. People look up to you.
Kevin Paffrath there, financial analyst and YouTuber. Meet Kevin. Always great to get your take.
Tonight, breaking news. The FAA takes action to slow flights in and out of Newark Airport, disrupting traffic yet again at one of the busiest hubs in the Northeast. Hamas says it will free the last American hostage still believed to be alive in Gaza. And the White House claims it has made substantial progress in trade talks with China. First, for the fourth time in just 2 weeks, technical issues have disrupted operations at Newark Airport.
Mace, when they came out like about, let me see, it's about 17 or defaming you, people do comment on it. By the way, I'm not mad at somebody comment. Same thing with Cam. Yo, Cam, when niggas were saying you got socked in the eye by whoever the fuck, or True Life, this and third, and you showing the pool, this and, bruv. No.
To her. And of course, Mason Cam had her back. And so now we got academics checking Cam and Mace and Treasure for the whole situation. It's a whole bunch going on. Like the video and subscribe. Let's see what Ak had to say.
Popping this and third. But let me try to break it down to the terminology that y'all might understand. Mace, Cam, love you both. So let me say that before, but let me address it. When y'all are going through y'all personal back and forth with someone who's calling you out of your name or calling you a liar or defaming you, people do comment on it. By the way, I'm not mad at somebody commenting about it. My thing is about you jumping in, almost picking sides. You could be a neutral arbiter. You could be a person who's watching. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. Mace, when they came out like about, let me see, it's about 17, 18 years now saying that you was a tranny, you ain't seen this jump out there and be like, oh yeah, Mace is no, we just trying to see what's up. We don't pick and choose when two people getting into it, especially when it ain't our business. What I'm saying is my business with Shorty, she called me a liar. Why your co-host jumping in? This ain't no about picking on stat or whatever. Bruv, when niggas was calling you out of your name and you defending yourself, if anybody else jumped in, piling on with the other person, you would feel offended. You ain't see the whole media.
You going to the club?
Yeah.
After dropping 7 points?
Mm-hmm.
In game 7?
Yeah. You trying to come?
Nah.
Oh.
Why? Y'all ever just ask yourself, why? Huh, Kuzma? Like, why am I still on an NBA team when I haven't hooped in years? Or no, I got you. Why did I come out in game 1 and drop 0 points in 22 minutes? Actually, I want to do an exercise. Everybody name one thing you could do in 22 minutes. I'll go first. Catch a flight. Gary, you go next. Oh, you ain't got nothing, Gary? All right, then I guess I'll go again. Watch a TV show, no commercials. What about you, Kuzma? What you gonna do in 22 minutes? Come on now, call some things off your list. Scoring, assists, rebounds. Well, that's all gone. So what you gonna do in 22 minutes? But that's okay, y'all. I'm not even here to point fingers. So, Darvin, you got anything you want to say?
I got those flights to Cancun. They're already booked and everything. I hit up JJ too because they down 3-1.
Thanks, Darvin.
Yep.
Giannis, let me talk to Giannis. Hold on, Giannis. Hold on. Hey, just tell me one thing. Are you loyal? Giannis? Giannis, please, listen. All I'm asking for, give me a break. Give me a goddamn break. Please, Giannis. Just answer me. Are you loyal? Giannis, come on. The Tari's daddy out there.
How we both end up 4-1? I don't know. And we got Luka.
That's what I'm saying. Did you do everything I told you?
Exactly how you said.
Oh, Bron. What you? I didn't know you was gonna be here.
In my locker room, Darvin.
Oh yeah, that's true. I just didn't know.
I'm just getting my stuff, Darvin.
Oh. Okay. Oh, I see what he's doing.
What's that?
He trying to act like he calm, but
He really want to blow up on somebody.
Hey, what are y'all talking about?
What?
I'm just asking, what are y'all talking about, Darvin?
Oh yeah, just coach talk.
We'll talk about it later. Just remember to get that flight to Mexico.
Yeah.
6 o'clock in the
6
morning.
o'clock.
Me, you, and Doc.
Got you.
All right.
See you, coach.
Thank you, Doc. What's up, LeBron? No worries, we'll get them next year. How you doing, coach?
How's it going, Luca? But yeah, LeBron. It's my first.
You going to the club?
Yeah.
After dropping 7 points?
Mm-hmm.
In game 7?
Yeah. You trying to come?
Nah.
Oh.
Why? Y'all ever just ask yourself, why? Huh, Kuzma? Like, why am I still on an NBA team when I haven't hooped in years? Or no, I got you. Why did I come out in game 1 and drop 0 points in 22 minutes? Actually, I want to do an exercise. Everybody name one thing you could do in 22 minutes. I'll go first. Catch a flight. Gary, you go next. Oh, you ain't got nothing, Gary? All right, then I guess I'll go again. Watch a TV show, no commercials. What about you, Kuzma? What you gonna do in 22 minutes? Come on now, call some things off your list. Scoring, assists, rebounds. Well, that's all gone. So what you gonna do in 22 minutes? But that's okay, y'all. I'm not even here to point fingers. So, Darvin, you got anything you want to say?
I got those flights to Cancun. They're already booked and everything. I hit up JJ too because they down 3-1.
Thanks, Darvin.
Yep.
Giannis, let me talk to Giannis. Hold on, Giannis. Hold on. Hey, just tell me one thing. Are you loyal? Giannis? Giannis, please, listen. All I'm asking for, give me a break. Give me a goddamn break. Please, Giannis. Just answer me. Are you loyal? Giannis, come on. Tari's daddy out there.
How we both end up 4-1?
I don't know, and we got Luca.
That's what I'm saying. Did you do everything I told you?
Exactly how you said.
Oh, Bron. What you? I didn't know you was gonna be here.
In my locker room, Darvin?
Oh yeah, that's true. I just didn't know.
I'm just getting my stuff, Darvin.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see what he's doing.
What's that?
He trying to act like he calm, but he really want to blow up on somebody.
Hey, what are y'all talking about?
What?
I'm just asking, what are y'all talking about, Darvin?
Oh yeah, just coach talk.
We'll talk about it later. Just remember to get that flight to Mexico.
Yeah.
6 o'clock in the
6
morning.
o'clock.
Me, you, and Doc.
Got you.
All right.
See you, coach.
Thank you, Doc. What's up, LeBron? No worries, we'll get them next year. How you doing, coach?
How's it going, Luca? But yeah, LeBron. It's my first year.
Oh, you want some?
I dropped 40 and I'm 40, and your fat ass was acting like your stomach was hurting. Stop eating and take a fucking Pepto.
We don't have those in Slovenia. You want some? Your loss.
Like I was saying, yeah. This is my first year. This Luca's, he was only here for half a year.
The first year.
Yeah. I think next year we can really make it forward in the playoffs. He's like, we learned a lot this year.
Luca, I can't hear him.
Oh, my apologies. I shall finish this later.
Yeah, I was saying, my first year, Luca's first year, I know you don't have a lot of time left. We all know this, everyone knows. But I think next year could be the year we go all the way. You know, I think everybody just, learned a lot this year. You know, we can really go all the way, get you another ring. Like,
Yeah.
I really
My
believe that.
shots were just not falling. Like, fuck, like none of the games. And Rudy Gobert? That dude's a fucking beast. He's really taking advantage of you, Bron. Damn. Hey, but next year, I got us. I feel it.
And I tried to help you too, Bron. You, Bronny, and Luka in the finals, the ratings would have been through the roof. Like, man, bro, like, why couldn't y'all just play correct?
Yeah.
Y'all really just got hooped on. Now they calling Ant the legend killer.
Well, that is just not true.
Yeah, but he beat y'all.
No, goodbye, Bron.
But you played a little less, Donald. 20 minutes. No, don't shake your head, nigga.
On this most recent episode of the Adam and Wack Show, Adam gets super pissed and calls out Wack 100 and calls him compromised when they were discussing this Aaron the Plumber and DJ Vlad drama. Aaron and Vlad TV are currently engaged in a beef because Vlad TV flew out Aaron to New York to do his podcast, but Aaron the Plumber took the free flight, took the hotel, and never showed up for the podcast. Vlad lost out on a lot of money. So to get back at Aaron the Plumber, Vlad TV
Why? Y'all ever just ask yourself, why? Huh, Kuzma? Like, why am I still on an NBA team when I haven't hooped in years? Or no, I got you. Why did I come out in game 1 and drop 0 points in 22 minutes? Actually, I want to do an exercise. Everybody name one thing you could do in 22 minutes. I'll go first. Catch a flight. Gary, you go next. Oh, you ain't got nothing, Gary? All right, then I guess I'll go again. Watch a TV show, no commercials. What about you, Kuzma? What you gonna do in 22 minutes? Come on now, call some things off your list. Scoring, assists, rebounds. Well, that's all gone, so what you gonna do in 22 minutes? But that's okay, y'all. I'm not even here to point fingers. So, Darvin, you got anything you want to say?
I got those flights to Cancun. They're already booked and everything. I hit up JJ too because they down 3-1.
Thanks, Darvin.
Yep.
Giannis, let me talk to you, Giannis. Hold on, Giannis. Hold on. Hey, just tell me one thing. Are you loyal? Giannis? Giannis, please, listen. All I'm asking for, give me a break. Give me a goddamn break. Please, Giannis. Just answer me. Are you loyal? Giannis, come on. Tari's daddy out there.
How we both end up 4-1?
I don't know. And we got Luka.
That's what I'm saying. Did you do everything I told you?
Exactly how you said.
Oh, Bron. What you? I didn't know you were gonna be here.
In my locker room, Darvin.
Oh yeah, that's true. I just didn't know.
I'm just getting my stuff, Darvin.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see what he's doing.
What's that?
He trying to act like he calm, but he really want to blow up on somebody.
Hey, what are y'all talking about?
What?
I'm just asking, what are y'all talking about, Darvin?
Oh yeah, just coach talk.
We'll talk about it later. Just remember to get that flight to Mexico.
Yeah.
6 o'clock in the morning.
6 o'clock.
Me, you, and Doc.
Got you.
All right.
See you, coach.
Thank you, Doc. Oh. What's up, LeBron? No worries, we'll get them next year. How you doing, coach?
How's it going, Luka? But yeah, LeBron. It's my first year.
Oh. You want some?
I dropped 40 and I'm 40, and you fat ass was acting
You want some? Your loss.
Like I was saying, yeah. This is my first year. This Lucas, he was only here for half a year.
The first year. Yeah.
I think next year we can really make it forward in the playoffs. He's like, we learned a lot this year.
Luka, I can't hear him.
Oh, my apologies. I shall finish these later.
Yeah, what I was saying, my first year, Luka's first year, I know you don't have a lot of time left. We all know this, everyone knows. But I think next year could be the year we go all the way. I think everybody just, learned a lot this year. We can really go all the way, get you another ring. Like,
Yeah.
I really
My
believe that.
shots were just not falling. Like, fuck, like none of the games. And Rudy Gobert? That dude's a fucking beast. He's really taking advantage of you, Bron. Damn. Hey, but next year, I got us. I feel it.
And I tried to help you too, Bron. You, Bronny, and Luka in the finals, the ratings would have been through the roof. Like, man, bro, like, why couldn't y'all just play correct?
Yeah.
Y'all really just got hooped on. Now they calling Ant the legend killer.
Well, that is just not true.
Yeah, but he beat y'all.
No,
Goodbye, Bron.
But you played a little less time. 20 minutes. No, don't shake your head, nigga.
On this most recent episode of the Adam and Wax Show, Adam gets super pissed and calls out Wack 100 and calls him compromised when they were discussing this Aaron the Plumber and DJ Vlad drama. Aaron and Vlad TV are currently engaged in a beef because Vlad TV flew out Aaron to New York to do his podcast, but Aaron the Plumber took the free flight, took the hotel, and never showed up for the podcast. Vlad lost out on a lot of money. So to get back at Aaron the Plumber, Vlad TV did an interview with Wack 100, where Vlad TV was signaling that during this interview, they discussed something that would end Aaron the Plumber's career. Vlad TV even tipped off Adam 22, and Adam discussed it on the No Jumper show prematurely, where he will reveal that Vlad TV got something cooking up for Aaron.
Then Aaron the Plumber posts the conversation on his Instagram story, which included Vlad's phone number.
Oh, that's fucked up.
So all of a sudden, Vlad's getting, a million calls and texts from all the Aaron the Plumber fans, plumbers all over the world. And Vlad is a vengeful god. He goes into his bag, starts having conversations with people, and I cannot spoil it. I've been sworn to secrecy. But apparently, within the next day or two, we are going to have a clip dropping on Vlad's channel of him having a conversation with Wack, in which paperwork of a kind is coming out that realistically, from what I've seen and the confidence that Vlad seems to have about this, the confidence that Wack seems to have about this, Aaron the Plumber's reputation as a tough guy may be coming to an abrupt end. Now, how much do people really care about that? I don't really know because, YSL Woody obviously was out here doing every kind of piece of content over the years, but it might be a rough week for Aaron the Plumber, from what I can see.
Okay. So Adam reveals the secret. He tells his entire audience, hey, bruh, Vlad got some paperwork dropping on Aaron the Plumber. He's about to expose Aaron the Plumber for telling. He says it in as many words as he can say without just completely blowing the lid open. Now, this was going to drop apparently during an interview that Vlad was doing with Wack. Because, again, Wack has everybody paperwork. Wack and his team of exposers literally has a file on every enemy, bro. It's like a war chest, bro. They have every secret you've ever done, every transgressions you've ever committed. They got it, bro. And Wack was gonna do Vlad a solid by, exposing Aaron the Plumber. Wack even said it during the No Jumper show that Adam wasn't present for. Wack actually sort of let it leak a little bit that he has evidence that Aaron the Plumber has snitched before.
Dude's a troll.
Okay.
And they got the paperwork on him where he did some telling. I know you don't care. Aaron got some paperwork on him, Yeah, they got to pay. Matter of fact, we're going to have to send him over so we can run that club out. But listen.
Wack 100 over-delivered. Him and Vlad did their show. Wack came with all the proof, all the evidence, all the paperwork on Aaron, and listen, bro, they did an exposing spree. However, something interesting happened between when Wack and Vlad got done filming their show to when Adam and Wack did their show. Something happened in between there. Wack and Aaron came to an understanding. They got into business together. Wack is securing a multi-million-dollar fight card where it's going to be 4 Extra is fighting on that card. Aaron the Plumber is fighting on that card. So it's a multi-million-dollar deal that Aaron the Plumber helped or is helping secure. So Wack is sitting back now like, I mean, this thing with Vlad just happened, but it's not out yet. So I can maybe control that. So it's rumored, it's not confirmed, that Wack told Vlad, hey, bruh, edit that out. Me and Aaron got multi-million-dollar business we got to do. All right? Because one thing is this, yo. Again, Wack may come across as unhinged, but when it comes to that paper, bro, Wack don't care about feelings, bro. All right? Bro, Wack don't care if bro, you an enemy, if you think he's the worst. When it comes to that paper, he gonna do the business. So he tells Vlad, hey, bro, cut it from out the interview, bro. Aaron is not a resource I gotta protect because he still gotta fight on the card for us to secure these M's. But Adam was not aware of this. Adam is like under the understanding that Wack is about to come and do the Adam and Wack show, and he's about to expose Aaron the Plumber, just like he did during the Vlad TV interview. But boy, was Adam met with a surprise, bro. Wack played it so well, man, and it left Adam frustrated.
So you know,
he might be in there right now.
We gotta punish the snitches.
No, man, let him tell.
Air him out. Which, by the way, can we talk about Aaron the Plumber?
What is it talking about? You've been talking about him all damn week.
Was that already was the fact, okay, and how long into this Vlad interview that you have that's currently being rolled out do we have to wait before we get to the Aaron the Plumber thing? Is it like towards the end or something? I thought you guys were going to start with that.
Yeah, jump it up.
Well, I mean, I don't really, I talked to Aaron after that. And
describe his paperwork for us. And did
I don't know nothing about that.
Oh, now you're trying to act like you don't care?
Hey, Adam like, hold on. Adam like, bro, we had this entire thing planned out. We about to go viral. Wack said, hey, bro, I ain't putting viral over these M's, bro. Not happening, son. Sorry. So that Adam starts to get frustrated, bro, because Adam like, hold on, bro. Like, we had this entire thing planned out. We had this entire segment played out. You got the paperwork. You got the work. And Wack is like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. Bro, what paperwork? Wack completely forgets about the paperwork because, well, Wack and Aaron is not doing business. So you see, like, Adam begins to figure it out in real time, like, what's going on. Like, it don't hit him initially, but as his wheels starts turning, bro, he figures it out in real time, and he gets more pissed as the show goes on.
Oh, yeah, that clip it. Wait. I just had a realization. You told Vlad to take it out of the interview.
I didn't tell Vlad.
Oh, you so did. Because the first clip is them talking about Aaron the Plumber, so I'm 100% thinking that clip number 2 is going to be where they air out the paperwork.
When I asked Aaron the Plumber why he didn't go, he said he didn't have no clothes. He lost his clothes.
Adam is in disbelief. He has never felt more betrayed in his life right now, bro. His mouth is literally open as Wack is talking. He's like, bro, this is what's happening. Yo, Adam thought he had one, man. Adam thought he had 1 million views, man, in his palm, bro. He had 1 million views in his palm, bro. This was supposed to be a paperwork party, man. They were supposed to blast Aaron the Plumber. Bro, Adam is literally calculating the money he was about to make off this episode, man. The Wack just took it right out the palm, bro. I said, hey, bro, business is business, Adam.
So you told Vlad not to put that clip out.
Put what clip out?
The clip of you guys talking about Aaron the Plumber's paperwork, which I already know that you talked about on that episode. So if it's not in that episode, then you are compromised. You're just like Ack. You're compromised.
No, we talked about it, and I got it. The emails, because at first his manager tried to get some money. Vlad said he had no money for him.
Yeah.
So the manager said, okay, he can't come. You get what I'm saying?
So Vlad says, I'll buy you a plane ticket and a hotel room.
No.
Aaron says, okay.
No. Aaron texts Vlad back and says, hey, I'm looking at this email thread. I fired my manager. I want to come to your platform.
What do you need a manager for?
Peep how Wack 100 just spun the entire conversation. They was trying to get Wack to talk about him exposing Aaron and Plumber's paperwork, but Wack done spun it into something else completely, bruh. Yo, they fell for it. Yo, they start diving into the conversation, and then they said, wait, no, Wack, this is not Wack does it so masterfully that they don't realize they being spun until they realize they being spun. And then they try to redirect it back to the Aaron conversation. But Wack is not having it, bro. Wack is not speaking about Aaron at all.
You'd think that would be pretty easy.
So he got paperwork of just skipping out on the interview. He got paperwork.
No, he got paperwork because he got shot and he fucking told the cops who did it.
Shit,
but Wack is acting funny as hell now because Wack was gonna be so excited talking about this, and now look at him.
Adam,
he's a librarian all of a sudden.
Adam, look, Adam. He never said he was a gangster. What's wrong with him telling that?
I think he used to.
Nah, he was a plumber.
He used to be banging all kinds of hoods.
Man, he was a plumber.
He's from Stockton. You don't just get out of Stockton without having to join a gang.
We got
a war zone out there.
Somebody shot him. He got kids.
He got shot in Oklahoma or some shit.
But he got kids.
Oh, why do we keep saying that? Everybody got kids.
No, we got some business set up. I put him on the phone with Donut.
Oh my God, here we go.
So you got business. Now you got compromise. Now you got business with somebody with paperwork. Now you got business with somebody with paperwork.
Aaron the Plumber was saying Wack today to me in the DMs.
Everybody says Wack.
But why are you protecting
Wack's a good
him?
businessman, though.
I don't know exactly how much, bro, how many millions Wack about to make off this deal, bro. But you know it's a lot because Adam pulled the card out. Bro, he just told me F you. But Wack said, yo, bro, Wack, Wack about to eat off this deal, bro. He gotta be, bro. For Wack to say, hey, bro, Aaron said F me, man, everybody say F me, bro. Yo, for Wack to do that, that's how you know, bro. Wack about to get so paid that Wack don't even care no more, bro. Bro, Aaron can come on Instagram right now and say F Wack. Man, Wack won't give a damn, bro. Wack will still do the business. Now, like Wack finally tells Adam, bro, what do you want me to do? Like what? Bro, we got business.
So now me talking about his paperwork is the only
you got the paperwork.
I mean, I know Vlad has it, but apparently you told him to take the clip out of the interview.
And you closer to Adam, so you should show him the paperwork,
bro.
You put up everybody.
Vlad's compromised.
No,
Vlad took it out of the interview.
I got the emails.
What emails?
You know what?
I'm talking about the paperwork of him telling the cops who shot him.
I seen a clip of him talking to the police.
Listen, he want to get messy.
No, I seen a clip of him calling in to the police department or something.
He want to see it.
That's on the internet.
I don't know about that.
If we would have had that, it would have been out.
I mean, it kind of is out, right? But apparently, because it's awkward when you watch the clips from the Vlad interview because you're talking about Aaron the Plumber. Vlad's promising, I'm going to make my money back on this interview by talking about this, and Aaron the Plumber's going to get a new name, etc.
Bro, I got
and then
the
it's not in there.
The email, look.
Unless it takes place much later in the interview.
Listen,
which
I got
seems
the email.
unlikely to me.
Yeah.
He agreed.
Agreed what?
To do the interview.
He talking about.
So now he's going to go do it.
No, this was what they were.
Listen, he don't care about that. He talking about the paperwork of him getting shot. Telling
Yeah.
You know what he talking about.
Aaron did.
This what y'all do every week.
Hold on.
He want to continue doing.
Have you ever seen this man be this evasive on the podcast? That's a real question for the fans out there.
What do you mean every week? We don't expose paperwork every week.
Damn, there.
Yep.
Hey. Hey, man. Shut up. Hey, man. Shout out to Wack, man. Shout out to Wack, man. Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, man. We don't supposed to... Hey, man, we don't expose paperwork every week. Hey, man. Hey, man, what you talking about? Huh? Hey, listen, man. Yo, I'll be real, bro. I'll be real, yo. Aaron the Plumber Aaron the Plumber bro, he has like a guardian angel watching over him, bro. Aaron has a guardian angel surrounding him, bro. Because when Wack says, I got the paperwork, Wack got the paperwork, bro. And the fact that Wack is choosing not to post it or put it out, it's a guardian angel, bro. It's either a guardian angel or the bag is different. You feel me? And Wack got to get that bag, homie. Now, like, Wack eventually, like, kind of gives Adam, like, a little signal, bro, like, bro, chill. Right? You know, to wrap up the conversation because, like, fam, bro, like, I'm not about to sit here and talk about a man that I got business with.
But you don't act like this either.
Nerd. He said damn nerd.
He's just praying that we switch to another topic. Actually, you're kind of like making it clear how you feel about Aaron's status by how little you're saying right now, because normally you're talking at a way faster velocity.
Donut disagreed to a fight on the Tronics network.
That's great. Seems like a bit of a dodge.
You want me to talk about the man?
Yeah. Look at how compromised he is.
Tronics network.
What happened to the integrity?
Yeah, he do.
What happened to standing on business?
Now you see what just happened?
This is what y'all do.
No, you see what I just did?
Craig and Day Day.
Hold on, you see what I just did?
This is what y'all do.
See what I just did?
I always wanted to be a Day Day.
Right? You always blame him for you saying he's the reason why people do what they do, right? Mm-hmm. No, nigga. He can say something, so you the answer.
Wack is correct. If the interviewer asks a question and you answer it, then well, that's on you. Because if the question is police and you a street dude, you don't know how to answer police questions. Now, listen. Anybody who will self-incriminate themselves in an interview will tell in that interrogation room, bro. Because if you don't know how to navigate around police interviewers, then how we know you gonna navigate around the real police? That's a fact, man. But shout out to Wack, man. Yo, Wack gave like a course and a lesson on how on how not to answer any questions, bro. Man, bro, Wack skirted around that Aaron the Plumber question, man. Shout out to everybody involved. But I needed this laugh, man. All right, it's been a rough night. I needed this laugh, man. All right, so y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this, okay? Is Wack 100 smart for not ruining their relationship with Aaron the Plumber, or is Wack 100 wrong for bamboozling Adam? Let me know, okay? And if you're still watching, click on this video here somewhere on my screen to find out how Fat Joe just pissed off a lot of black people and got black people angry again. I'm going to see you guys in this video somewhere on my screen. I'm out of here, folks. Peace.
Tonight, breaking news as we come on the air, the deadly storms pushing into the east at this hour. Also tonight, President Trump says he's not joking when it comes to a third term. The harrowing video tonight, the break-in, the former sports star's home, his wife and children held at gunpoint, and you'll see it. First tonight, the images coming in this evening, severe storms from Florida up to the Carolinas, and then right up the East Coast, right into New York City. Tornadoes reported in multiple states tonight, one touching down near a school. The oil tanks exploding after likely being struck by lightning. Ginger Z has the forecast. Tonight, President Trump vowing to move forward with a major tariff blitz starting this week. Many countries, including allies, being targeted. The move expected to drive up the cost of groceries, electronics, and cars right here in the U.S. And tonight, the president is serious about a third term, despite the Constitution, and what some Republicans are saying about that tonight. This evening, yet another close call, a passenger jet and an Air Force jet this time at the same airport, Reagan National. Authorities say the cockpit alert came with the planes about 12 seconds apart. There's also news tonight, another incident under investigation, a reported attack inside the control tower, an employee arrested.
Hello, everyone. I am Tom Shalhoub.
Declared a national emergency and imposed tariffs, and we're confident that the deal we struck with our Chinese partners.
And show tonight's story. It's all about the art of the deal. The Trump administration has announced a trade deal has been reached with China. This comes after the president hailed the great progress made during yesterday and today's meetings in Switzerland. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Trade Representative Jamieson Greer detailed the negotiations earlier today.
We made substantial progress between the United States and China in these very important trade talks. We will be giving details tomorrow, but I can tell you that the talks were productive.
The president declared a national emergency and imposed tariffs, and we're confident that the deal we struck with our Chinese partners will help us to work toward resolving that national emergency.
This all comes as President Trump is set to take his first trip to the Middle East during his second term. The president is set to visit with leaders from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates starting Tuesday, as the U.S. held another round of nuclear negotiations today with Iran. Lucas Tomlinson is live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, with all the latest. Hi, Lucas.
Well, good evening, Tom. When President Trump first returned to the White House, his first call with a foreign leader was here to Saudi's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And like his first term, President Trump is taking his first official overseas trip here to Saudi Arabia. As you mentioned, he's also going to continue on to Qatar and the United Arab Emirates as well. You mentioned the negotiations going on overseas, not just in Oman, the talks with the Iranians, but in Geneva, where Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Trump's top trade representative Jamieson Greer spoke to their Chinese counterparts. Earlier, North Dakota Senator John Hoeven said this is an important first step.
This is very encouraging. Obviously, they're not going to have a deal fully done. You've got Jamieson Greer over there, the U.S. Trade Representative, and the Secretary Bessent. That's the first string, no doubt about it. But they're still going to come back and talk with President Trump and all those kind of things. But the important point is they made real progress and have a framework to get to a deal.
Bessent said in Geneva details of what the White House called a deal will be released tomorrow. Officials said it's likely to follow the model of the U.S.-UK trade agreement, which reduced tariffs on aluminum, steel, and cars. As I mentioned, there's some other negotiations going on today. Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff is in neighboring Oman, meeting with Iranian officials over its nuclear program. Both sides touted progress and said they will meet again. They've already met 4 times. Now some good news, Tom. Hamas said late today would release the last living American hostage held in Gaza, 21-year-old Edan Alexander from New Jersey, who served in the Israeli military. Israel says there will be no ceasefire during the exchange, and Hamas said that release is scheduled for Tuesday. And, of course, that's the same day President Trump arrives here in Saudi Arabia. So some good news here from the region, Tom.
Very good news. Thank you, Lucas. Okay, let's do some analysis. But Molly, maybe get your take on that news. The last living hostage is being released.
That would be remarkable, and I really, truly, deeply hope that that is true. Witkoff is expected to go to Israel. We hope that Edan Alexander, he's now 21. He was 19 when he was taken hostage, the last living American hostage in Hamas captivity, and hopefully that does come to pass. Ultimately, big things. Lucas Tomlinson there at the end of his report said some good news. And I think that is the case. For the last couple days, the Trump administration on war and peace, on diplomacy, on the economy, teasing ahead to potentially some big headlines to come on trade on Monday. Fascinating. But we definitely hope that Alexander comes home.
Yeah, let's get your take on some of this. We got some video here. Let's do the clip of Howard Lutnick on the China negotiations.
This is just a China problem right now, right? We have 145% tariff. They have 125% tariff. Those tariffs are too high to do business. But that's why they're talking right now. The rest of the world is 10%. He's there to see if we can reset the conversation, and he's at it right now. But that's the objective, to de-escalate.
Okay, Lydia, let's get your take on this. What are they going to be talking about on Fox Business about these negotiations? They're giving the good news. They're saying it's the beginning of a deal, but how much of the deal is it?
Yeah, that's what we're all waiting to see. I mean, I think you might hear some surprise, if we really have the framework of a deal and a deal actually penciled, signed on the dotted line by tomorrow. That's very fast. I think faster than what a lot of people were expecting. I'm not sure that anyone really expected that China would be among the first. We had the deal with the UK just last week. Now we're having China with just a second. I think you can probably expect there to be a reduction in tariffs. The President Trump alluded to that. The other questions remain, though. What are we going to see in terms of the non-tariff barriers? We import 3 times as much from China than what they import from us. We want more access to their market just as much as they want access to ours. And there are things that China has done that has made them not such great and fair players with this. Currency manipulation, their use of labor to make their products so much cheaper. I think there are a lot of questions about whether or not that they're going to respect intellectual property moving forward with American firms that are doing business over there. So there are a lot of details to be ironed out. I thought it was very interesting that our Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is very smart in the negotiation, kind of said, we've made great progress. He did not say that there's a deal. Other people are talking about as if there's already a deal across the finish line. So we'll see exactly how this develops.
He's
tomorrow.
kind of trying to, this is what they do. Trump kind of comes out with the good news and then Bessent backs off it a little bit. That's kind of the pattern, isn't it?
I think our Treasury Secretary is very smart and respectful of the president and knows that there's not really a deal until the president says there's a deal. So we'll wait and see what happens.
David wants to get in on China, but I'm going to throw something into the mix here, David.
Throw it all together.
The Iran news. Let's get Representative Jared Moskowitz on the Iran nuclear talks.
President Trump has the capability, we've seen it many times before, right now to put maximum pressure on Iran, use that tough language, and see if we can get the dismantling of those nuclear facilities. If not, I'd like to see President Trump say that he will dismantle it one way or another. Let the Iranians know, again, all options are on the table.
Okay, David, let's get in on the Iran talks here.
They're actually all tied together. And if you think about even the time difference, right now it's nighttime where Scott and the trade rep are. So whatever's been done has been done already, unless they're working up past midnight. Iran, China, the deal with us. China's the big player in the Middle East. They buy their oil from Iran. They have a lot of power in the Middle East. If you think about it, their military equipment was even used in the Pakistani attack in India. At the center of a lot of this is Chinese goods, Chinese cheap goods, and this deficit has to be dealt with because China gets the benefit and the world gets the deficit, frankly, to put it in those terms. We have got to get China back on track as best we can. And Trump uses one thing which we haven't seen played yet, to the point of whether Bessent is correcting or cleaning up. He's really not. It's Trump's way of operating because Trump has told him before, and we've seen this, I'll go back to the table. And in the case of UK, he got another $1 billion on the table. In the end, he is the president. He will make the decision. So they're working as a 1-2 punch. And with China at the middle of this, and think about the Swiss, they have an embassy with Iran. They're a linchpin to that. China. There's a reason we're there. It's not just because that's the place to do the deal. It's where there are multiple people that can be involved and a lot of signals to be sent.
Yeah, Molly, what do you think is going to be? There's so much news today,
I know,
right?
I know.
What do you think is going to be Monday's #1 thing that the White House is pushing?
I think they're pushing whatever it is that they've got on the table for China. They're kind of teasing that ahead and saying we're going to have the big news tomorrow. And what it is, hopefully we'll find out then. And as you mentioned, the best set forward and backward, and maybe the president has some big news. So I think that's the big one ahead. But there's another headline here. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's ready to meet personally with Vladimir Putin. And that's a whole other part of this. And this might be the most challenging part of the diplomacy that's going on right now, where we're seeing some successes potentially in Israel with the potential release of this final American that they're still holding. And in China, we're seeing the economic success. But the Ukraine and Russia challenge seems to still be one of the toughest ones.
Maybe this is where Molly is. She's forcing me to change the subject to that very thing. China isn't the only adversary making news today. Russian President Vladimir Putin is proposing direct peace talks with Ukraine this week in Turkey to try to end the 3+ years of fighting. President Trump posted today on Truth Social urging Ukraine to agree to this meeting immediately to end the bloodbath, seemingly backing off his demands for a 30-day ceasefire before talks could start. But Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is doubling down on the calls for a ceasefire. He says he will be waiting for Putin in Turkey on Thursday. Okay, David, I bet you have an opinion about this. So Putin is saying maybe no ceasefire. He wants to start talks while the bullets are still flying. Why is that?
You know, with Vladimir Putin, it's beyond chess, and you're not sure. The uncertainty. Russia has a lot of influence in Turkey, right down to the rail lines. The rail widths are Russian widths. Their influence there is important. Also, it's a place for them to hedge against NATO, of which Turkey is a member, by staying in a strong relationship with Erdogan. So from that point, Putin may be willing to go and have a talk, but you can never read ahead in what he's going to do. Zelensky has his own problems internally in the Ukraine. One, he's got no infrastructure of any sort. You've got people who may return from the battlefield. There's not a medical infrastructure. There are a lot of other social services, a government that's fractured. And he's got his hard right flank that he has to figure a way to get out of this, stop the bloodshed if he wants to, and find a way to keep himself out of the sights of his hard right flank in the Ukraine. So going to Turkey, waiting for Putin, puts the onus on Putin, who's coming off his victory day and a good feeling in Russia, and might make it more, I don't know, palpable, maybe more easy to find an off-ramp, which the off-ramp's been off the table for a long time.
Yeah, well, Lydia, we're certainly in better shape than we were when Zelensky was, having a tense meeting in the White House not long ago.
That's right. We've got a mineral deal signed. It seems like the relationships are patched up. I was just thinking that, even as it stands right now, I think that the way talks are progressing is evidence that the American First policy and agenda is working. You had European leaders over the weekend gathering with Zelensky to talk about his support of him, and they're phoning it into Trump to say, this is what we propose, this is how we're going to support a ceasefire, this is how we're going to support a peace brokering. That is what President Trump has wanted. He's wanted European nations to step forward and take more responsibility for securing peace in their own region rather than relying on the United States to fight all of their battles. That's been a priority. It's something that he's been saying needs to happen. I think we're seeing it happening in real time.
Yeah, Molly, there's almost too many headlines to deal with at this point, right?
There really are. And interestingly enough, Zelensky is calling Putin out directly as well. He says, personally, I hope this time Putin won't be looking for an excuse as to why he can't make it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully there's some big progress there as well. But there are a lot of balls up and being juggled all over the globe right now.
All right, coming up on a brand new hour of the Big Weekend Show. New details revealed on the pro-Hamas thugs who stormed Columbia University's campus. But first, chaos at America's busiest airport. Details of another terrifying outage next.
Well, President Trump standing firm on trade deals, saying he runs the shop.
I could announce 50 to 100 deals right now because, I'm the shopkeeper and I keep the store. And, I know what countries are looking for and I know what we're looking for, and I can just set those terms. Everybody wants to shop here.
And now China is under pressure and coming to the negotiating table. Scott Besson and U.S. Trade Rep Jamieson Greer are set to meet with their Chinese counterparts in Switzerland this weekend for trade talks. But the Treasury Secretary says he expects they will focus on a de-escalation of tensions rather than a big breakthrough deal.
What we're going to do in Switzerland is we've agreed to talk. Then on Saturday and Sunday, we will agree what we're going to talk about. My sense is that this will be about de-escalation, not about the big trade deal. But we've got to de-escalate before we can move forward.
All right, Larry, so here we are in Switzerland talking about having talks to get a deal. What are you looking for, and are you optimistic about what's happening in Switzerland?
Well, I don't want to be optimistic, but I would say it's a good thing. I mean, actually, some reports since those clips, I don't know, where was the statement he made?
That one? That was the Ingram angle.
Huh?
That was last night.
Last night on Laura?
Besson was on with Laura, yep.
Because there's some statement he made that they are going to begin to negotiate Saturday. For those who want to move ahead with China, Peter Navarro will not be on the trip.
I said that before. No Lutnick either.
No
If they're
Lutnick.
too brash, it's not going to work.
Now, my experience is Trump only sends Navarro when he wants to scare the hell out of him. But if he keeps them home, that means they're actually going to have a conversation. So this is very good. Jamison Greer is very good, and Besson's very good. I don't mean to make it personal with my friend Peter Navarro. But look, this is good. I'm not a big fan of China trade, as you probably know, having been through it in the first term. We made a deal, phase one. They broke every part of phase one. So I would say to you, they'll stop raising tariffs against each other, all right? There might even be, maybe not in Switzerland, but in due course, there may be some mutual reduction of tariffs. But I think President Trump will keep very high tariffs on during any discussions. That's what he did back in the first term. I know the levels are higher now, but I mean, 50, 60, 70% type tariff could easily be kept on. You know, look, you know, we talked about this on our show last night. Canada's not the enemy. China's the enemy. And we mustn't forget that. And I'm sure these negotiators won't forget that either. Whatever China says, you can almost bet they will break their word. This is not only true on trade, this is also true on fentanyl, which has caused great anguish to this country and anybody involved in that. I've said this anecdote before, I'll say it again. When we met at the G20 in Buenos Aires, Argentina, which was, whenever it was, I think it was 2019, you know, we're all lined up, the U.S. on one side with the president, the Chinese on the other side with Xi. And the very first thing Donald Trump said to Xi was, can you stop the fentanyl trade? And would you invoke capital punishment for any Chinese involved in the fentanyl trade and the so-called precursors of fentanyl? And Xi right away said, yes, of course. Capital punishment will stop the trade. So he's lying through his teeth. And unfortunately, that's what they do. All right. Of the whole group that I met years ago, there were one or two genuine reformers who would keep their word. But they'd always be surrounded by a bunch of Chinese communist thugs who were sent around like minders, okay, to make sure nothing's, you know, give away the family jewels, whatever that means. So look, it's good that they're going to talk. I like that. I think the market will like that. The market's up last time I looked.
It is
a good chunk today. I think this China stuff is more important than what Fed Chairman Powell is going to say or blather on. We'll talk about that in a few minutes, I reckon. I'm just saying it's a good thing, but it's not going to be a miracle. You're not going to get a deal. Any such thing. Look, it took us 2.5 years to get a phase one deal, which they then broke. So don't expect any miracles here. There are other countries on the list that are much closer. Scott Besson also said in front of Congress, I think, that we could get a deal in the next week or two. So that's very positive.
Dagan.
Larry, in the first hour, I read a letter that was sent to me, and it was by somebody who works in kind of wholesale sleepwear business. And he was just, it was sent to me, not a friend either, upset that he's seeing people he knows who have been in the business for decades struggling. He's worried about them going out of business because their suppliers are in China. These are suppliers that they worked years to set up, and they feel like the rug got pulled out from under them. These are Trump supporters. And I just want to know, because I'm also a believer that China's the enemy, and that really, truly trying to crush them and decouple from them will ultimately be great for us. But how do you, and I'm not talking about bailouts, but how do you care for American businesses here who still rely on supplies from China in the interim? And because we can talk about what's going on in Congress, but they're...
No, they got to get... One thing I think could be set up is some form of trade credits, which has been tossed around. In other words, think of the Apple story, okay, where Tim Cook negotiated and all those iPhones made in China, instead of wrecking his business, He was given a period of time. We don't really know all the details of that. He's moving into India. But I think you can give them some form of trade credits. So if you show your good intention to move from China, there's no reason why this stuff has to be done in China except cheap coolie labor and cheap slave labor, Uyghur labor, okay? So it's high time that these businesses get out of China, okay? That's my basic view of this whole story. Now, I know they can't do it this season, so maybe some exceptions can be made, some carve-outs where you might set up a system of credits, and you can stay in business now, but you're going to have to pay off a credit down the road, and that would be sort of like a tariff credit, if you will. We've done this in other areas. That's a possibility. The first time I heard this was on my show. My pal Steve Mnuchin was on, the former Treasury Secretary, and he talked about that. And I still think that's a viable thing. But the long and the short is, yes, there are going to be some costs, Dagan. All right? There's no way around it. There will be some costs.
If they lie the way you say they do, and I believe you, I'm not questioning that, but if she can sit there and lie to your face, and so we're trying to negotiate with them, Bessent will be there over the weekend, you think to yourself, why didn't the administration go about some sort of an approach like this? And instead of negotiating with China, negotiate with American businesses, because you'd be more successful if you did that. The market wouldn't have turned upside down. There would be timelines. People would understand what they're doing. They could plan better, to Dagan's point. Why did they do it this way if they're going to lie to their faces? And basically what I'm hearing from you is you can't trust anything they say anyway. Then what are we doing?
Well, look, as someone who supports the reciprocal trade idea, a level playing field. Okay, I support that very much. I would be willing to say that the rollout was not done to perfection. All right, I'll grant you if that's what you're getting at.
I'm kind of getting at that, but I'm just saying there was a different way to approach it.
There was a shock and awe to it that, look, you yourself said, remember a couple weeks ago, that actually with 75 or 80 countries coming to Trump, that the shock and awe actually succeeded.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of truth to that. They came here, and now the deal-making process is being engaged in, even with China. And Wall Street sees that, the stock market's rebounding, very nicely. And so I don't want to go too far. I felt that some of the charge-off formulas, remember the reciprocal charge-off.
Greek alphabet.
That was, really one of the worst things I've ever seen. That came from Navarro's shop. We have since learned. What was it? It was the trade deficit divided by imports.
The total import.
Which means virtually nothing. I don't know what that means. I don't know. You're a professor.
I didn't come up with it.
I was a teaching assistant about 70 years ago. But I'm just saying, I still don't know what that means. And I doubt if those charge-offs will ever be used.
Navarro,
so if that's what you mean, I agree that was not done very well.
Navarro said, well, the trade deficit captures all the cheating. And I was like, no, it doesn't.
Well, by the way, the thing happened with Canada, too. And the thing that President Trump keeps saying, we're giving them $200 billion a year, meaning that's a trade deficit. Again, with all due respect, and with someone who supports the reciprocity trade policy, I must say, however, when you look at the numbers, excluding oil, which we need, we're actually running a trade surplus with Canada.
Very interesting.
That's why I say Canada's not the enemy, China is, okay? And China is a very important enemy. So, what can I say?
Taylor, round us out quickly.
I've been talking a little bit about how we can't always trust the economic data coming out of China, but we do trust a little bit of what they're doing from the central bank's perspective to help their economy. When Larry talks about trying to put the screws to China, you are starting to see some impact of that. We've talked about how they've cut interest rates and trying to inject more liquidity into their system, all in response to the impact that tariffs are having on their economy. They're lowering that reserve
ratio. They're releasing 1 trillion yuan into the country. Larry's looking at me.
None of
saying
that
no.
matters. That
But
they
it
are.
shows, right, that the tariffs are working, that their economy is
yes,
slowing.
the key thing is we have them by the short rope, I'll say, okay? It's a family program. Look at even the papers are, it's best they could. First of all, there are riots in the cities. Factories are being closed down everywhere. And what has China done about it?
Nothing.
It's in the Wall Street Journal. I have not read the whole thing. I'm a little behind the 8 ball this morning because I've been traveling. They just don't post the data.
Yeah, they don't.
Right. They're
don't show
stopping
you.
the data.
They don't show
Now,
you.
what does that tell you? What does that tell you about their integrity, about their keeping their word? They're not even showing you the numbers.
I know.
So you know it is a lot worse than they're even going to. I believe they won't even post the unemployment rate. Xi Jinping, you know what? He thinks he's the emperor of China, okay? Maybe he is at the moment. But this is the kind of thing that could really bring him down. If you could, because what did Trump do? Trump just said, we're your best customer, we're not playing.
Yeah.
Now, how brilliant was that? And I know some American companies were hurt, and I regret that very much. But in the great world of geopolitics, where China thinks it's hot stuff, and they have belts and roads and the Panama Canal and all this stuff, guess what? Trump is slowly turning their water off. And nobody likes that more than I do. I got to tell you that.
We have them by
There's one.
we have them by the pecan.
We have them by the pecans. And by the way, on this point with China, I will side with my old friend Peter Navarro. You just can't be tough enough with that crowd. I'm sorry. But they're just, it's not like it's not like the performance of the economy is falling.
Yep.
It's that they won't tell us what the numbers are.
Yeah.
All right. How about those apples?
And the numbers say we got to go, but we'll keep talking about all this and more.
We're all here tonight. We have Steve Forbes, Forbes Media Chairman and Editor-in-Chief. He will take no responsibility for Art Laffer, former Reagan economist, or Steve Moore, host of More Money on WABC Radio. And those two managed to co-author a book called The Trump Economic Miracle without any help from me, which I still think was a big, big mistake. All right. All right. I want to start with the difficulties in this budget resolution. Steve Moore, you are constantly attacking the senators, but actually, and I'm glad the House got its budget res. I'm glad they drew first blood. But as I said in the riff, the House thing has a lot of major league problems. They're falling into a tax trap. They're not making the tax cuts permanent. Those are two big items here. Something's got to be done about that.
I agree with that, but I also believe, as you just said, that there's an urgency about this of getting the tax cut done, signed, sealed, and delivered. I see no reason why it cannot be done by Memorial Day. And one of the mistakes that Reagan made was they weren't able to get that tax cut done until the end of his first year in the White House, and then it was delayed, as Arthur Laffer has taught me. So I don't want to repeat that mistake. I was at a conference this weekend, Larry, with a bunch of the Republican operatives from the House and Senate. And it was apropos to what you were just saying about this kind of Ford-Nixon mentality. Right. They kept talking about how we got to cut the deficit. Right. And I was thinking, you know, they spent hours on this, and I never heard the word growth.
Right.
Grow the economy. That's the solution.
And by the way, Arthur, they're going to have a big growth component. If they think they're going to, it's interesting to me. The only way to break through, and I've talked to Senator Mike Crapo about this. Crapo is a brilliant guy, and he's completely transparent. I mean, he's just an ordinary guy. You dial him up his cell phone, he says, hello, this is Mike. I mean, it's really fascinating, and he always gets right back to you. But the point is, if you're going to put both the Trump 1.0 tax cuts, the 2017 tax cuts, plus the new ones, which are huge. I mean, the 15% corporate tax, 100% depreciation on factories, for example, and the tips and the overtime and the Social Security. If you're going to put them both together, you got to have a Laffer curve impact here on revenues. You're going to have to show that. I'm not seeing that. For example, the House resolution has a 2.6% growth rate. CBO and the Federal Reserve have the old 1.8% growth rate. So growth and what I'm calling the Laffer curve has got to play a role in this, and at the moment it has not yet.
Well, it will play a role. I mean, if you get those taxes through, you'll get a lot more growth.
But to put it on paper in the budget resolution is what I'm saying. And eventually, the reconciliation package, which has to pass a parliamentarian.
Yeah, well, I would love to see that as well, the growth estimates in the package. But we can always put in something else. These are just silly rules that they go by, Larry, to get fill the hole for the 10-year period. We could do something like reduce or eliminate some of the deductions on 501c3s. Now, he's already done a little bit there. If you got rid of the deductions on contributions, which is about, I don't know, 200 billion. And then you got the ones on the earnings from 501c3s. These are all over 50 million. You get another 200 million.
How about elite colleges that won't shape up?
Well, these are the ones. These are the ones.
Right,
if you did that, you get $4 trillion. $4 trillion over a 10-year period.
How much?
Well over $4 trillion.
What tax rate? What tax rate?
Well, I'm assuming just the deductions at the ordinary 37%. That's a little over 200 million. There every year, 200 billion, excuse me, every year 250 billion. And then you've got the earnings on those returns in the pension, in the funds, in the 501c3s. Now, that's another 260 billion or so there. So you add those together, you're getting some serious money. It's what Everett Dirksen said about it, you know, but that would give us we've got to learn to play by the rules that they have in there, not by good economics.
Everett Dirksen, by the way, voted against the Kennedy tax cut, so I'm going to
Did he really? Oh, yeah, but he did say $1 billion here, $1 billion there.
If you'd read my book, you'd understand that. Now, Steve Forbes, you wrote a brilliant piece about $3,000 gold and the inflation threat that entails. Talk about it to us, please.
Well, the best barometer of future inflation, monetary inflation, is the gold price. Has been for 4,000 years of recorded history. And since 2023, gold has gone from about $1,800 an ounce to almost over $3,000 an ounce. That means we're going to get monetary inflation in the next few years unless the Federal Reserve wakes up and realizes that the whole purpose of the way you fight inflation is stabilizing the value of the currency and not trying to depress the economy, which is their mentality today. And that's why they should look at the price of gold. Greenspan for a while did it, and then he lost sight of it. But that's the way they have to go. And if they don't, I think President Trump's going to be ambushed. Why is this inflation coming? They're going to blame it on all these pro-growth policies.
Right.
And that's the key thing. The Democrats are going to use it to bash down free enterprise economics.
Yes, I know, 100% is right. By the way, you're right. Greenspan's, at least his first 3 terms as Fed chairman, he was basically using a gold price rule.
Right.
Some testing. All right, we're going to break up here and listen to President Trump today in the cabinet room. Take a listen, please.
Tariffs, and I think I've been very fair. I have them set, but I think I've been very fair to countries that have really abused us economically for many, many decades. Eggs are way down. Groceries are down very substantially, but down. Almost everything's down. Now, I'd like to see interest rates come down a little bit, and you're going to see billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars coming into our country very soon in the form of tariffs. When you look at the number of companies that have said, like, we're close to, I would say close to $4 trillion. We never had numbers like that. And we're going to protect them once a year. We'll protect them through taxes, through incentives, and also through tariffs.
You know, it's funny. As an experienced Trump fan myself, I don't mind that he doesn't get every factoid right. I just like his spirit. He is the quintessential optimist, Steve Forbes. I mean, you know what? You need to hear that kind of, we can do this, we can do that, we're going to do it this way, it's going to turn out okay. I just think the country loves that. And the other guy who preceded him, whose name I will not mention, was like the quintessential pessimist. You know, people love an optimist.
So it's so funny you should mention that, because people always ask me, I'm sure they do, you and all three of us, you know, how are Reagan and Trump alike?
Yes.
And that is
there
exactly,
you go.
remember David Stockman said, the world's coming to an end, these deficits, and Trump would say, it's a beautiful day for America.
Yes, that's right. No, that's exactly
So I
right.
think you're right. Americans love that optimism. Look, I've learned not to second guess Trump, because a lot of times he proves me wrong. Now, Steve Forbes and I we're not the biggest fans of tariffs, but he always seems to come out a winner. And so I'm reserving judgment. The one thing I would say, there is one thing that is up in price, and that's steel. Prices are up a lot. So,
well, Mr. Trump's using an egg price rule.
Yeah.
And by the way,
and that's not a yoke either.
Terrible. But also, he'd like to see interest rates come down a bit. This is a kinder, gentler Trump. He's not bashing the Fed. He's just kind of like to see him come down a little bit. All right. Now, I'm going to argue, and as from this, and also from what he said yesterday, Art Laffer, he is softening his position on tariffs. Now, it's the reciprocal tariff policy. He got out of the chute a little too fast, a little too hard, shook up the stock market. I think now he's more attuned to it. Stock market, by the way, recently likes what it hears better, what it's hearing better than it did before. Just reading some of the stuff from what he said yesterday. He might soften his reciprocal tariff. Here, I may give a lot of countries breaks, okay? He said reciprocal tariffs could stop short of his pledge to equalize U.S. duties in all cases, all right? Quote, I'm embarrassed to charge them what they've charged us. By the way, a place like India, which has exorbitant tariffs, is bringing them down. They're in negotiation right now. So reciprocity is working. And he also said, April 2nd, of course, is the Liberation Day for reciprocity, but he said that other tariffs on goods like autos, lumber, pharmaceuticals, and semiconductor chips might not be implemented until later, which means he's going to negotiate this through. So I think he has his ear to the ground on this, and I think he is softening it, but I still think it's a good policy.
Yeah, he's perfectly aware of what trade is, what trade does, all the problems with Smoot-Hawley tariff, the tariffs of 1890. Believe me, he's fully knowledgeable in all of that. What he has is flexibility, which they did not have historically. And he can threaten tariffs, put them on for a week, and then take them off with executive orders, which gives him a great deal of flexibility to negotiate reciprocity and to look at it and get deals coming to the table. And so far, he's been really successful. Look at Panama, look at Mexico, look at what's happening with India right now, as you mentioned. I have full faith and trust in what Trump does. He knows the dangers of tariff, believe me, and he knows better than to have a collapse of the whole economy, but he knows how to negotiate really, really well.
Oh, that's right.
And I do have faith in him on that completely.
You know, Steve, I think he's not getting enough credit. Maybe he's not taking enough credit. One country that is really working with him on this is Mexico. The president of Mexico, Sheinbaum, who started out, I mean, she had big lefties, no question about that. She started out, Trump bashing and hostile right after the election. They are working together on the border, on military, on the cartels, and on, by the way, Mexico is slapping tariffs on China because they don't like the cheap imports either. I think that he should get a lot of credit on that. On the other hand, he should watch it on Canada because he may elect another left-winger. This guy, Mark Carney, is a never-Trumper. He's an American hater. I know him, okay? He was a central banker in England and Canada, whoopee.
And don't look at the records he had there.
No, that's correct. That's correct. And there is a pretty good conservative, Poilievre is his name.
Yes.
And somehow the Canada-bashing 51st state is giving Carney the advantage, not Poilievre.
Then that's going to be a real tragedy, unnecessary tragedy. I just wish you'd stop the talk about the 51st state.
Yeah.
Because if they ever got in negotiations, which they won't, each province is going to come in as a state.
I know you have,
each territory is going to come in.
You'll have all these new lefty senators. There might be a couple of conservative senators, but all lefty senators.
But they're all left of center.
Yeah,
and they'll vote
right.
with the Democrats to impeach him.
That's right.
But I do like the idea of Greenland becoming our 51st state. I mean, can you imagine how much resources?
But what about Mexico? Mexico's coming around. Trump deserves credit for that. His reciprocity thing, I'm just saying.
Mexico is doing it right, where they're basically sitting down and negotiating. The worst thing you can do is try to retaliate, because that's not going to work with Trump.
Right.
Plus, we have the economic power, and Trump understands that. So this tit for tat is not going to work.
Yeah, because their first conversation, she took it seriously. She had her facts ready. She had a real serious conversation rather than name calling or threatening.
Right.
And also, she must be scared out of her wits with the rise of the narco state.
That's right.
They
No,
are
that's
well
right.
armed.
That's
They have
right.
drones.
Yep.
They have sophisticated weaponry. They're not going to be easy to take out, and they're gradually taking over the country. So she needs every bit of help she can, and this provides the cover to really go after the cartels in a way in which you don't rip Mexico apart.
And Steve, besides Mexico, I want to come back. I mentioned India. There's a good story, and Reuters is running a good story today. India is bringing its tariffs down across the board, negotiating with our folks. And also, the European Union is bringing its automobile tariff down from 12.5% down to 2.5%, which is what we have. My point is, even though you won't give them any credit, reciprocity is actually working already before it's even been put into place.
I'm okay with reciprocity. The other thing is, you know, what Milton Friedman would say if he were here at this table is, this is to their benefit to bring their tariffs down.
Yes.
Right? Europe benefits from lower tariffs, right? Mexico would. So everybody comes off a winner if Trump wins and lowers those tariffs for everyone.
But not if you cannot look. Unfair trading practices we have been taken advantage of. I don't know that Milton, maybe whatever he would say about this, dear Milton, who was a friend and mentor to all of us. But the fact remains, we have been taken advantage of.
Yeah, we have.
And I think Trump's fighting back. I think Americans want him to fight back.
Yeah. How about just switching California with Canada? Wouldn't that be a good free trade
I like
deal?
the weather better in California.
I mean, you
What,
can
you're
get a
gonna
couple of
have
other states too.
Liberal for a liberal.
Well,
I like
it's an even
Alberta.
trade.
I like that. That's the oil part.
Oh,
of
yeah,
Canada.
that's great.
I think that's terrific.
Just take the city of Seattle and swap it for Alberta.
Okay, I'll have to process that. Art Laffer, how is the economy right now? How is the
Well, the
American
economy, I think, is fine. I've looked through all the major kingdoms. If you look at tax policy, it's not going up. Taxes aren't. We're going to get it. Steve's right. Steve's right. We're going to get that bill. You look at spending, you got Doge. You've never seen anything like this in your life.
Yep.
It's way better than the Grace Commission or any of these others that were done. You look at monetary policy. I'll take a little bit of issue with Steve Forbes in this. Gold, I think, is really rising in price to get out of the dollar, which the dollar is the tallest midget in the bunch. But currencies, government-run currencies, are not doing well, and I think people are trying to find alternatives.
That's
with
why
Bitcoin,
it's going up.
Well, that and Bitcoin
That's
too.
inflation.
Some of that,
by the
but-
way, is if you're right, it's just it's the other side of the same coin.
Yes.
That's inflationary.
And it's a Bitcoin.
Are you worried? How worried are you about inflation?
I'm not terribly worried about inflation right today. I'm really not. But I also look at not only monetary, but I look at regulatory policy. We're decontrolled oil and all this stuff.
Yes.
It's really looking good. And lastly, I do think Trump knows what he's doing on trade. I think
he
he's
does.
using leverage. He understands the gains from trade. He understands the leverage he has. And I think he really knows how to play this game well.
The point I want to make about that, Steve Forbes, is people should not obsess about these tariffs, okay? Number one, because Trump knows what he's doing, okay? You gotta have some confidence in the guy. Number two, take a look at the numbers. The taxes are probably worth $5-6 trillion tax cuts, okay? The deregulation is probably worth another $2 trillion. If you looked at the reciprocal tariff penalties, it's a couple of $100 billion. So the tax cuts and deregulation is many, many times larger than anything that's going to happen on trade. Trade itself is not that big a deal to the American economy. It's about 12-13%. So I don't understand why people get so excited, except I do think they want to beat Trump over the head with tariffs and say it's recessionary, it's inflationary, it's going to cause a stock market crash. I don't think any of that's true. I think there's more politics there than economic analysis.
Well, those critics, yes. If Trump said the sun rose in the morning, they'd say no,
right.
It's a Chinese lamp or something. And so I think on that. But in terms of the tariffs themselves, you have to also look at what's the impact on the supply chain. We saw with the lockdowns, one little thing goes wrong and the whole thing gets in trouble. So that gets to the point on the tax cuts. They say, oh, we'll have it by the end of May, Memorial Day. Too late. If they have that kind of mentality, then it'll go into the summer, and then they'll say, well, we got to the end of the year. They got to get big and bold now.
Well, they are.
And that Senate parliamentarian, I hope she realizes.
She's the most powerful person in Washington right now.
Actually, though, she's not here to be political. She'll give the two budget committees what they want.
Good.
But I know we're running over a bit, but Steve Moore, I want to come back to you. Today, for example, the Big Six is meeting. So it's Hassett and Besson from the White House. It's the minority leader and the speaker. and the two tax committees, Jason Smith from Ways and Means and Mike Crapo from Senate Finance. They are meeting. Their staffs meet daily. The Big Six meets every 10 days or so. I mean, I don't know what you're hearing, but there is quite a lot of work being done on this.
It is, but they're not actually that far apart. That's
right.
The thing. I mean, we know we want to make all of the Trump tax cuts, permanent. You had such a big part of that. We want to, no tax on tips, no tax on some of these other things. I like that idea of 15% tax on made in America products. That would be so.
And
come on, get your act together, guys. You're not that far apart. Deliver this tax cut.
100% depreciation on factories is incredible.
I didn't even know. I thought that was expensive.
Retroactive to January 20th. And by the way, there is a boom going on. Take a look at the numbers. December, January, and February. Business investment is booming. I think it's an anticipation of tax cuts are a wonderful thing, Arloff.
They sure are. And if you want to play this game, I do suggest, though, you get rid of some of these deductions for 501c3s.
I'm all for it.
And you open up the floor and you don't even have to worry about this. And it's just going to be a great sunny day.
And reduce the capital gains tax cut if you're worried about
revenues. Yes.
Get incentive and revenue.
I think Steve Forbes is exactly right.
The tax cuts on these elite universities should start and end with Yale. Thank you, Steve Forbes, Art Laffer, and Steve Moore. We will see you for dinner. Joining us for his first interview since joining the administration as U.S. Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Secretary Scott Bessent. I like the sound of that, Secretary Bessent.
Thank you, Larry.
Welcome.
Good to be with you.
Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it very much. You ever thought about this flap that's developing? I'm hearing about a 5-year, or Edward Lawrence is reporting a 5-year extension, not a 10-year extension, or other flotsam and jetsam that would interfere with the Trump tax cuts?
Larry, look, President Trump has a mandate. He came in to do big things. And one of the big things that this administration wants to do is make the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. And that permanency will continue to make the U.S. the #1 economy in the world in terms of growth. We're going to bring down inflation. We're going to cut regulations. And we are going to get the tax cut. The goal is still for them to be made permanent. And as you just said, that we are going to use current policy scoring. And the scoring that up until a year ago, I was a civilian. I'd been looking at CBO numbers for 35 years in my day job in the investment business, but I never understood the way this scoring worked. And it is tilted towards spending. And that is why the spending has gotten out of control here in Washington.
And as I understand it, you all, from the president on down, but especially you want to lower spending and lower the tax rates. I mean, and what law says you can't do both? Is there some biblical chapter that says you can't do both? Seems to me it's the right thing to do.
Well, Larry, look, the U.S. doesn't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And I think we can up the revenues, we can up the growth, and most importantly, President Trump got elected because of this affordability crisis. And as the discussion, as Carolyn Levitt was questioned recently, what is he going to do for the affordability crisis? Real wage growth for working Americans is the best way to fix this. We will contain prices, we will cut regulation, but real wages for hourly workers in the first Trump administration, which you're a key part of, hourly workers' wages, they outdid supervisory wages. And as I've said, Wall Street, where you and I came from, has had it great. Wall Street can continue to do just fine. And now under this administration, it's Main Street's turn.
Let's go back. So now you're the Treasury Secretary. You were a key advisor during the campaign, and you talked about 3-3-3. And Mr. Trump repeated 3-3-3 at a number of occasions. Tell us about 3-3-3. Do you still believe in it? What does it mean? What should people think about?
Larry, I believe, now that I'm in the seat, I believe in it more than ever. And look, we didn't get to the debt and deficit problem overnight. And I noticed that Senator Schumer, who is now screaming about debt and deficits, when it was time to break open the piggy bank during COVID, and we moved from rescue to recovery, And the economy was already recovering, and the Democrats blew out the deficits, and they continued doing it right up until this past year. So as I've come into office, we are going to have the highest deficit to GDP we've ever had when we weren't in a war or a recession. So about 6.7, 6.8% of GDP. So 3, 3, and 3 means over the next few years, by the end of President Trump's term, getting the deficit to GDP down to something with a 3 in front of it, 3.5%, that's our long-term average. I think by cutting regulation, by sending the right signals to the market, we can create 3% plus economic growth, non-inflationary economic growth, which is, again, what you and the economic team and President Trump did last time. And then the 3 million more barrel equivalents of energy produced by the U.S., produced in the U.S. That I had a meeting with Senator Sullivan from Alaska, and he enjoyed telling me that the Biden administration had sanctioned Alaska more than the Ayatollahs. And part of the big energy agenda is energy dominance and energy security. And I'll tell you that in some of the national security briefings that I've been in recently, a lot of the problems that we're seeing with Iran, with Russia have been these high, not only the high level of the oil prices, but where the oil is coming from. So we're going to get our budget deficit in order, we're going to up growth, and we are going to bring energy production home.
That gets you to about 16 some odd million barrels a day.
Well, no, total liquids. So total liquids, including nat gas, we're at about 21 now, 2021. Yeah. So it'd be about a 15% increase on that base.
Which would get hold down inflation and would drop a lot of prices across the board. President Trump talks about this a lot. He has a very energy-centric view of inflation, and it is true. I mean, oil permeates the whole economy, impacts hundreds of consumer goods and various items that we use almost every day. So this would be a tremendous, this might be the way to finally slay Bidenflation.
Oh, look, I couldn't agree more. And I believe that, as you said, when we talk about food prices, a big component of that is transport. And the inflation, the actual inflation number, only single digits of that is energy. But in terms of consumers' mind, and especially working class Americans, that the energy component for them is one of the surest indicators for long-term inflation expectations. So if we can get gasoline back down, heating the oil back down, then those consumers not only will be saving money, but their optimism for the future will allow them to rebuild their lives that they had to struggle with over the past 4 years.
And so, Mr. Secretary, let's go back, step back a minute. How do you see today's economy right now? Growth, inflation, interest rates. How do you look at it when you speak with the president, more or less? What are you suggesting to him?
Well, Larry, what we've seen is this gigantic government spending that has been fueling the growth. And I've talked about several times on your show during last year, we're reprivatizing the economy. And we are going to have private sector jobs. We're going to do that, obviously, be in the energy sector. We are going to have smart, safe, and sound bank regulation that gets small, medium banks lending again to Main Street. And we're going to bring manufacturing home again. So I think that we've had an economy that's been supported by the government. We are going to slowly torque that back to the private sector. We're going to bring down the government spending, get up the CapEx, and bring good paying jobs home. Because the reason under the Biden administration you haven't gotten real wage growth, the government doesn't give government jobs doesn't give real wage growth because they increase with the inflation level.
So this is basically you want to reprivatize. What you're saying is you want more business investment, and the business investment creates jobs and higher wages. And that was the point of the Trump tax cuts going back 8 years ago when some of us first started working on them. And the thing that drives me crazy, God, I hate to revisit this, But the CBO stuff and some weird things I'm hearing from some of our Republican friends, the Trump tax cuts didn't produce growth. Yes, they did. Didn't raise wages. Yes, they did. Didn't enhance productivity. Yes, they did. But hang on a second. Didn't raise revenues? Yes, they did. Why are people panicking on Capitol Hill? Why am I hearing 5-year extensions? As you say, the president hasn't said that. Why are we hearing about why are we hearing the tax cuts blow a hole in the budget deficit? I'd say tax hikes would blow a hole in the budget deficit.
Look, if you want to look at an analysis of what's going to blow not only a hole in the budget deficit, in the economy, and in the lifestyles of working class Americans, if we do not get this tax bill done, and as I said in my Senate hearings, this is pass-fail for our side of the aisle, and we will have the largest tax hike in history, and that will be on the people on our side who do not try to move this forward.
Yes, sir. Now, Trump critics say he always wants lower interest rates, and he always wants a cheaper dollar. Do you have a riposte to that? Or maybe that's true, or what do you think?
Larry, the president wants lower interest rates. And what he sees, in my talks with him, that he and I are focused on the 10-year Treasury and what is the yield of that. So the purpose of lowering interest rates is to lower interest rates. The Federal Reserve, and I will only talk about what they've done, not what I think they should do from now on. They did a jumbo rate cut, and the 10-year rate went up. Now I've seen this year, despite the growth estimates going up, 10 years coming down, because I believe the bond market is recognizing that, as you and I talked about, energy prices will be lower, and we can have non-inflationary growth. We cut the spending, we cut the size of government, we get more efficiency in government, and we're going to go into a good interest rate cycle.
But Scott Bessent, it seemed like that the president was conditioning lower rates on lower oil prices. That's what it seemed. I didn't see him. I know he's had some Truth Social postings about all this in the Federal Reserve. I didn't see him attacking the Fed so much on an interest rate basis. He attacked them for permitting higher inflation, which turned out not to be transitory. But it seemed like that he really wanted to keep King Dollar. He wanted to keep the dollar as the world's reserve currency. And at the particular moment right now, he wasn't blasting, he wasn't demanding for lower rates unless and until we get the oil prices down. Thoughts?
Look, you're exactly right on his view on the U.S. as a reserve currency. That excellent speech he gave at the Economic Club of New York, you and I were there in August, they explicitly said he wants the U.S. to remain the reserve currency. You and I know that you can be a reserve currency and the price is going to fluctuate based on the market. And as I said, he wants lower rates. He is not calling for the Fed to lower rates. He believes that if we do all the things that you and I have talked about today, if we deregulate the economy, if we get this tax bill done, if we get energy down, then rates will take care of themselves and the dollar will take care of itself.
But he insists on it being the world's reserve currency. I mean, he said he would tariff 100% some of these BRIC countries if they actually went through and created another currency. They haven't yet. But he seems pretty adamant about what I call King Dollar, but what is said keeping the dollar the world's reserve currency.
Yeah, and Larry, I've been in the currency markets for 30, 35 years, and I can tell you there is no alternative to the dollar.
Right.
These other countries can talk about it. They may try to take away our reserve currency status, but there is no other reserve currency on the horizon.
Let's shift gears a bit. Much in the news until today, much in the news, tariffs. And Mr. Trump has had actually some success with his tariff threats, although I think he's quite serious, and at some point we'll come back to that, and tariffs will go up, not down. But how do you see, as Treasury Secretary, you're going to be a key player, according to the president. How do you see the tariff strategy right now?
Yeah, I think it's there's several different aspects to the strategy. We saw what happened with Colombia. The president threatened tariffs, and the president of Colombia not only allowed illegal immigrants back into his country, he offered to send his own plane. He threatened tariffs on, or signed an order for tariffs on Mexico and Canada over the weekend. And then on Monday, President of Mexico offered 10,000 troops at the southern border, and Justin Trudeau, virtually the same thing. And this is in response to the fentanyl crisis. Also, tariffs on China. And again, this is due to the fentanyl crisis. This is not a revenue issue right now.
Will it become? Mr. Trump seems to be moving. I mean, Steve Miller said this yesterday, but I've heard from President Trump. He seems to want to move the system towards more tariff-related revenues and fewer income tax-related revenues. And universal tariff seems to be out there, whether it's 10 or 20%, I don't know. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Larry, I think tariffs are a means to an end, and I think that end is bringing the manufacturing base back to the U.S. That, in theory, tariffs would be a shrinking ice cube, that you would tariff a country, and then as the production comes back to the U.S., the income tax, the corporate revenues, and the pay income tax goes up, and the tariff income would go down. The current account deficit goes down. Our trade deficit goes down. So tariffs are a means to an end to reshore, economic security in the U.S.
But he's still concerned about reciprocity and unfair trading practices.
Completely.
Yeah.
And look, we saw several things. Probably the only good thing that I can say about the COVID crisis was it was a test run for what a hot war could look like, a deeper economic war could look like, and we realized that optimal supply chains are not secure supply chains. So, we want to bring back medical supplies. We've got to bring back shipbuilding, things like that. So we know that we have a group of industries that we were very vulnerable during the COVID crisis, that places like China, the most imbalanced economy in the history of the world, most unfair trade practices in the history of the world, were not reliable suppliers. And I'd point everyone, there's a very good article in the Wall Street Journal today that talks about the China shock and how much worse it was for working Americans than anyone had thought.
We're really interested in an economics article, National Bureau of Economic Research. Very interesting, the China shock. Last one, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. It's just in the headlines today. Elon Musk's influence on the Treasury, Doge's influence on the Treasury. You're the Treasury Secretary. What can you tell us about this?
Larry, that Elon Musk is the greatest entrepreneur of this generation, and the Doge, outlook and their brief from the president, the Department of Government Efficiency, and we had the Grace Commission. You and I are old enough to remember. You were in the administration. Yep. The Grace Commission in the 80s failed.
Reagan's years.
Yet Bill Clinton, Al Gore set up a commission on government efficiency, failed, and Doge is not going to fail, and that they are moving a lot of people's cheese here in the Capitol, and when you hear this squawking, then some status quo interest is not happy. What I will tell you that at the Treasury, our payment system is not being touched. Everything we process 1.3 billion via payments a year. There's a study being done. Can we have more accountability, more accuracy, more traceability, that the money is going where it is, but in terms of payments being stopped, that is happening upstream at the department level.
All right, well, I just, Essentially, you're saying you're cooperating on this government downsizing with Elon Musk and Doge.
What I'm saying is that at Treasury, our motto is to move deliberately and fix things.
I like that. Okay. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, thank you for coming on. We appreciate your time very much.
Thanks, Larry.
And all best of luck on the new position.
The external sector report was entitled Imbalances Receding. This Pollyannish outlook is symptomatic of an institution more dedicated to preserving the status quo than answering the hard questions. Here in the United States, we know we need to get our fiscal house in order. The last administration ran up the largest peacetime deficit in our nation's history. The current administration is committed to fixing this. We are open to critique, but we will not abide the IMF failing to critique the countries that most need it, principally surplus countries. In line with its core mandate, the IMF needs to call out countries like China that have pursued globally distorted policies and opaque currency practices for many decades. I also expect the IMF to call out unsustainable lending practices by certain creditor countries. The IMF should push more proactively official bilateral lenders to come to the table early to work with borrower countries to minimize periods of debt distress. The IMF must refocus its lending on addressing balance of payment problems, and its lending should be temporary. When done responsibly, IMF lending is at the very core of its contribution to the global economy. When markets fail, the IMF steps in and makes resources available. In exchange, countries implement economic reforms to resolve their balance of payments issues and support economic growth. The reforms undertaken during these programs are some of the IMF's most important contributions to a strong, sustainable, and balanced global economy. Argentina is a fitting example. I was in Argentina earlier this month to demonstrate the United States support for the IMF efforts to help the country reset financially. Argentina deserves the IMF support because the country is making real progress toward meeting financial benchmarks, but not every country is so deserving. The IMF must hold countries accountable for implementing economic reforms, and sometimes the IMF needs to say no. The organization has no obligation to lend to countries that fail to implement reforms. Economic stability and growth should be the markers of the IMF's success, not how much money the institution lends out. World Bank. Like the IMF, the World Bank must be made fit for purpose again. The World Bank Group helps developing countries grow their economies, reduce poverty, increase private investment support, private sector job creation, and reduce dependence on foreign aid. It offers transparent and affordable long-term financing for countries to invest in their own development priorities. The bank, along with the fund, provides extensive technical support to promote debt sustainability among low-income countries, which empowers those countries to stand up to coercive and opaque lending terms from other creditors. These core functions of the World Bank complement the Trump administration's efforts to foster safer, stronger, and more prosperous economies in the United States and the world. But the bank, like the IMF, has strayed in certain respects from its initial mission. The bank should no longer expect blank checks for vapid, buzzword-centric marketing accompanied by half-hearted commitments to reform. As the bank returns to its core mission, it must use its resources as efficiently and effectively as possible. And it must do so in ways that demonstrate tangible values for all member countries. The bank can use its resources more efficiently now by focusing on increasing energy access. Business leaders the world over identify unreliable power supply as one of the primary impediments to investment. The World Bank and African Development Bank's Joint Mission 300 initiative to expand energy access to 300 million more people in Africa is a welcome effort. But the World Bank must respond to countries' energy priorities and needs and focus on dependable technologies that can sustain economic growth rather than seek to meet distortionary climate finance targets. We applaud the recent announcement that the World Bank will seek to remove prohibitions on support for nuclear energy, which could revolutionize energy supply for many emerging markets. We encourage the bank to go further in giving countries access to all technologies that can provide affordable baseload generation. The World Bank must be tech neutral and prioritize affordability in energy investment. In most cases, this means investing in gas and other fossil fuel-based energy production. In other cases, this may mean investing in renewable energy coupled with systems to help manage the intermittency of wind and solar. The history of humanity teaches a simple lesson. Energy abundance sparks economic abundance. That's why the bank should encourage an all-of-the-above approach to energy development. Such an approach will make World Bank financing more effective, and it will reconnect the bank to its core mission of economic growth and poverty alleviation. In addition to increasing energy access, the World Bank can use its resources more effectively by starting to apply its graduation policy. This would allow the bank to focus on lending to poorer, less creditworthy countries. This is where World Bank support makes the biggest difference for poverty and growth. Instead, the World Bank continues to lend every year to countries that have met the criteria to graduate from World Bank borrowing. There is no justification for this continued lending. It siphons off resources from higher priorities and crowds out the development of private markets. It also disincentivizes countries' efforts to move away from dependency on the World Bank and toward job-rich, private sector-led growth. Going forward, the bank must set firm graduation timelines for countries that have long since met the graduation criteria. Treating China, the second largest country in the world, as a developing country is absurd. While it has been at the expense of many Western markets, China's rise has been rapid and impressive. If China wants to play a role in the global economy commensurate with its actual importance, then the country needs to graduate up. We welcome that. The World Bank should also implement transparent procurement policies based on best value. It must help countries move away from procurement approaches that prioritize only the lowest cost bids. Such procurement policies reward distortive and subsidized industrial policies that undermine development. They may also stifle the private sector and incentivize corruption and collusion and result in greater long-term cost. Procurement policies based on best value are better from both an efficiency and development perspective, and their robust implementation will benefit the bank and its shareholders. Related to this subject, I wish to send a strong, and I emphasize strong, message about procurement policies as regards Ukraine. No one who financed or supplied the Russian war machine will be eligible for funds earmarked for Ukraine's reconstruction. No one. To conclude, I invite our allies to work with us as we rebalance the international financial system, refocus the IMF and World Bank on their founding charters. America First means we are doubling down on our engagement with the international economic system, including at the IMF and the World Bank. A more sustainable economic system will be one that better serves the interests of the United States and all the other participants in the system. We look forward to working with all of you in this endeavor. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us here today, and thank all of you for coming here today. I'm going to point out you have many great lines in this very meaty, comprehensive set of remarks, but you say, I wish to be